Thank you guys for doing this, and for those who are watching, if you would like to make a comment, I believe you have to subscribe, and you have to be a subscriber for 10 minutes before you can leave a comment. So this is an open forum. This is just us shooting the shit. And again, as I just mentioned before we went live, this is inspired by last Thursday, I believe, or Wednesday. I was at home trying to go to bed. It was like midnight, 1:30 a.m. Central. And I saw Cody was live. And what the hell is he doing live at this time of night? And then I look and he's playing guitar or trying to play a song. He's playing horribly. And I'm like, that's fucking cool. That's cool. They're
Don't
just
try to play
shit.
guitar in a computer chair because you got armrests and shit. And, I'm like,
Mike's in the way and shit.
yeah. The fucking the headphone wires dangling on the strings and shit.
No excuses. Slash, and the Edge can do it, sir. So if they can do it, you can do it.
Yeah.
But everybody, Cody's going to get the chance to redeem himself by playing live for us. I'm going to sing and he's going to play. We're going to do Knocking on Heaven's Door.
You don't deserve it.
That's 4 chords. Come on, man. That's easy. I'm just kidding.
I don't play GNR.
That's actually... You go ahead, CP. Tell them what that.
No, that's a bold statement there. I just want to say that I do have a massive ego, but I just find it intimidating that only my face.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, his eyes are staring into my fucking childhood right now.
It's piercing our souls, so to speak.
You with my Betsy Palmer wig on.
I saw that, and I go, he's not wearing a hat. Is he gonna be cool if I use that picture? He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
If it gets a laugh, I'm in. I don't care.
There you go. But everybody, like I said, if you'd like to leave a comment, you have to subscribe and be a subscriber for 10 minutes to avoid any hacks or things of that nature. And like again, instead of talking about movies and Halloween and whatever else we've been doing in the past, we're done. We're just gonna just hang out. This is like 3 bros hanging out, doing nothing, and just talking about whatever. But first, real quick, Brandon Dotson, hey, thank you for the super chat. I'm expecting my first child soon. Any advice on being a great father? Oh, that's a good one.
Run. No.
I guess I'll go first. Just so you know, Brandon, I'm going to be a father again. I haven't announced it on my YouTube channel. I guess I'll do it now.
Aww.
My girlfriend and I are expecting a boy in November. So this will be my 3rd child. I'm going to be a dad at 45. I'm going to be the old dad, the old but handsome dad. So yes, I know I know the process, man. I've already had 2, one 18 and one who's 15 who just discovered the Ramones. So it's funny. One's going off to college. One's going off to UTSA. I'm like, yes, I'm done. Finally. And then my girlfriend tells me that.
God's like, oh, yeah.
Guess what? The universe is going to point at you again, Rudy. So, yeah, I'm excited because I haven't talked about this again on my YouTube channel before. But when I was younger, I had my first kid at 28. And I guess I was too nervous or too worried about bills to enjoy those moments, because when they're newborns, it flies by like super fast and it's over before you know it. So my advice to you, Brandon, is enjoy it, man. Savor every minute. You're going to be exhausted. You're going to be tired, but enjoy it, man, because they're babies they're only that little for a short amount of time. Before you know it, they're going to be upstairs in their room talking to their boyfriend or listening to music, and they're not going to want to hang out with you anymore. And that's going to suck. So enjoy them, man. Enjoy every freaking minute of it. Cody, you have any advice?
Try not to be so hard on yourself. I think it's a common theme with dads that no matter how much you do, you always feel like you're not doing enough. It's a constant thing that I struggle with, and I've heard pretty much everybody else that's a dad say the same thing. You could spend your whole day, you could go to work, you could work a job that you hate, pay all the bills, go out, do all the yard work, whatever. You could do everything to try to check the boxes of what you're supposed to do, and you'll still be like, oh, but I didn't do that one thing. I suck. And that can wear on you. So know that it's coming, but try to battle that a little bit early on, because those are your darkest times as a father, when you feel like you're not measuring up.
That's true. CP, do you have kids?
No, but I would say don't kill every last Jedi. If you want to be a great father, you don't want to kill every last member of the Jedi and just leave your twin children to wonder about.
What's that?
Darth Vader joke. I'm sorry, I got nothing.
No. Okay, that was pretty
Give me
bad.
the car crash. Just let's go.
Okay, I have this.
Don't let them swim in a lake unattended.
I have this. Here you go.
Stupid bitch, you filthy slut! teach you to fuck with me.
I got that. That's like, but
Equally as good.
equally is good. Okay, but I do have this. I'll share a photo with everybody. So this is the my Facebook profile photo. This is me and the girlfriend here. We had a photo shoot. So there's my lovely girlfriend there. She's 36 and her first child. And yeah, so I'm having a boy. His name's going to be Maximilian, which she picked it. Maximilian Rivera Spolinat. So I'm like, I've never met a Max. That's like so many puns with that. Max power, maximum effort. You know, like take it to the max. I don't know what department store that is, but there we are. We announced it on Facebook, so I guess I'm announcing it here on YouTube. So
there you
go.
It's a good picture too.
Thank you. We have a friend of ours.
Very, very well done.
Yeah, thank you. You should see the nude ones.
I have.
I concur.
Oh, that's right. So again, Brandon, enjoy it, man. It's a wonderful ride, and it'll be the best years of your life, man. It really would. No way they can get away with playing today on Child's Play. Oh, whatever. But yeah, man. So, like I said, Cody, you're playing guitar. I have to ask, what song were you trying to play?
Oh, we were fucking around at 3 a.m. talking about Alice in Chains, and so I was trying to remember at least like a measure to try to like get CP to guess, but I couldn't get the fucking thing. Like I was hitting this and hitting the mic and this, and then my fingers were fucked up. So I was just like, here's 4 notes. Do you know it? And he's like, I don't know the words. So then I had to redeem myself. So in the Alice in Chains video that we were referring to, there's actually going to be a segment where I do play something. So I don't look like a fucking hack that just like bought a guitar to put on the wall. Like, yeah, bitch.
Yeah. But you used to play. I remember I think it was one of your Facebook photos. You used to play lead or rhythm.
Oh, I never was in a band. I learned just to kind of out of boredom. I used to play a little bit of both. Like when I was practicing regularly, I could play like Master Puppets and stuff to that level. But I maybe pick up a guitar 2 or 3 times a year now. So yes, I would suck by comparison.
Like I said, my son, he's 15. He just discovered the Ramones a year ago. So he's all punk now. He's teaching me about Bad Brains, Fear, the Descendants. And that's all I've been hearing for the past year or so. He knows all the songs. And it's kind of like we've all discovered the Ramones, I think, when we were younger. It's that adolescent rock that speaks to us. Yeah. And it's speaking to him. And it's good to revisit that. And it's fun songs to play, especially with your son and all that. The Misfits, I love them. I know you're not into punk, Cody, but I love the Misfits.
Yeah, not quite my thing, but
what do you like, Cody? What do you like?
Yeah,
what is your favorite? You said Guns N' Roses, Paradise City, right? That's your favorite music or favorite?
Yeah, daily on repeat. They used to fuck with me at work, or I'd be on like the outside of the plane doing something, and it would be like there'd be a hole where I was working that would go into the cab. And whenever that song would come on, they would put the speaker right by the hole, and I'd be down there like, "Fuck you!"
Man, that song, I think you guys did a live not too long ago, maybe a few months ago, like songs that you never want to hear again, like never playlist.
Oh, yeah.
That would be on my list too. That Enter Sandman and Hotel California are the ones that just come off.
Basically anything that plays on the radio. Back in Black. Yeah. No, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
War Pigs.
Oh, really?
Paranoid.
I don't get War Pigs that much.
They play it at San Antonio during like the power hour during lunch. They play it every damn day for the past 30 years, man.
Wow.
I've heard it too damn long. Portsmouth Sugar on Me's fun
for me.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
Anytime I get in the car,
get War Pigs, especially in Scotland.
Anytime I get in the car with Holly, she listens to a certain radio station that I swear they recycle the same 5 songs every time I get in the car. Yeah. It's always new songs, but by the time we get to where we're going and get home, I've heard the same 3 or 4 songs in rotation. Like the other day, we went back and forth a couple of times. I kept hearing that song, like, if you hear me over here, if you hear me over here. And it was just over and over. And I'm sitting there like, fucking kill me now.
Is that like top 40? What is that?
I have no idea. Okay. But it always changes.
This was
I sabotage your radio. Fuck
yeah. I stopped listening to radio years ago, man, because it's the same, like you said, it's the same 500 tracks they've been playing for the past 30 years. And I'm done with it. I'm totally done with it. Def Leppard's Hysteria album turned 35 years old. Now I feel old, thanks. And Hysteria is actually one of my favorite albums, actually. Hysteria, Rocket, of course, Pour Some Sugar on Me.
Ooh, yeah, Rocket's a underrated track.
Yeah, it's catchy, it's poppy, but it's fun, and the video is even fun because they're naming all these names and they got the photos flashing. That's a fun album.
Yeah, that was one of the first, like, dare I say, computer influenced. Like, you could tell that they were using some effects on their music videos and stuff. They were flashy. That album was pretty flashy. Def Leppard, Hysteria.
Yeah. And Pour Some Sugar on Me, I remember hearing it for the first time. I was like, that's a badass song.
Yeah.
It was catchy, but of course, everybody around me was all like, they were into King Diamond, Merciful Fates, and like the dark stuff. So I couldn't say anything. Like, I like Bon Jovi.
Out of here.
What's with this fruity shit?
Yeah.
Don't listen to that shit, man. Here's King Diamond Grandma. Like, okay, let me hear that. It's like crazy. You don't know who King Diamond is? He was a supposed devil worshipping metal guy who was also the lead singer of the Merciful Fate, and he had these songs that were really demonic. And in the 80s, the devil in rock music was a thing. Playing records backwards and hearing hidden lyrics, that was a whole thing. So that
Hellfire Club.
Yeah, exactly. So I remember that whole Motley Crue had that one album with the pentagram.
Shout out the devil.
Yeah, that one. I thought that song scared me as a kid. Can you believe that?
The beginning scared me more than anything. The little prologue before the Shout at the Devil, in the beginning, good always overpowered over evil. And I was
number
like,
is 666.
Yeah, I'm like, this isn't music. This is scary.
And now I'm jamming out to the Number of the Beast with my kids in the car, like, fuck yes.
I was the opposite. I was the kid that like put like the bed sheets over his head like he was a fucking monk, and I'm like, tell to nobody.
You're the kid in the gate.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I was referring to too. So good.
Glasses and everything, right?
Kid held that record like a Bible. He was just like,
God, man.
I have the answers.
What was speaking of, you just unlocked a fear memory, Cody, a trauma memory, because my cousin Jesse, he was really into that devil music, and he actually started getting books like the Necronomicon, but like actual witchcraft books. And I remember going to his room because the parents were drinking in the other room. Go play with your cousin. I'm like, okay, I go in there. It's dark. And you ever walk into a room and you're like, ugh. You just get like the immediate chills. I walked in there and he was playing records, but you remember records, you can slow the speed down to like, he lowered it. And he was standing with this blanket with a red light behind him. So he silhouetted with a red light behind him, just pointing at me. Just like what you just did. And he scared the shit out of me. He goes, you can't leave,
hats off, man. Theatrics.
Yeah. And then he goes,
scaring the shit out of our family room.
Yes. And I was like, what, 9? And like, I don't want to go in. I'll go play with your cousin. We're not leaving till night. And like, oh my God. So
the only person that could ever
in there with him.
The only person that could ever scare me was my dad, because he would commit to it. And I was always like suspicious. Like, I remember one time we were staying at a cousin's house or somewhere, and I'm in the living room. It's a dark house that I don't know. So I'm in the living room and he goes off to the bathroom. And I guess he found a Michael Myers mask wherever he went. And so he walked back into the room, like same shirt and everything. So I knew, but I was like maybe 6 years old. He walked back into the room and just stared. And I was like, knock it off, Dad. And then he took a couple more steps and I was like, knock it off, Dad. And he took a couple more steps and I went, Dad? He would always get me to the point where I believe. And then he's just like, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
And that's where your love for Halloween came from.
Yeah,
That childhood trauma.
There you go.
It explains everything. We learned something new about Cody tonight. Let's see what we have here. What are you guys' thoughts on DC canceling Batgirl? You guys want to touch on that? Also, Cody finally watched Long Kiss Goodnight. Boy, that's an old movie. That's awesome. It predicted 9/11 before 9/11 happened.
Yeah, Long Kiss Goodnight deserves most of the credit that Born Identity gets.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the movies, and I love how I was with a date, and I love how Gina Davis does that shot. And like, hey, can you do that later? Yeah. But the whole plot is actually the 9/11 plot. It's so crazy. You have to check it out.
No
I don't
shit.
I
haven't seen it. Yeah, I'll
It's a hidden gem, and Samuel Jackson's in it too, I believe.
I love Samuel Jackson on that movie.
I don't hate
I like where they're hiding down the hallway, and the terrorists are down there. And they're like, all right, on the count of 3, we're gonna run for it. 1, 2, and then a grenade comes. Fuck it, don't be alive.
Well, Batgirl, you guys want to touch on that?
Sure.
Surprising.
I'm curious where we're gonna agree and disagree on this one.
Let me go first. Okay, so when I saw, hold up, did I just hear echo of myself? Am I okay? Never mind. Anyway, when I first heard the news, I was like, fine. I didn't care. I mean, who was looking forward to Batgirl? Who was looking forward to the Wonder Twins movie?
Oh.
This is new management coming in and getting rid of all that old management decisions. Like, hey, we're not doing this anymore. We're done with this. So I see it as a ballsy move, like true leadership coming in and putting their foot down and saying, no, we're not putting shit out there no more. You guys have made some horrible decisions. Look what the state of the DC's at. People are mocking it. We want to start making top grade quality films, and we're going to start here by just canceling this out. No one asked for it. No one wanted it. And I applaud them for doing that because, again, they, like you said, every movie they make moving forward wants to be a theatrical, monumental experience. And I applaud that vision. And here's another prediction. They are going to cancel Flash. They are going to cancel Flash. I bet you it's going to be shelved just like Batgirl's
wet.
Yeah, they have to because the direction, whatever they shot, was definitely going in a different direction. Again, to bring in the Wonder Twins, Batgirl, all these other things. And I think they saw what they were trying to go to this certain route, and they decided, nope, we're not going to do that. Everything's going to be a halt, and they're going to cancel the Flash. They're going to recast the Flash himself and get rid of Ezra Miller and bring back Affleck to be Batman if they decide to go that route. So everything's going to be shelved. I bet you within a week's time we're going to hear that news.
I agree with most of what you said, surprisingly.
No shit.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people flipping out over this, like saying that it's an attack on filmmaking because now we're not going to make smaller films anymore. And there's even people out there that are going the race route. Like, of course, the Hispanic black Batgirl is expendable. And it's just like, guys, like exactly what you said. It's somebody coming in, walking into a literal shitstorm and going, what the fuck did you guys do?
Yep.
Like, what the hell is it? Like seriously, pretend that you're the Discovery people. You're Zaslav. You walk in and you see the little fucking, the meme with the guy with all the red strings and shit where he's trying to explain where they're going. And it's like, so let me get this straight. You dumped hundreds of millions of dollars into this universe that you neutered 2 films in, destroyed. Then you were dumb enough. I like Justice League. I heard the Zack Snyder version. Then you were dumb enough to give money to finish the other version to make you look even dumber. You've got 3 different versions of Batman that you're doing at once. You've got Ben Affleck kind of doing whatever, waiting in the winks. You've got this new Robert Pattinson, which is the only amazing thing that DC's done in a while.
Agree.
You've got Michael Keaton now coming back in for whatever fucking reason. And then you've got this other Joker movie that you're doing a sequel to that's a completely different. You got 4 different Batman universes going at once. You got Flash led by a fucking idiot. And now we got to clean up that whole thing. You're making all of these HBO Max side stories for characters that haven't been introduced into the universe. And like you said, nobody asked for, no matter how great the talent might be. The only reason I was interested in that movie was to see what Brendan Fraser was going to do as the villain.
Yeah.
And they're looking at all of this. And like you said, instead of them doing the short-sighted decision of, well, they've already spent money, we got to at least make a little bit back. They went, nope, we'll take it in the ass. We're going to shelve it. We're going to get the tax write-off. We'll keep these people around. Like they've already said, time will tell, but they're like, nothing against the director, nothing against, the girl who was playing Batgirl and all this other stuff. We'll keep them around, but we're not releasing this stupid shit anymore. And they're probably a large part of the reason why they took that hard look at it was because of the Flash.
Yeah. Because
they're looking at it and they're going, what the fuck do we do with this thing? Like, do we release it and just eat it? Do we try to even bother marketing this movie when you can't have the main cast member who's playing multiple roles in any of the press? You have other people that are like, well, just release the first one and then just recast them in the second one. Well, if the movie has a bad reputation, then you're not going to look what happened to the Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
So no.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think it's them. It's not racially motivated. It's not a guy coming in trying to be corporate and say, oh, I only care about the bottom line. It's business. Of course they only care about the bottom line. You put up $90 million for a movie. Of course you want your money back.
Yep.
So yeah, that's them putting the boot down, like you said, and saying, nope, whatever. If we got to eat it, we got to eat it, but we need a clean break. And I hear that there's even rumors that they're delaying Aquaman and Shazam as well. So there's there's going to be some gigantic shakeups here soon. And whether or not I like the direction, at least I have confidence that it's going to be a direction. Not, let's try this. Oh, fuck, that didn't work. Let's try this. Oh, fuck, that didn't work. Let's try 8 things over here. And we're going to get this guy. And we're going to do a sequel with nobody in it. And we're going to it's been chaos. I like DC more than Marvel when they're good.
Yeah.
I agree.
But there's no comparing the quality consistency at all.
True. True. And if I can throw an analogy out there, it's no different with a sports team getting a new owner and an owner coming in like, you got who? You signed what? And then releasing contracts and trading people and it upsetting the home crowd. But it's the same thing. We're restructuring under our guidance and we have a plan. So there's going to be some shakeups. And I just found it funny seeing all the reaction. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. I'm like, were you really looking forward to Batgirl?
Yeah,
Come on.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, look, I never saw In the Heights. That's where the girl, I forget her name, but that's where she got like a lot of acclaim for us. So people are really looking forward to that. You got that whole side of Twitter that only cares because she's a minority, which, okay, fine. But yeah, when I looked at it, and I'm one of the rare people that doesn't really love the Tim Burton Batman film. So I really didn't even care about Michael Keaton coming back. To me, that always seemed weird. So really for me, the only thing that I was really intrigued on was Brendan Fraser coming back to play, or coming onto screen to play Firefly. I was really curious what that was going to be. Everything else, when it was canceled, I was like, okay.
CP, what are your thoughts?
Do we have the figure of what their tax return is if they hold back? How much are they getting back if they don't?
Oh, I have no idea. I
don't know. Is that public? Can I look that up?
Oh,
no, probably not.
Probably not.
I don't know how it works for corporations like that. Typically, when you write something off, it's once you get past a ceiling,
total loss, I guess. I'll say, as both a customer and as a option, as a studio, as a customer, I'm wondering, why do I have this HBO Max subscription if you're just gonna abandon shit and just not, put it somewhere where I'm already paying?
Well, HBO Max, all the reports and rumors right now are saying that that's going bye-bye.
Yeah. But I read that too, and I just saw an article saying that it would make a new streaming service,
and
Discovery HBO Max.
Yeah.
Which sucks because HBO Max has got one of the best movie selections out there.
I love it. Well,
yeah, it's Warner.
Yeah.
I don't want them to do the Disney thing, though. To your point about having content for HBO Max, Disney has really disappointed me with the quality of the stuff that they've made for Disney Plus. But continue.
That's fair. Just announce it, and then you could say, "Oh fuck," you could New Mutants it and say, "Oh,
that's right.
We're delayed. It's delayed." It's just strange that, I mean, if it's more financially viable for them to hold back, I understand that, but
I don't think it is. But there's 2 different rumors going out there. One is that it's all quality control kind of thing, like this doesn't go in the direction that we're going to go, so it's pointless to put it out there. It's just going to damage our brand. There's a lot of other reports saying, I mean, the film has been test screened multiple times. It's done.
It's terrible.
And yeah, the rumors are that it's really fucking bad.
Because test audiences are always right.
Oh yeah, I know. Trust me.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a snarky cunt. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drop the.
No, you can curse. I think. I think that's from the range of like effectiveness words, man. You went to the top.
Well, dude, here it's like
you can say.
Yeah.
I remember I'm in Scotland.
Oh, okay.
Morning, cunt.
Yeah. Them fanny's a big word. Ooh, don't say fanny. I forgot what I was saying. I got frazzled by my
HBO Max write off if it's financially viable.
So C word, yeah.
If you just kind of release it as this one-off, like, hey, here's a special thing in a dead period, at least people who have that subscription will feel like, well, yeah. So I'm not exactly the greatest fan of this, but here's something I can watch on a Sunday if I want to. It never hurts to have extra shit. I would assume, but you do bring up a good point, Cody. Disney Plus is kind of proving like it's like, guys, enough already. We get it.
Yeah, but you know what? Disney knows their fan base is loyal to no ends. Like they'll support and make anything. They'll make a turd $1 billion profit because they know Disney has that family of 4 Sunday family night evening. Mark it down. So no matter what they put, they know their parents are going to put a TV in front of them or a iPad. Hey, watch this. It's Disney. It's safe, and kids are going to be watching things left and right. So.
They also have the upper hand of every single thing that they do is interconnected in some way.
Yeah.
So you always feel obligated, even if you're not enjoying it or you have no interest. You're always like, "Fuck, do I have to watch this so I understand the next fucking thing?" And DC has never had that. You've got the Snyderverse stuff. You've got the newer stuff. You've got Robert Pattinson's Batman. You've got Joker. You've got Batgirl. There's like 9 different fucking things going on, and where you can literally pick and choose and go, "No, I'm good."
That's where I feel they should put it out. Like it's a one-off. It's not really involved in any storyline. So if people don't like it, whatever. If people like it, then cool. Then whatever. But
I think that's what they're worried about, though, is that even
if people like it, they're going to have to.
Look at the Snyderverse, where they're like, "Okay, guys, you want it? Here's Zack Snyder's Justice League," and that's not enough. It's just like, now what? I want more, and it's been, it's going to go on for years. They're always going to go back to that. I mean, fuck, we had the San Diego Comic-Con. All anybody cared about is Henry Cavill coming back.
Yep,
I heard a rumor. Yep, is he coming back? And then as soon, dude, they could have announced anything, and as soon as it was realized that he wasn't coming back, they're all like, "Fuck this shit, man." So it's, I mean, when Shazam comes out, I guarantee you, or Black Adam, even they're going to be like, "I bet he's in the post-credit scene. I bet he's in the post-credit scene," and they're going to spend 2 hours going, "Where's he at? Where's he coming? Is he coming? Is he coming? Is he coming?" And then it's not him, and fuck this movie, man.
This movie sucks.
Yeah,
I can't help but feel attacked, Cody. He's mocking me, man. Oh, man. Real quick, I want to get to the super chat. It's been up for a while, but again, Pool Stroke, thank you so much. Super chats are definitely appreciated, everybody. So yes, I have a kid on the way. So please, the more the merrier.
Play that
pressure on them, right? Like that sympathy card. Like, come on, man, please. 1990 Pennywise is honestly effortlessly scary. 2017 Pennywise is try hard scary that no person would let their kid near. It explains his powers. Well, very good. I'm not scared of clowns, so neither of them are scared for me. But thank you for the super chat. You guys, are you fearful? Anyone?
I had this debate pretty hard though when the new It came out, because I've said numerous times that I was never really scared of horror movies, even as a young kid. But Tim Curry's Pennywise and Zelda in the was it 89 Pet Cemetery 90. Those are the only 2 characters that have ever scared me and like I had nightmares about. And so I said, whenever I watched the 2017 It, that even though Bill Skarsgård's going balls out here, his Pennywise doesn't scare me at all. Whereas I was terrified of the 1990, and I got it like, how the fuck could you be scared of that? He's like hey, what's up, Georgie? Like he's got all that thing going on.
Krusty the Clown.
And the point that he's making here is one of the points that I made, is that clown looks like a clown, like a kid would go up and be like, "Oh, funny clown," and then get his fucking head bitten off. To whereas Bill Skarsgård, you look at that and you're like, that's a fucking monster. It's just, there was always that, not really try hard, but a little bit overdoing it, I think. So I am I'm on your side there, Pool Stroke.
Yep. All right, so let's see here.
I always found John Wayne Gacy pretty scary. If we're talking about clowns,
he's definitely a whole lot more terrifying than the floating turtle guy.
I'm cheating.
But yeah, as far as Batgirl, I honestly think they're going to postpone Black Adam and maybe Shazam. I think everything's just going to be shelved. I mean, not shelved, but everything's going to be moved, and we don't know what the hell's going to happen.
The creator in me just hears complete movie and unreleased, and it's just like, oh,
Yeah, it's
you
very hard.
finished it.
I do feel bad for the people that made the movie, though. Can you imagine putting your heart and soul into something and getting all the way almost to the finish line, and they're like,
Yeah.
and you'll never see the light of day.
Yeah, some poor actor who thinks their break is in that film, and just nope.
Yeah.
Wayne, sure, you can hang out, man. Hang out all night. We're going to be here a while, so you're more than welcome to hang out and chat. Let's see here. I have a kid on the way. Yes. Let's see. This is a good one. Thoughts on a Sam Raimi directed Ghostbusters movie? Humor wise, I don't think it would work, but horror wise, I think it would be might be pretty good, although it's highly unlikely to happen. Yeah, the Reitmans, I think they got that down. That would be interesting though, like the horror piece of that. I never thought about that way. That's an interesting point.
I don't know if Sam Raimi's more slapstick style humor would work in the movie, but I kind of get a little bit of a half chub thinking about his visuals in a Ghostbusters movie, the little fucking zoom, the Dutch angle zooms and stuff that he does. Like, I love him as a visual storyteller, and even the way that he does the Spider-Man movies. Those movies I have nostalgia for, so that the campiness never bothers me. But if I watched them today, it would probably be a negative, where I'm like, this is a little silly. So,
considering what we just saw from Doctor Strange, I think I'm the exact opposite. I think the humor would work.
Lying.
And
I forgot I have my roadcaster. I got all my drops here.
Bitches leave.
All right, so.
All right, I'll see you.
All right. All right. So you were saying, sir, I'm sorry.
No, Sam Raimi, it feels like Sam Raimi, if you had to like cherry pick a director for the Ghostbusters franchise, he fits right in, I think.
It's a perfect fit.
Like,
I'd
be fascinated to see it for sure.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's been in front of us all these years and we never put them together. That would be, that'd be very visually wonderful. I would love that. And have Ash as a guest Ghostbuster.
Oh, of course.
Campbell would be in there somewhere.
Stay Puft or something like that. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Another super chat. Thank you so much. Doug, 1985_VA. Y'all excited for the Last of Us series coming out on HBO Max? Yes.
Oh shit. Yeah. Where's that going to be?
Yes.
If they shelve that, I'm fucking burning shit down. I'm telling you right now, listen to me, Mr. Zaslav. You can fuck with Batgirl all you want. You touch my Last of Us, we're gonna have problems.
Yeah,
that's one of my most anticipated things coming in the near future. I genuinely think that if that series is as good as I'm hoping it's going to be, I think it's going to completely change the way that studios approach video game adaptations. I think they're going to go, why the fuck have we been trying to make 2-hour movies out of 25-hour video games? Let's do that shit. Like we just got done talking, me and CP, about the Resident Evil show. I don't know if you finished the Netflix.
I'm on 3 and I just stopped.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I watched it all the way through. If it wasn't an early release that I could get an early review out of, I probably would have dropped off of it at some point because it was just like 3 out of 5 at best whenever I really liked it. But even that one right there, it's like, how the fuck do all these people have all these millions and millions and millions of dollars and resources to throw? And we've gone through what, 7 movies and now a TV series, and nobody's thought, let's just do a 6 to 8 episode season of the first game, just at the mansion. And then if that succeeds, guess what? Season 2, Raccoon City and Nemesis. And then season 3, Code Veronica. Like, it just writes itself. It's like, you stupid fucks, what are you doing? Like, as much as I really liked what Lance Reddick was doing with Wesker, and I do think that there was some things narratively that they were doing with that show that was interesting. All the way throughout it, I'm like, this is not what fans want. Why do you keep doing this? Like, whatever you're succeeding at, nobody is going to accept it because it's not what they want.
Yeah, like I said, the first episode, I was like, "Oh, this is interesting." Wesker's a dad. He's got 2 daughters. This is a side I've never seen of Wesker. This is okay. This is something new. Let's see where this goes. And by the time episode 3, I go, "Please don't tell me that's Barry." Barry, like, oh god, I was just like that one dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, the one thing I will say is I do like the action sequence with the liquors. There was the first action sequence when they come out and there's like the buses and all that. I really like what they did there.
I thought the CG on the monsters was pretty good.
Yeah,
I think it looked better than the movies.
The best ever. I mean, from compared to the movies and all. But story wise, I just didn't give a shit, and that sucks. I love Resident Evil, but to your point, and I know how we love Metal Gear. I don't want Metal Gear to be a 2-hour movie. There's so much damn story. It would be a disservice to the actual story to do that. Give me a 10-episode series.
Yeah, there's very few video games. Like I think Uncharted was perfect for a movie. They didn't execute it perfectly, but that's a video game that doesn't need a series. That's a good 2-hour adventure thing. Metal Gear Solid, try to tell that story of any of those fucking games. Try to tell that story in 2 hours without taking half of it out.
Well, there you go.
I think if The Last of Us comes out and it just blows expectations out of the water, which HBO very rarely misses with their TV series.
True.
I think everybody's going to go, oh shit, we need to do this. So that's what I'm hoping for. I hope it's awesome because I love Last of Us, and I hope it also changes the conversation and the direction, because we're really fucking overdue for video game movies to start being taken seriously. Like, where's our Iron Man? For people to be like, oh shit, you can do this. Okay.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. CP, do you have any thoughts on the show?
I haven't watched the show, so
it's not out till next year.
You didn't play the games?
I was talking about
Netflix. Okay.
Yeah, but no, I'm fired up. I equally as am fired up as everybody else.
Cool.
Double for me.
Double. All right, let's
triple for me.
Let's see here.
And I hope it's so gay. I really do. I hope there's so many gay characters that the internet just falls apart.
You know you're gonna get those people in the comment section like, what the fuck? They made Ellie gay. She was gay in the first game, you fucking twat.
Yeah.
I loved that whenever Last of Us 2. I know you don't like Last of Us 2, Rudy, but one of the best things that I just never got tired of seeing in the comment section was like, fucking woke trash, they're shoving all this lesbian stuff in here. And I'm like, didn't play the first game, did you there, buddy?
Did you play the DLC? Because you missed something.
Yeah. I was vested in part 2 for a while because I think, okay, they killed so-and-so at the very beginning. It's going to be a big payoff. They're going to pay it off somehow. Something's got to happen. And when nothing happened, that's when I got pissed. But I will say it's a part 1. Did
you finish it?
Yeah, it was dumb. It was dumb. I don't spoilers wise. Okay, Ellie goes on a revenge quest. She loses her daughter, her kid, and her wife to go on a revenge quest, and then at the very end of the revenge quest, she decides not to do it. She comes back and she lost everything, and now she's lost her fingers. She can't play guitar anymore, so she lost everything for nothing. They should have gave the player the choice: do you want to kill Bicep Woman or not? If they gave us a choice, I think I would have enjoyed that. Give me the fucking choice.
It's about stopping the cycle of violence, Rudy. But I understand. It's a very. I think they had to know with that game that they were taking a big risk. I think when they wrote that story, they go, "This is going to piss some people off, a lot of people."
Yeah. As long as there was a good payoff.
Thankful that I'm somebody that I could appreciate what they were doing. It never really made me mad. I totally got what they were going for, and I enjoyed it. I think there's a lot of people out there that totally got what they were going for and did not enjoy it. And I also think that there's a very loud group of people that never gave it a chance because they found out that character A died, and then they just assigned, just the same way they did with Terminator Dark Fate. They just assigned the rest of the game as being garbage. And it's just like, okay, well, I'm of the opinion, if you're not going to give it a chance, you shouldn't even talk about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't even, no. No. I am not going to give that money. I'm not going to give that movie any of my money or my time. I'll see it when it's free on TBS or, on PBS. I will not spend any money on any streaming service to see that movie. It shits. It's a clown show, and it's not for me. I like my films to be at least have some sort of serious tone.
Let's put it this way. When I watched Thor God and Thunder, as soon as the credits started and I knew I had about 30 to 45 seconds before the first post-credit scene, I immediately messaged Rudy and I just said, "You're going to fucking hate this movie." There's my review. You're gonna fucking hate it.
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I'm all about. There's some humor. I'm fine with that. But if you make Thor, which is a Viking god of thunder, into a fucking clown and a bumbling idiot, come on. Are you really servicing the character? Are you really just giving the kids and the fan people what they want? I don't know.
They turned him into 50% Spicoli and 50% dumb jock.
The guy's been around for 1,000 years, I believe. He's not gonna. And I love the argument. Well, he's been with the humans for the past 10 years, so that's affected his personality. Motherfucker, he's been around for thousands of years. I don't think
it's not his personality; it's the fact that he's a moron. Like just in an Infinity War, he was like one of the most badass presences, where it's like that dude's fucking shit up now, and then he decapitates a dude in the first 5 minutes of the next movie, and then now he's just an idiot.
Yeah,
he's a stoner that doesn't smoke weed.
Yeah, so no, I will not see that movie. Here, if you're a fan of it, great. Love what you love, do your thing. But for me, no, I'm very picky when it comes to my time. You get that way when you get older, and I'm not gonna go see that fucking movie. So that's my thoughts on love. Yeah, Daniel, Thor: Love and Thunder was an absolute terrible movie, and the last Minions movie made more money at the box office. Is that true? I didn't know that.
Well, Minions has genuinely surprised a lot of people with how much money that it's making. Partially because I guess it's just a property that it's easy to take your kids to. It's one of the kid movies that's not immediately going to be dumped on Disney Plus in a month. So you have to go to the theaters. And I guess there was some kind of a TikTok fad that was going on where people throw bananas at the screen. So everybody that's 14 years old and a moron went to the movie for that.
Yeah, so
324 million.
Well, I mean,
bless.
Kids movies always make a lot of money because parents, they take, the babies and the kids. Hey, let's go see a silly movie. They'll be entertained and all that. So that's guaranteed money. I've always said if you wanted to start a business, do something related to kids, like a jump castle business, something, because parents or birthdays always want to keep the kids busy or do something. Yes, we got to keep the kids entertained. So vest something with kids. That market's never going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
There you go. I got all my drops here. I'm just going to hit them all.
There you go.
You grab my nuts.
There you go. You can guess what movie that is. I'll send you a free t-shirt. It's funny. The She-Hulk looks woke and terrible. Can't make the Hulk a hipster.
What about it looks woke? I mean, it looks off, but
I don't know. It's not the Hulk, man. Just real quick, let me. This is my Hulk review. For those who are curious, I am making a review on the Hulk. I'm explaining it, what the Hulk I grew up with, the Hulk I know and love with Bill Bixby, everything, and I'm explaining why the MCU ruined it. This will be up in a few days. I just adding the clips and such. And that's what I'm working on, the bells and whistles. You know how that is, guys. When you're editing, you tell your story, then you want to put visuals.
yeah, you're talking to CP down there.
That takes
I'm on phase 76 of the video.
And I'm a perfectionist too, so I'm like, no, I can find another clip.
You two are cut from the same cloth. I'm like, fuck it, let's get it out.
I know.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
And that's why nothing ever gets released, because I'm practically working on it, man. God.
Do I do intro 1C or 4F?
Yeah. That ambient sound is not working for me. It's not helping deliver Is he all right over there? Okay. Oh, anyway, back to the Hulk. Yes, he looks like a clown. I saw the clip where he was making a drink. He's like, the other benefit of being, having this body is you can drink all you want and not get drunk. And I'm like, it's just
but he kind of was that in Endgame.
Yeah, but the true Hulk is the Incredible Hulk, the Edward Norton film. That's the Hulk.
I thought he was great in Ragnarok, but yeah, they made him a joke in Endgame, and now they're just carrying forward with that.
And they totally. And one thing, I don't know if you guys noticed, if you've seen the Incredible Hulk lately, he gets stronger the more you fight him. In the film, anytime he's getting beaten, his eyes glow green, and then he gets stronger. And therefore, you can't beat him. That's him in the comics. You can't beat the Hulk. So when I saw what Thanos did to him in Infinity War, I'm like, this is bullshit. Or Endgame, like, come on, you can't. The Hulk's not going to be scared. Come on, this is stupid. I mean,
This is why comic movies at some point everything falls apart upon itself.
yeah,
Somebody's got to be the most strongest, bestest there is, and
yeah.
it's
That was
Captain
their
Marvel.
very
We all
that,
know that.
that was their very quick and easy way of establishing the threat level of Thanos. Is they make him
Beat
bitch
the
out
Hulk.
Hulk in the first 5 minutes. And they're like, okay, this is that guy.
Yeah, and that
Boss
pissed me
level.
off so bad. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
Like, no, this is also pissed off, man. So yeah, in that video, I'm going to explain, guys, my love for the Hulk. You know, why Superman and the Hulk were my two childhood heroes as a kid. You know, Chris Reeve, and I was born in '77. Of course, there's the Superman movies, and on TV, you know, there's not many channels. We had 3 channels back then. I would watch, you know, Lou Ferrigno on that show. So those are my heroes. So I hold them near and dear to my heart. But you know what? I guess I'm that old man now where I just have to let go of what was. I'm now at that point in life where, you know,
Boomer.
life is slowly taking away things instead of giving you things. So it's like,
Mhm.
I just got to let it go and stop being a bitter old bastard, man. But it's not the Hulk to me. I mean, if it's what the kids need nowadays, I mean, I guess de-escalating situations with humor and butt jokes is more effective than throwing people through walls. So I don't know. Maybe call me old-fashioned. That's just what I prefer.
It's always worked for me.
Exactly. It's like, come on, man. It's like, let me ask you, what were your heroes growing up? Did you guys have comic book heroes?
Batman's always been my number one. Spider-Man was probably number 2. And then I loved the X-Men. That was kind of my main ones growing up. I never liked Superman until Man of Steel.
Really?
Yeah. I've
I
never
didn't
seen any of the Christopher Reeve movies. I never liked the cartoon. To me, when I was a kid, Superman had too many powers. It always just kind of, it didn't interest me. There wasn't enough vulnerability there where I'm like, he's like a utility belt of powers. He's got fucking heat vision, cold vision, go invisible, see through walls, fly, punch shit.
Yeah.
And so I always kind of got drawn more to the complicated ones, the Batman, Spider-Man, and Wolverine and all that.
Well, Batman's definitely more cooler because he's human, and anybody can be Batman. We can't be Superman. But yeah, so the '90s, I can see that. Okay, there's a photo I want to share with everybody. Let me see. Let me share screens real quick. That is me, my hero.
Hey,
Oh,
Yeah, that's how short I am. The guy's like 6'5", I believe. But you get this. This is how much I wanted to make an impression with him. I actually worked out really hard for 2 months before meeting him, so I can have that pose. I know they were not going to be anywhere near the size of Ferrigno's, but that's me trying to flex next to the Hulk, man.
that's awesome. My favorite thing that he ever did was in King of Queens, where he was just the neighbor Lou Ferrigno. He played himself like as a recurring character.
That's actually hilarious. I didn't know that.
Oh, it's so fucking funny. There's an episode where Patton Oswalt's character wants to go to a Comic-Con and he's trying to like find a way to get Lou Ferrigno to go with him. He's like, if I go with the Hulk, I'll be the fucking man. And then he finally convinces him to, and like Lou's like working out the whole episode, and then by happenstance he meets Adam West at a Subway.
Oh, that's funny.
And so he starts to go with Adam West and he ditches Lou Ferrigno. Adam West gets him halfway there. He's like, you know, I'm friends with Lou, right? Get out of the car. And he just leaves him on the highway.
CP, what are your heroes growing up as a kid?
I wasn't big into comics when I was a kid. He-Man and Thundercats were my go-tos. What did you say,
I
Cody?
said Jason Voorhees. Kill all those bitches.
Yeah. Premarital sex is bad.
I don't know what it means, but I love it.
So, what about sports heroes, authors? Nothing.
I hated sports my entire life.
Nothing. Okay. Well, CP, did you other than comic book heroes, you didn't have any, but any sports heroes or?
Oh, you didn't hear me say? I said He-Man and Thundercats.
Oh,
I
my
watched
bad.
quite a bit.
Okay, yeah.
Those were I watched those things quite a bit, a lot.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was my hero growing up.
Yeah, him and Stallone were mine, and of course, the '80s was all about karate movies as well. People don't talk about that as much. Karate Kid, and then Ninja 2, Domination, all that stuff. So,
Oh wow!
yeah, that I grew up on all that. And one of my favorite movies of all time is The Last Dragon with Bruce Leroy. It's cheesy as hell, but I love it. Okay, let's see here.
right.
What are you guys' top 5 comic book shows?
Shows? Are there even 5?
Well, I'll go with my. Any era. I'm gonna go the Incredible Hulk, the old school one. I'm gonna go Smallville. That was badass. Did I tell you my son's middle name is Kal-El?
No.
Yeah, my son's middle name is Kal-El. That's how much I love Superman. I
Fucking
got the
nerd.
tattoos. Look, I got the tattoos all over here, man. Shut up. Chill, man. Chill, not so.
Surprised your upcoming son's middle name isn't Snyder.
That would have been badass.
Maximilian
Hey!
Snyder.
Maximilian Snyder. Now that's a commanding name.
There you go.
That is a commanding name there. So Hulk, Smallville, Doom Patrol. Oh my God, Doom Patrol is amazing. Daredevil is probably the best comic book show ever. And last is the new one, the Lois and Superman. Those are mine.
Admittedly, I don't really care to watch superhero TV shows because more times than not, I end up disappointed, or they get canceled, or they start to really dip in quality, like the CW shows.
Yeah.
I adored Arrow for the first 2 seasons. Same with The Flash, and those both quickly went downhill for me. I never watched past season 4 of Arrow or season 3 of Flash.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Daredevil, but then that one got canceled right after its best season, in my opinion. Or I'm like, you motherfuckers! Like, as soon as you get to that point, you cancel. Like that makes me jaded. That's why some shows I don't watch until after I know for sure they come to a close, because I get fucking mad.
Yeah,
Probably Daredevil and Batman the Animated Series.
Good one.
That's the only 2 I can think of that I watched that I loved. The other ones I either didn't watch or didn't like.
Yeah, the only 2 I watched were Batman the Animated Series and the X-Men Animated Series.
Yeah. The Flash was good. They had a live action show on CBS right after Batman in 91, I think. I used to watch it. That was really good too. But the Batman animated series, believe it or not, I was in high school when that came out, and for whatever reason, I thought I couldn't admit to anybody that I watched cartoons when I went home. So I would secretly watch Batman, the animated series, when I got home when I was like a freshman in high school when that came out. But it was so good. It didn't feel like a kid's cartoon. It was done so well. I loved it, man.
Yeah.
It still holds up too.
Yeah. We got a super chat here. Sonics, thank you. Pull stroke again. Pull stroke. Sonics 1 and 2 pretty much show that the video game movies can work. Second one certainly has me excited for 3. 4 words, Shadow the Hedgehog. Biatch! I haven't seen part 2.
There's not
Part 2
much-
is really good. It's better than
Yeah.
part 1. Part 1 was fun. I wouldn't say it's the most successful version of a Sonic movie because it's just a typical road movie with an animated character, but there was a lot of charm to it. And I think Jim Carrey adds a lot to that. 2 was a much better Sonic movie. But yes, Sonic 2 is certainly in the conversation for best video game movie. But even with that being said,
and that's unfortunate.
that's sad. Yeah.
I beg to differ. I would say Silent Hill, the movie, is one of the best, if not the best, video game adaptation.
I still say it's
Fair
Mortal
statement.
Kombat 95, so that tells you how fucking depressed I am.
It was definitely fun. Yeah, that was pretty damn cool.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Do y'all have any faith in the MCU? No, I don't have any faith whatsoever. I'm gonna say it now. No, they're gonna fuck it up.
I just don't. I've seen people put about Blade in the chat too. I don't know why they're afraid to have a separate echelon of Marvel. Like, they don't all have to tie into the MCU. Like, why? Apparently Deadpool is going to be its own thing, but that's only because it's been so successful. Otherwise they would have rebooted that fucking thing in a heartbeat.
Yep.
Blade is going to be PG-13 and he's going to be talking with Doctor Strange and shit, which is not going to make any sense to me. I'm trying to be optimistic with it, but I love those Wesley Snipes movies so much that I know it's going to piss me off.
Me too.
Daredevil,
Why not bring back Wesley Snipes? He looks great still.
yeah,
Why not?
I mean, they're just they want their own version. They want it to be the Marvel, the MCU version of Blade. I mean, he spoke at the end of Eternals, and nobody fucking knew it was Blade, so everybody had to like tell you on Twitter, like, "Oh, that was Blade." But yeah, the MCU Daredevil, it's not like Daredevil can't survive if it's toned down a little bit. It was like a hard PG-13 light R rating, but they're not going to keep that tone. There's no fucking way.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way. I mean, they've got Daredevil showing up in She-Hulk. Like he pops up at the very end of the trailer, and you already see the tone of that show. So there's no way that's going to work. Even if they try, it's not going to make any sense. So this guy's beating people to a pulp, and people are getting decapitated and shot and stabbed. But he's going to go and high five CGI She-Hulk and talk about farting and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I try to stay optimistic, but it annoys me that the MCU or that Disney controls so much, and everything has to be this particular tone and this particular style where it just all feels vanilla after a while.
That's where I'm at right now. And my fear is Disney ultimately, bottom line, they want your money. And anything MCU, anything you hold dear, they bought 20th Century Fox. I promise you, within 5 years, you're going to see someone in a Xenomorph outfit fucking in Disneyland saying hi to kids and taking photos. And that's going to make me want to just go insane, man. Same thing with Daredevil. He's not all that grittiness that the Netflix producers or that production company did. They did it right. That's why Daredevil is my number one favorite comic book show ever. I fucking loved it, man.
A lot of people's. I hear that more often than any other show.
Yeah. And I'm a DC fan, but no, I grew up as a Daredevil fan in the late 80s, early 90s. That's all I bought. And if they bring back a character, Typhoid Mary, Google her. She was like one of my first comic book like fantasies where I would, be alone with her in the room. Google Typhoid Mary. You know what I'm gonna do for everybody right now, just so you can see. If Disney brings back this character, they will take my money, and I will go and I will be there and check it out. Typhoid. How do you spell Typhoid Mary? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me look this up.
Got it, Patrick.
Let's see. Here she is. Let me show you. Imagine looking at this when you're like 11 years old. Very 80s, but that she was one of Daredevil's. Like Daredevil was seeing Karen Page. They were together living in an apartment, and Daredevil had an affair with this woman who her name was, I think, I forget her real name, but when she would get turned on, she would turn into Typhoid Mary, and they would have fights in Devil's Kitchen. So yes, if Disney brings her back, yeah, I'm in, dude. But this is like what I read in the late 80s, early 90s.
Turning on element.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, God, I wish they brought her back in the Netflix series. But that's Typhoid Mary, for those who don't know.
Wouldn't you know White Snake video?
What?
Here I go again on my own.
Down the
Iron Fist had Typhoid Mary. Well, then nobody saw it.
Really? What? I didn't know that.
I watched one episode of that fucking show, and I said, nope.
Yeah. Nope. Anyway, so that's if they bring her back and do it right, I'm in. But anyway, Daredevil is one of my favorite shows. I don't know who was talking. I didn't mean to cut you off. Who did I cut off?
Fuck if we know, dude. That was 8 minutes ago.
Oh man. You know what? I just have to acknowledge something. There's 103 people watching us right now. That is an all-time high for me.
Ooh, hey.
So thank you. I get to use these drops.
Considering Alien, there is a series and reboot in the works that finally got some traction. The series is said to be a mix of Scott and Cameron set on Earth, and the movie will be directed by Fede Alvarez. I have not heard anything about Fede Alvarez directing. Is he just producing it like he's done the last 3 or 4 things he's been involved with?
Mm-hmm.
He fascinates me. Like, he comes onto the scene out of fucking nowhere and gives us Evil Dead and Don't Breathe. Like 2 of the best horror, or if you don't want to consider Don't Breathe horror, a horror and a thriller movie that we've gotten in like the last 10 years. And then he just kind of quietly just starts producing shit and hasn't really done much yet. I think he directed that weird like reboot quoll of the girl with the dragon tattoo that went nowhere, but like that dude just comes onto the scene like with fucking force, and it's just like, why is this guy not making a movie every 2 years? Every time I see his name, it's like, he's producing. I'm like, well, what the fuck does that mean? He delivered cookies to the set or what? I really hope that Alien and Terminator and RoboCop or any of these other like sci-fi action horror franchises that are struggling, I hope that Prey comes out and succeeds the way that I hope it's going to, and they take a page out of Prey's book.
Well, I saw your review, Cody, on Prey, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm kind of interested now. But you know, when you played a clip of it and you spoke about it later in the review when they started speaking English, I'm like, oh no, that kind of took me out of the
it was weird for me.
Realm. Yeah,
it was weird, but supposedly they have a Comanche cut that's going to be released on Hulu simultaneously. Like I think they shot the whole movie, all the dialogue scenes twice. There's not a ton of dialogue, so it was easier to do than it sounds. But
yeah,
it was weird for me. You can kind of get into it really quick and be like, okay, all right, I'll tolerate it. But it was less so that they were speaking English and more so that they were kind of talking a more modern dialect.
Oh, okay.
Like you've seen Native Americans speak English in movies before, but it always is like this version of English. Like I always think about the guy in Banshee, where the time for negotiation has passed. Like there's always like this dialect to it. Where there's literally a scene in Prey where she's got a dog and they're out hunting and there's a Native American guy that comes up and he's like, hey, your dog found a pile of shit. And I'm like, he sounds like he's from 2020. And so that was the only thing that was weird for me. After a while, I was just like, I really want to watch that Comanche cut.
Yeah. When they say like there's some done here, when they say something like more tied to that era, done or
something, something.
That's shite.
There's conversations that they have to where it doesn't feel like the 1700s.
Yeah,
I know why they did it, because it's a hard sell for people to be like, this whole movie's in subtitles, but
and yeah, most people don't like reading subtitles, but I'm all for it. The more, I mean, one of my favorite movies lately has been The Witch, that came out like 5 years ago, and I just love, again, they spoke English, but it was the English that they spoke at that time. It just draws you in further into that world, and you're more vested in it, so you feel that you have that escapism, which I'm all about. So as soon as you played that clip, I'm like, my chubby just went like, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to subscribe to Hulu, check that out, but
it's worth it.
Oh, okay. If you didn't know, I'm actually, again, I'm Hispanic, but I actually have some Native American blood in me. I think I'm from the tribe, the Slapaho tribe. Yeah.
There you go.
Slapaho. Get it?
CP's a comedian, so you just disappointed him.
Comanche is what according to my parents. But you know what? They tell you all this, hey, you have some Comanche blood in you. I'm like, really? So I got to do that 23andMe thing.
Yeah.
Watch, I'm like more like European and African than Native American. I'm like, Dad, you lied to me. You lied to me my whole life.
You're part eggplant. That's a movie quote, people. Fuck you if you're thinking I'm racist. That's from True Romance.
One of the best things ever. I remember watching that and like, who wrote this? And I looked at behind the box. And like, Quentin Tarantino. Who the hell is this guy? And like, oh, that's when I found out.
That's my favorite. If I was to do a ranking of the movies he directed and wrote, that would be number one. I love that movie.
Let me tell you the story real quick. So I looked up Tarantino, and again, there was no Google back in like 91, 92. So I went to Blockbuster, and I go, dude, do you have any movies by Quentin Tarantino? The guy, like, seriously, dude? Oh my God, you don't know who he is? I'm like, no, you got to see this Reservoir Dogs, man. Come on. And I felt like I just went and joined this club of like movie lovers, and this dude,
they got the room in the back next to the porn where they got all the classics that like, the simpletons don't order.
This movie's gonna blow your mind, dude. That's what he told me. I'm like, you watch it, you're gonna love it. And he was right. I went home and watched it. I was been quoting it ever since. I even had a Mr. White poster and a Mr. Pink poster on my wall. So Mr. Blonde. So anyway, super chat, Connor, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. What did y'all think about Stranger Things season 4? I liked it. I loved it. I liked it. I think it could have been condensed into maybe a good solid 4 episodes versus maybe 5 versus what we got. Some of them were just stretched longer than they had to have been. Some of the characters weren't utilized. Let me think. This one team was in a van for like 3 episodes and meeting some hacker girl somewhere. So they could have done a lot of editing there, and it could have shrank that down. Maybe 6 episodes, maybe 5. I don't know. But I enjoyed it. Eddie is my favorite character now.
Yes.
I love that he brought Master of Puppets to the mainstream.
I love the fact that we got all these women that are like swooning over him. It's like, bitch, you would have made fun of him in high school. Shut up.
Yeah, you wouldn't have dated him. No way. But anyway,
it annoys me. I was like, I was fucking Eddie. You weren't there.
So I enjoyed it. You guys, I didn't see your. I don't think you did a review, Cody, right?
No, I had
No.
reasons that I didn't want to.
I
But
get
I liked the season.
I know.
quite-
Halfway through that, I like. Oh, I just
Yeah.
shouldn't have said that. Okay, never.
I liked the season quite a bit. I think they could have kept their regular number of episodes. I just don't think that it was necessary to make half of the episodes hour and a half, 2 hours long. It definitely felt padded.
Yeah, very padded.
I loved the Nightmare on Elm Street influences. I loved the villain. I loved the narrative of throughout the season, finding out little details and the eventual reveal of who the villain is. I thought was done really well. There's certain characters that I thought their stories were very good. There's also certain characters that got absolutely nothing to do all season. That was a little annoying when you're watching, 15 hours, 16 hours of TV, and there's still not enough room to do certain things. And there was a couple, I had them written down because I did a live stream a month or so ago. There was a couple of moments throughout the season, which absolutely nitpicks, but they were like really big, like logic issues that just bugged the fuck out of me.
Mhm.
Like there's one where Nancy is running away from Vecna. He's in a hallway like, Nancy, it's time. And she's trying to pull all these boards off of this hospital door, and the fucking door opens this way. So she's sitting there with one board, and I'm like, bitch, it opens, go. And then she gets the one board and goes through, and it's just like you sit there for a second and you're like, damn, guys, you didn't catch that. And there was another one where 11 and everybody knows like people's fates are really like dangling by a string right now. People could be dying this very second.
Mhm.
And they're filling up the deep freezer with the salt and everything like that. And they stop and take a little break to have like a cutesy little date scene where she's eating pineapple pizza for the first time, and she's cutesy
Yeah.
with and I'm like, motherfucker, people are dying. What are you doing? Like there was just moments like that where I'm like, come on, guys. Like when you have a show that's so good
Mhm.
and stays consistent so good, when you have those stupid moments like that, they stand out like sore thumbs where I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
You got Hopper, who's literally having his ankles smashed with a sledgehammer so that he can get the fucking handcuffs off, and then he's jumping off of roofs and running and shit. And I'm like, didn't your shit just get like busted to like a motherfucker like 20 minutes ago?
Yep. Yeah. What did not like about it? I don't like the fact that 11 brought back Max. I'm like, let her go. She's like a quadriplegic now, and she's like brain dead. Just let her fucking go.
That was the thing that bugged me, where I'm just like, you're really like you don't have to kill people to have an effective show.
Yeah.
I mean, no main characters died in Breaking Bad until the last season.
Golden
But-
Girls.
Yeah, but you have situations that are just getting ramped up more and more and more, and it just kind of takes away the tension for me when you constantly kill somebody and bring them back.
Exactly.
I mean, you had two characters die and come back from season 1 to season 2. You had Hopper that was dead, and they're like, no, he just jumped 4 feet to the right. He was fine. And so every single time they kill somebody, they bring them back like this. And it's like, guys, then I'm not worried about anybody.
Well, Connor, thank you for the super chat. And I just saw in the chat that I missed some, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go finger through. We got time.
We got here, Doug. How insane how Top Gun 2 is still in theaters. I agree.
Because TC won't let it go home.
Yeah.
Milk it for all it's worth. That's his producer.
Well, he knew. He knew. He's like, motherfuckers, I make movies for the theaters, bitch. And so you have Top Gun 2 that I felt like I was the only person on planet Earth that really wasn't that excited for it. Like, everybody else is like, my #1 movie for the past 3 years. And I'm like, it's fucking Top Gun. Like, how good is it going to be?
Mhm.
And then I watched it and I was like, oh, way fucking better. And so, yeah, it's one of those movies that you have to see in the theaters.
Yes.
And they're not making very many movies like that anymore, where you watch it and it's like, I could have watched this at home. Top Gun 2, no, you got to watch that in the theaters. You can watch it at home and enjoy it, but that is a movie that's made for the fucking theater. And
Yeah.
so that word of mouth of like, it's an experience that you're never going to have again. Get your ass to the theater. That's the type of movie it is.
Yeah, I agree. I loved it. It was a little too on the nose with the original film for me, but for me, it was the third
My
act.
dad felt that way too.
The third act is what saved it for me. I'm like, oh, okay. As soon as Tom Cruise went through that training course on it by himself, like, oh, okay. But it was too much. The beats were too much of the same.
The only callback to the original film that I really rolled my eyes at, where I was like, there's no way these fucking 20-year-olds know what the hell Great Balls of Fire is. Like, come on now. That was the only moment where I was like, come on. Like, show them playing the piano, but play something else. Like, we still get it.
I was like, yeah.
Great Balls of Fire. I'm like, motherfucker, no.
Oh.
None of you know what that song is.
And Mateo, thank you so much for the duck, man. Appreciate it. Feel free to ask a question or ask Cody or CP anything. We're talking. Nothing's off the table.
4
Everything's
inches.
off the table.
But it's girthy. That's what the women love. Okay. So that's what matters. Another super chat here. Another pull stroke again. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia justifies a Hulu subscription. Any of you guys fans?
I've never seen it. I've heard it recommended to me, but there's so many shows that it's so hard to get through all of them. I'm still trying to get through the first season of Barry, which I really enjoy. So I kind of I take shows in stride. I don't like to just binge a bunch of them at once.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I hear it's great. I hear it like kind of gave Danny DeVito like a resurgence of a career. I hear it's very smartly written. I've seen clips. There's so many shows.
I've seen clips that have made me laugh, like one where they were beating the shit out of a bunch of kids in the street. That was pretty funny. But yeah, I imagine I would like it, but
Cody, Family Man.
It's exhausting to try to start a show. You're like, there's how many seasons? Fuck.
Yeah.
CP, have you seen it?
No, if anything, I want to understand where all the memes came from. Like, I know there's so many. It's Always Sunny memes. I'm like, I kind of get it. Yeah, he's crazy because he's got the
strings and everything.
Yeah. Okay,
that's what I was talking about earlier.
Call signs are all gay too. Okay, aside from that, I brought this up because what would be your call signs? Yeah, let me put you on the spot there.
Huh?
I don't know.
What would it wouldn't be like Haddonfield, like you're too low, Haddonfield, pull up. I don't know.
Oh, Top Gun. Oh,
yeah, Top Gun, yeah.
Thundercock.
Something that you're just gonna piss everybody off every time they have to say it.
Thundercock, cock or cunt?
Sure.
Either.
Whatever.
Yes.
Depends.
I don't know.
Depends.
He'll do one. I'll do the other. There we go.
Okay. I'll go with Skin Wallet. How's
Thundercock.
that?
Was that for Thundercock? Was that for Thundercock? No, it's for Thundercock. Okay.
No. Skin Wallet would be mine.
Go for Thundercock.
Thundercock, pull up.
See, it writes itself.
Yeah.
It writes itself. Okay, MC Hebner, I guess, Hoopner. Love the stream. Huber? Yeah, avid Blu-ray collector, 2,300 plus. Man,
God
that's
bless.
mine. You see that? That's all I got. That's like less than 100. I got
These
some
aren't
records.
That's
records and
1,800 back there. So that he's got 500 more than that.
It's not the size of the collection, guys. It's the quality they're pushing.
and the girth.
Something.
Yeah.
I got both.
Are you guys growing tired of studios re-releasing the same titles over and over again, i.e. Halloween? No, not really.
It pisses me off when just because you brought up Halloween. It pisses me off when they do incomplete box sets. Like they've got that stupid fucking
that
4K
Shout Factory shit.
Yeah, where it's everything up to Rob Zombie. They did the same thing with Friday the 13th for years, where you had to buy them in piecemeal, and they finally had the first 8, and then Shout Factory did the whole thing, and then I end up with all of them, where I'm like, motherfucker. So yeah, that's what I hate. But no, if they're gonna re-release it and do something good with it, like Shout Factory usually does a really good job with their stuff that makes you want to buy it. Like that Friday the 13th set is incredible. I wish we had something like that for Nightmare. But when
what the fuck?
Oh no! But when they do the incomplete ones, that's when I get pissed off. Like they have the 4Ks that they're releasing for Child's Play, but it's only the first 3 movies, and I'm like, that's awesome, but what the fuck? There's like 6 movies.
You want to know the first time I saw a film? Like, oh, I got to start this collection. You want to see it? I'm gonna show it to you guys. Ready? Boom. Blockbuster Video. Halloween. They had released this, and I'm like, oh my god, I can buy Halloween. They had a series of films that you can buy. And this is the first time I saw Halloween for sale to purchase. So I thought this was amazing. So again, it reintroduced me to Halloween. This is like 89, 90 when this came out. And again, it just brought back those 80s horror movies like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th.
VHS were expensive.
Yeah, so this was the first time I started collecting. I lost this somewhere in the garage sale in my divorce, but that's the first one I ever bought with my own money.
I grew up in the era where you would just record everything. You would have 2 VCRs hooked to each other, and you would just buy the blank tape. And even though it would look shitty, Like I used to do this. I was just talking about to my wife about this about an hour ago. We were watching Boy Meets World while we ate dinner, and I'm like, I used to have this episode on a VHS tape. I used to do the thing where you'd set it really slow so that you could make one
Yes.
VHS tape last like
8 hours or something
yes.
like that. Yeah.
And so I would record
SLP.
TV shows. So I would have like the Disney Channel with the commercials paused out, and I would have like Boy Meets World, Even Stevens, and some Disney Channel original movie. But I would do this. They looked horrible because the slower you did, the shittier the quality. But as a kid, you never cared. So yeah, I grew up in that era where if you really liked a movie, you would go and you'd go through. If you didn't have a blank one, you would look through all the movies that you have recorded, and you're like, fucking, I done. Here, Susie's 4th birthday. Record over that.
Yeah. Check this out. I ran off to show you my VHS from back in the day. I have Return of the Jedi.
Ooh.
This is from, check it out, CBS Fox is who distributed it. So there's my Return of the Jedi. And here's my Empire.
Nice.
Again, this is old school. This is a relic, guys. Okay. And of course, I have Beetlejuice.
Per the conversation that we had with just me and CP, those are VHS collectors that I understand.
Yes.
Stuff that you actually have that has some meaning to it. We had a question that's like, what are your guys' views on collecting VHSs? And I'm like, I don't fucking get it. It's not like collecting vinyls where it still sounds as good today as it did back then. Like VHSs degrade, and you have to plug it in. It's going to look even shittier on a TV. Like, what is the point? So I don't know where your stance is on that. But me and CP were both in the same end where we're like, I don't fucking get it. Don't send any to me. I don't get it.
If anything, I love watching this because this is the original theatrical release, not the special edition. So it's the real deal Holyfield. So
I'm surprised that Disney hasn't capitalized on that yet and released like a 4K of the original pre-Lucas cuts. Like I don't think he can dictate that anymore.
I'm sure Disney will do that and milk our teeth.
Lucas makes makes back end shit. Even if they do it, he's making money.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Oh no.
Daniel, this is probably one of the best compliments ever, dude. So I appreciate this. He says, I would pay for a live show with us three, Campia, Stuckman, and Sean, good friend of mine who's just an hour north of me, and see which one of you think movies are better today compared to the 1990 to 2010. So that would be fun. I would probably be exhausted after that live. But every generation's different. I mean, in my opinion, I love films back in the old days because they didn't rely a lot on CGI and they were so unique and different. Finding something that kind of stands out on its own, like the old films, it's tough because think about it. Any film that's been relevant today, it's either been a remake or a reboot or a character that existed before. We haven't had a lot of original films like we did in the 90s. This is probably a great compliment, dude. Check this out, Cody.
I would pay for a live show with you three, Campia, Stuckman, Sean Chandler, and see which one of you think movies are better today compared to 1990 to 2010. Yeah, I don't know.
Just putting us in that type of group for me is a big honor to be amongst.
Yeah, of course.
I would bring y'all coffee.
Cody's like Sean Chandler. Yawn.
Sean Chandler?
Who's he? That one dude? Yeah. But that's thanks, Daniel. That's I'm kind of like you made me lose my track of thought here, you son of a bitch. Thank you so much. So
lying bitch.
So let's move forward. But okay, another one here. I see your point? How again, MC Hubner? Am I saying that right?
Huber,
MC
I think it's
Huber.
Huber.
I see your point. However, there are so many movies that are still not on Blu-ray or DVD. Hence, my frustration in my collection is quality and some filler. Again, I mean, a 2300. That's a lot, man. I mean, like I said, I just wouldn't know where to put them, so I just have them there. I have a box in my garage. Nothing but DVDs.
I have at least 200 up in the attic that are duplicates where I bought the 4K or I bought a box set. So I'm constantly, if it's a replacement, I take it out of the shelf because I don't have any more room. Like I have a pile of Blu-rays over there that's from the last 2 months that I bought that I haven't had the energy to put away yet because I have to move everything over and I don't have very much room.
Wow. I still have all my old DVDs that I bought from the 2000s. My first DVD I ever bought was X-Men, the first comic book movie. That's the first DVD. And I love the DVDs because you know what? They have more special features. studios aren't investing in like behind the scenes featurettes
Dude,
anymore.
they got skimpy. They used to include the fucking trailer. Like that used to be
Yes!
the staple was the
Yeah.
trailer. At least you were getting the trailer. And they don't even
Trailer
do that
commentary
anymore.
behind the
Yeah.
scenes, and
Yeah. For what it's worth, I know the prequels can be hit or miss depending on who you talk to, but I do admire Lucas and his crew for putting such investment in the behind the scenes features. You have like 3-4 hours
Yeah.
of just behind the scenes content and how they made it. They don't do that no more.
I
may have
remember
gone too
when
far in some places.
I remember when the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake came out, and we got this really badass little DVD set, and it had like an hour documentary on there of the whole making of the film. I
Yeah.
remember I watched it 2 or 3 times because you get the idea of all the actors. There was a scene that they put in where Arlie Ermy was doing Full Metal Jacket on set, and like I remember watching it. I was just like, this is fucking cool. Like if you love a movie and you're a film nerd like we are, like that stuff's valuable. Where you're like, I want to see,
Yeah.
I want to know these little ins and outs and inside stories.
Yeah.
Now they're like, fuck
Absolutely.
you, go to IMDb, you'll find all that shit there.
Digital copy. Oh,
Yeah.
Thanks.
And one of my like my I guess my most popular videos was my behind the scenes retrospective on The Thing, where I went scene by scene to the very end and broke it all down. But how I got that information was I just watched the director's commentary. And that's one of my favorite things with a movie I love or a movie that just caught my interest. I'll put it back in after I just finished watching it just to hear what the director had to say about it. So I don't think that they make that often anymore or even invest the time to do that. But that's why I
the way
keep
they
all my
used to.
DVDs. I will never trade them in. And we have another super chat here again from Connor. Dorian Gray. I know what's Dorian Gray. Why do I know that name?
Leading
that
extraordinary gentleman. It's the guy that can live forever as long as he doesn't look at his painting. His painting
Is he
ages
so
and he
vain?
doesn't.
That you think this song is about you? According to the actor Patton Oswalt, Chloe. I can't read
Chloe
that.
Zhao will return to direct Eternals 2. Who cares?
Okay.
Cool.
Well, thanks for the super chat, though. I appreciate that.
No, yeah, I'm not saying who cares to you. It's Eternals. That might be my least favorite MCU film.
Yeah.
It's in competition with 1 or 2 of them, but that was the first one where I walked out of and went, I did not like this.
It's the first MCU movie I saw. I'm like, hey, this is interesting. This feels different. I'm gonna go see it.
Yeah,
And I fell asleep.
yeah.
There's interesting.
It's not if it is true, that's not a very good decision on Disney's part, because that's, I think, maybe the lowest rated on our Rotten Tomatoes, are pretty close. And Chloe Zhao, I don't think she was a good fit for an MCU movie. It was beautiful as far as the cinematography and the directing and everything like that was great. Like there was, but clearly whatever she did not connect with fans. And so giving her a second shot, I mean, it's like the definition of insanity.
Yeah, like I love the cinematography in it, but just having all the Eternals kind of stand like this, like every other scene, I was like, come on, like, is that realistic? And plus the tone, there was really no tone to it. It was a serious adult type of film, but it just didn't have like a compelling story or characters for me to.
Just the structure of it was weird. It was hard to like get into the flow of the story, and it was so odd to me. I've never heard of the Eternals, but when you watch it, especially when you don't know anything about them, it literally looks like the MCU version of the Justice League.
Yeah.
You've got somebody that is exactly the same powers as Superman. You've got somebody that has the exact powers of the Flash. You've got Angelina Jolie that I swear to God is Wonder Woman. And there's even a joke in the movie about Justice League, and you're like, how did you get away with that shit? But you watch it and it's just like, what? This is so weird. Who the fuck are these people, and why should I care? Like it's budget Justice League.
CP, I took a cue from your book and said, "What's her tits?" at some point, and my sister questioned my stance on women.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for the super chat. Full show.
People ask me why my
Now you got to do what's his cock,
Yeah, what's
So
his cock?
I don't know what this reference is. What does this mean?
because CP always says what's her tits and what's his cock, and
you know, I have a shitty memory, and instead of what's her name, what's his face, it's what's her tits, what's his cock. You know, what's her tits, what's his cock.
Instead of what's his face, you just put a genital or some.
Yeah.
there you go.
Okay,
You know.
there you go. That's pretty crazy. All right. Another super chat. Jonah from Canada. Random. A movie that was never revisited and I thought would be a cool modern reboot is Enemy Mine. Yes, with Louis Gossett Jr. I love that movie. Did you guys
Never
see
heard
that
of
one?
it.
I grew up
No.
with it. Yes. And Dennis Quaid's in it. It's about it's a human race. It's a
Jaws
sci-fi
3?
film. Yes. Not Inner Space. You have to go with Jaws 3. Okay. He's done many of Great Balls of Fire.
From
Cody.
the
He's done other
crew that
things.
brought you Jaws 3D.
It's about it's sci-fi film. The human race has been battling another alien race, lizard people. They're bitter enemies. Louis Gossett Jr. is the enemy, and Dennis Quaid is a human. They crash onto this planet, and they live together for like 5-10 years, and they become friends. But it's a good movie. It's a good little sci-fi. It's just a original movie that they don't make anymore. So yes, I grew up with that film, Jonah. I love it. Thank you for the super chat. And I don't think they should touch it. Leave it alone. That's how much I'd love it. Just don't do it because they'll do it wrong. Anyway,
If you're gonna remake a movie, it's either got to be a movie that absolutely nobody knows or remembers, or it needs to be if it's a classic that people love, you got to do something very different with it. I hate when they remake shit just to remake it.
yeah. And again, MC Hubert, thank you so much.
See you
Good
later.
night. Thank you for the super
You
chats.
have a good
Appreciate
night.
that.
Did you guys
Okay.
see that they're making a Roadhouse remake?
Again, I thought they were doing something with Ronda Rousey, and then that just kind
No,
of
it's Jake Gyllenhaal apparently, and it's going to be directed by Doug Liman, which is what interests me. That's the guy that did Born Identity and Edge of Tomorrow, and
If you can.
I think Conor McGregor's going to be in it or something like that, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I think I put a tweet out. Yeah, I did. I put a tweet out where I was just like, "Why the hell are they remaking this?" Wait, who's directing?
I'm in.
Let's see. Jake Gyllenhaal starring Roadhouse reboot gets green light at Prime Video.
I watched Roadhouse just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. It might be the first time I've ever watched it start to finish. I've seen most of the movie in pieces. It's definitely a product of its time.
Who is second from the left? There.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back.
No biggie. It's not that important. I was just.
Second from the left. She's
That is the
gorgeous.
chick that played the rat catcher in Suicide Squad.
Very
Oh.
underrated film. I love that movie, by the way.
Mm.
Yeah, one of my favorite scenes in Roadhouse is when Patrick Swayze is looking for this one guy, and then he's in the back with this girl. He's like, "I'm on break."
Stay on it.
You're fired.
I love the one where he sees the guys coming in, knows they're trouble, and they just block at the door. He's like, "Sorry, we're closed." He's like, "What are the hell all these people doing here? Drinking and having a good time." And then the guy goes to kick him. "You're too stupid to have a good time." Snap.
It is very cheesy. Even
Oh yes.
I saw it back in the
bar
day.
bouncer saves the world. It's like, okay.
Yes. Everybody wanted to be a bouncer after that movie, just like everybody
yeah.
wanted to be a bartender after Cocktail. It was like, nah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like,
How
whatever.
many movies are there where they watch? Usually cheesy '80s movies where somebody's like, after watching this, I want to do this.
All of them.
Yeah. It seems
I
like
wanted
the
to learn
80s have
karate.
the most- Yeah,
after
yeah.
Karate
Karate
Kid.
Kid. Yeah.
I wanted to join the army after Rambo, or no, after Commando. I wanted to break into, I love how this is a guy who was like what was his rank? I don't know, a colonel, whatever. He needs weapons, so he gets a dumpster and just rams through a building and just robs it. I'm like, come on, you could have went a better way to get the ammo. But then we
love that
wouldn't
movie
have
for how stupid
Arnold
it is.
behind a bulldozer. So it's like,
Oh,
we
yeah.
need that scene. Rocket launcher.
That's one of those movies that gets worse the more that they put it into HD, because with the Blu-rays, even just a regular Blu-ray, whenever I was going to kill you last, Sully, and he has him like by his leg, you can see the fucking cable like clear as day now,
Yeah.
and it just ruins it. It's like, God damn it, come on.
I lied.
I love that. That was one of my favorites growing up, Commando.
Totally random fact, but I'm going to bring it up. Back when I was in high school, we used to love that movie. And Terminator T2 came out, so everything I wore was Arnold. I bought a leather jacket of Wilson's Leather so I can be Arnold. And one day during free day in the gym, I go, "Hey, let's reenact that scene from Commando when they're at the mall and all the police and all the security on top of Arnold." And he just does that, and everyone flies away. Well, let's do that. So I had the entire football team on top of me, and I went, "Ah!" And everyone flew off. That's the shit we did back in the day.
He just rips the seat out of the fucking Porsche like it ain't shit. Sits
Yes.
down. Oh.
Oh God. Will Rudy be part of? Is that
Oh,
what you do?
that's
31
not too on the
videos.
spot.
No, it's a ranking video that we do. We typically only do it on Halloween, but we've been doing a couple extra ones here and there. Yes, at some point, I'm sure I'm going to invite him. I haven't done it lately because I know how Rudy is. He's just like CP.
Yeah,
And he needs a lot of extra time and he needs a lot of notice. So I would feel like I was a dick if I was like, hey, you want to join us? And he's like, oh, fuck. When's it due? Oh, shit. So.
He knows me and we've never met. That's exactly what would happen. I would have a nervous breakdown and break into shingles again because
exactly.
Seriously, man. But I will kind of going to what Cody said. I will admire Cody for this because I watch his videos and there's hardly any cuts. He just stands in front of a green screen and he just gives us pieces of his mind and he goes on. He never stutters. He may stutter once or twice, but it's great editing. But I admire the fact that you can speak, and communicate your thoughts and your ideas so effortlessly. While me, I wish, one day I'm just going to upload the outtakes of me just stuttering over my own damn mouth and tongue. To do an 8-minute video sometimes takes me an hour and a half. And it's so exhausting, dude. It's so exhausting. And again, it's my ADHD getting out of whack. So I was telling Cody, I recorded the Hulk video that I just showed earlier. And I don't know why, but just having my headset and talking to the mic calms me down. And I'm just better that way. Maybe it's because I was doing a podcast all last year and it kind of felt in my space and there's no distractions. Yeah. That's probably it. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't do that if you asked me. I'd be honored, but no, I couldn't do it. I'm not there yet.
Whenever we decide what we're going to do next Halloween, I'll let you know and give you like a year's notice.
Perfect.
Start writing now.
Yeah.
31 minutes? Is that how long it's got to be? What the fuck? No way, man. Let's see here. Rudy or CP, have you seen Nope? I thought it was okay. Then second watch yesterday, I didn't like it.
Nope.
You go first, CP.
Nope.
I saw it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a great Twilight Zone episode. It wasn't scary. It was beautifully shot. And Cody will name the actor, the guy who talks like this in every damn
Michael
movie.
Wincott.
I want to sound like him when I get older, And he had one of my favorite lines of the year so far is when they start filming the trap to capture that thing. How exquisitely stupid is this? I just thought that was amazing. So that man, back to the Crow, Alien Resurrection, anything he does, he owns. And there's my man crush. I have a man crush on his voice.
Oh yeah,
for sure. I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay.
It fits very comfortably in between Us and Get Out for me. I still think Get Out is pretty brilliant. Us just does not work for me. And Nope is right there in the middle, where he still has some of the problems that he had in Us, but not nearly to that level, to where it really feels like Jordan Peele thus far after Get Out. I don't think Get Out has this problem, but it feels like he's all about the message. He's all about the metaphor. He's all about the symbolism. And sometimes he will affect the credibility of his story and the logic to get there. And I just wish he would taper that back a bit, because Get Out to me achieved its message, achieved its symbolism and everything without compromising the story. Us, in my personal opinion, destroyed its credibility to try to get the metaphors and everything out. And Nope, just somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it was a good original movie that I'd appreciate.
Yeah,
that's what it was. After Rayman, I wanted to be autistic. Why did I put that up? Thanks, Patrick. You okay?
I do that all the time where I click and start reading. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Why did I do that? Yeah. This is true. Your mouth can't keep pace with your brain, Rudy. Yep, that's true. Sometimes that's exactly what happens.
I'm just a good bullshitter, so I can just keep talking and talking and talking, and it just sounds like I know what I'm talking about.
And you know what? I was at that level too, because before I got into the corporate world doing what I do, I was selling sunglasses at the mall. I was always a salesman, so I was always one of the best too. So talking to anybody, read them up and down.
Sir, can I talk to you? Wait, what are you doing? Fuck off!
Hey, what are you looking for today? Anything, And
the worst ones are the guys in the middle of Walmart trying to sell you like Xfinity's fucking subscriptions and shit. Like I had a guy one time. I it was the only time I almost lost my temper with somebody in sales. I'm usually very patient.
Yeah.
But I made the conscious choice. I saw them down the aisle and I literally went through the Blu-rays and around to avoid him. And he was just like, followed me in and like, hey, can I talk to you about it? I'm like, no, I'm busy. I got to go somewhere. Like, can I ask you what your cable? I'm like, no, you fucking can't. Leave me alone. Like, that's what I wanted to say.
Poor guy just trying to feed his family, Cody.
I get
Why
it.
you gotta be a jerk?
I get it. But I'm just like, oh, they even got my wife once where they're trying to talk to her and she's like, oh, my husband handles the thing. Well, can you call him? And I'm like, no, bitch, I can't. Fuck off.
Mhm. The key is don't make eye contact.
I
And
tried. That's what I
Yeah.
did. I made no, I was this going this way. And he was just like, ooh, you think you can get away? My tall ass, you could see my fucking head over all the aisles.
Yeah. I feel your pain. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm just gonna upload it just for reference and just put like some sympathy music behind that track or something like that. Let's see. Are y'all excited about Cobra Kai season 5 next month? Yeah,
Very.
me and my son enjoy it, so yeah, I like that time.
I think season 4 was my favorite, so I really love the return of Silver, so I'm looking forward to it.
Terry Silver was my favorite character back in the part 3. I loved him.
Me too.
Yeah.
Perfect amount of over the top mustache twirling.
I wanted my hair to grow long like him.
Yeah.
Like him. I like that. His knuckles bleeding. Yes.
I want him to experience pain.
Yes. Anyway, but yeah, Cobra Kai. I liked seasons 1, 2, 3 was okay, but then the kid who became paralyzed by falling off the second floor of the school, and then somehow gained his
the power of metal.
Yeah, the power of that. Twisted Sister, right?
Yeah. It wasn't even Twisted Sister. It was just Dee Snider.
God.
His solo band.
God bless Dee Snider, man.
Yeah, it has its silly moments. 3 was definitely the weakest season for me. I had a lot of issues with it when I first saw it. I've softened to it a bit, but I thought 4 was much better.
You want me? I'm gonna confess something about the 80s. You ready for this?
Ooh.
I know both of y'all are Caucasian, but get this: 80s movies had me hate white people for a while because I grew up in a poor Hispanic, black neighborhood with some Polish people. So I didn't know any white people. So all the references I had with white people were 80s movies, and you guys were the villains. In every movie I grew up with, The Karate Kid, Revenge of the Nerds.
Now we're getting back to that. Where we're always the villains.
Exactly. So I hated y'all. Like, they're always mean and rich. And even the outsiders, you know, I was a greasy Mexican with greasy hair and the socials, you know, all that stuff. So every movie you had y'all as the bad guys, man. Then I remember meeting y'all finally in high school.
Watched
like,
the Warriors, man.
I love the Warriors, man. Can you dig it?
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, that's the impression I had as a kid. And then I, you know, grew up and got my head out of my ass and like actually met people, and they're not like that. So isn't that funny how movies kind of had me think that way as a kid? So stupid.
No, I can't believe that people would actually be so narrow-minded like that and think that way about movies.
Well, as a kid, you're impressionable. I mean, as a young kid, like
an idea to me.
But yeah, I remember that as well. Man. Like, they're always the bad guy. He's like Better Off Dead. Like One Crazy Summer. Every movie. They were trying to buy land or something, or like.
But we were also the good guy in every movie in the 80s.
That too. That's true. That's true. And that's just, again, I would watch those movies, and like especially the Revenge of the Nerds, those rated R movies you weren't supposed to watch as a kid, but you're in your room.
That have not aged appropriately at all.
I know. Somebody said, well, they're going to reboot Back to the Future, and get this, the conundrum with that is like, let's say they make Marty a female because everything's gender swapping, right?
Yeah.
What did Marty have to do to his mom in part 1? So if you flip the roles, it'd be weird for Marty, girl Marty, to be with her. You see how that just kind of makes things kind of
just leave Back to the Future be.
Leave it alone.
Just
yeah, I know. You know how it is, but anyway. What are your top A24 movies?
You got one super chat above after this one, by the way.
Oh, did I miss it? Okay, I'll go to that in a second.
Pull stroke.
Again, man, pull stroke. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to dedicate the next video to you, man. The Witch for me. What else? 'Cause there's so many. I don't even know if they're A24 films, but I know, Cody, you said it's hit or miss for you, right?
Mostly miss. There's some A24 films that I don't even realize are A24 films. But when I think A24, I always think of things like It Comes at Night, where they do this very horror-centric trailer, and you watch it and you're like, this isn't a fucking horror movie, you assholes.
Okay.
X is definitely in there. Hopefully
Yes.
Pearl will be as well. Probably Hereditary. I believe that's A24.
Yes, Hereditary for me. The Ghost Story. Midsummer. There's The Witch, The Void, Ex Machina. I love
Ex Machina.
I can't give you a top
is in the
3.
conversation. Uncut Gems, I think, is A24. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. X
Yeah,
is number 1. I can tell you that much.
The Lighthouse is great. Killing of a Sacred Deer. They're my favorite studio right now, to be honest. A24. Everything they've done, for the most part, they've gained my trust. Yeah, I know it's hit or miss for you, but for me, like most of the, I love The Lobster was fun. They're just very different. And I know walking into those films, I'm going to get something that I'm completely original. That's what I love about it. Like, hey, they're giving me something completely off the wall.
They got that for sure.
Let's see here. But yeah, those are mine. Let me go to that super chat real quick. I think I missed it. Let's see. Okay. Again, Pool Stroke again. Cody, when will you drop the teaser for the next 31 on 31? Would love to check out some of the movies before the ranking. Always look forward to the events.
I'll have a teaser for the one that we're doing this month very soon, because I just got the graphic. That's what I was waiting on. And then we will probably announce what Halloween's is going to be when we drop this month's 31 on 31.
Very cool. Very cool. How long have you been doing that? How many years?
Since 2018. We did it. It was kind of a happy accident. It was, I had reviewed the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise and the Friday the 13th franchise. And then I was reviewing Halloween leading up to Halloween 2018. And so I had the idea, it'd be cool to just like push all of these franchises together and rank all of them just as like a celebration that I got through all 3 of them. And so I invited CP and Brian and, the group that we used to stream with, and to make it like a group thing. And then CP had the little light bulb moment. He's like, there's 31 of these movies and we're doing it on October 31st. And so his marketing brain came up with 31 on 31, which is now the #1 video on my channel. Thank God. It's not that shitty Halloween ranking anymore. And the next year at Halloween, we're like, let's do it again, but we'll do it with like the next level of slashers, like the B team. So we did Psycho and Child's Play and Evil Dead. And then we started branching out and doing a couple other genres. But every Halloween is kind of the big one of the year, where we figure out some theme. We did creature features 2 years ago. We did like haunting possession movies last year. This year we've got a pretty cool idea. We want to do like a vampire and werewolf one at some point. So we find different franchises that add up to 31 and then rank them all together on Halloween.
That is so time consuming, and it sounds badass though. I mean, it sounds like it sounds like that's your annual event, right? That's like your big thing.
Yeah.
It's the perennial. It's like tradition at this point. It's like it's its own thing. Like people know it and ask for it by name. It's
and there's a lot of people that do their own versions that don't like acknowledge where it came from or anything. They're like, I'm doing my 31 on 31. I'm like, yeah, where'd you get that name from, bitch?
I'm gonna rip it off to like 21 on 21. So
yeah.
10 less, but
somebody did do that, didn't they? Didn't they do like, I'm doing 31 on 31, but I'm actually only doing 18, and it's just like, what?
Yeah.
Do you know
31 on 18?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, something about Halloween brings out the creative side for me. Like, I'll just share my screens. This video here, for those watching, it's I called it my first annual Halloween special, where I reviewed The Fly with my girlfriend. But at the end, I surprised everybody with a homemade Silent Hill movie. That's how big I went on this. So this is my first time behind the lens. That not in the bedroom, but first time behind the lens making a like a fucking movie. So that was a lot of fun. I might do something like that again. I was supposed to do something Scream related last year, because Scream had just come out and I wanted to do something tied to that. But I might do something again. I like making films like that. So
how many times behind the lens have you been?
In the bedroom or in the bed? Oh, that's gentlemen don't tell those type of secrets, sir.
Not while they're live, anyway.
Exactly. I'll send you the link to my Drive account later. Anyway.
Yeah.
Connor, again. Thank you, sir. Where's my applause button? Thank you. Thank you. All right. He says, prediction for Halloween Ends. Okay. It will be revealed that Michael Myers was possessed by the demon Samhain.
Samhain.
Did I just say fish? Salmon? And Seaman has moved on
Seaman?
to someone else. Seaman. And Laurie Strode and Michael Myers have to team up to kill the demon.
Yeah.
The matchup that we never saw coming.
Hmm?
Yeah.
That's that. I'll take that. What do y'all think? Samhain.
Look, I want at this point I want one of two
Take a breath.
things. I either want an ending that's going to be fucking awesome and satisfy the hell out of me, or I want an ending that's going to piss the fan base off more than anything that has ever happened. So one of those two extremes.
One
is what I
extreme or
want.
the other. No middle ground. God damn, Cody.
I don't want anything that's gonna be like, oh, okay, that was kind of lame. I want something that's like I'm either gonna like love or I'm gonna laugh my ass off and be like, I can't fucking wait to see the internet rip itself apart.
Just self-implode on itself, right? Yeah.
Yep. I just sit back and watch, going.
Yeah. So I don't have any predictions. I know the script or the endings out there on the internet if I want to find it. I just gonna leave it alone. I'm sure there'll be some killing, and there'll be an
I would
end.
hope so.
That's all I know.
Be pretty bold if they decide not to. Wait, was there any fucking
They
kills?
subverted our expectations with no kills.
We got the kills out in the second movie, you simpleton.
Yeah,
Just somebody giving out candy. Just
Mhm.
that's it. 90 minutes. Oh, it's regular Halloween.
Now he's turning us into monsters.
I have that for Cody.
Evo buys a Sprite.
You. Oh man, yeah, Halloween. Like I said, I'm glad this one's coming up where it's going to be done for at least for the next 5-6 years before they reboot
You
it again.
would hope so.
Yeah, it's just like enough already. What can the formula? Like I said, it's creatively bankrupt. What else can they do? I mean, other than just going totally out of left field. And I still haven't seen Halloween 2, like I said I was. Just the Rob Zombie version. I want to revisit that again. But yeah, I just get it over with. I want something original. Like the Black Phone was great. I bought it, believe it or not. I bought it on the video on demand, whatever it's called. But yeah, I need more of that. I want maybe Pearl will be the next one. I don't know.
Fucking A, man.
That'd be great, man.
I'm definitely more excited for stuff like that nowadays.
Yep. Enticed tonight. Matthew, what's up? Yeah, Matthew's a good guy. He follows me everywhere, even on my TikTok account. Or I talk about dating and stuff like that. You guys want to talk about dating advice?
Can we?
No,
Can we please not talk about Halloween?
honestly could. I hope it's something that pisses off the fans. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean,
I hope it's not, but like I said, if it's not going to be an awesome ending, just go the other way with it. Then don't give me something that I'm going to be like, okay, fine.
Thoughts on the movie Call Me by Your Name? It's one of my favorites. I haven't seen it. I heard it's great. I think one of the actors was nominated for Best Actor.
I don't even.
It was,
I can't picture
it
what
was
it is.
nominated for a couple of awards.
Yeah, I hear it's great, but
And it also
I have
had
not
the
seen it.
cannibal in it.
CP, I want to ask you this. You mentioned rape movies or something like that. Are you making these or do you watch them?
I beg your pardon, sir?
the last films, not actual, like, you know what I'm saying? Like we talked about it on the last live, something about these films. And I remember the first time we met on Cody's channel, you mentioned you're gonna have your mom watch a Serbian film.
I have a lasting impression on people.
Yeah, especially when you say Serbian film. Because
Yeah.
I know there's a list of those films. You know, you see that iceberg meme in Serbian films right here, and then there's others.
I've reviewed about 11 of those movies.
And those are ones that you can't buy in the UK, right? These are like
So yeah, some of them are banned. Some of them are they have infamy for reasons, and I watch them and review them. And
I'm gonna start watching.
They do quite well.
Yeah. So give me. What are you laughing at, Cody?
Because I still remember when CP came to me with that idea. He's like, I think I'm going to do this thing where like I'm going to just find a really fucked up movie and review it. And then it succeeded. And so he did another one. And then he got stuck. And he's like, fuck, I got to keep doing these now. And so it's like he's covered every movie I've ever heard of that's like a video nasty. And he's onto the ones I haven't heard of where I'm just like, holy shit, okay.
What are your top 4 or top 3 films that you just don't even watch it because once you see it, your brain will not unsee it?
Top. You mean movies that I refuse to go back to? Is that
yeah,
what you're
they're
to
that
say?
bad. Yeah.
Salo is atrocious.
Okay. I'm over here Googling it. Salo.
Sallow or 120 Days of Sodom is the full title.
Oh my God.
I mean,
That's
Cannibal
sodomy in the
Holocaust
title.
is just
I've heard Cannibal Holocaust is not worth near the hype.
it isn't.
I saw it. It's not. It's got a great score. I love the score. He knows what I'm talking about.
There was this guy on TikTok. I don't know if you remember, where he got like labeled as like the horror gatekeeper. He did a video where he's like, "Oh, you're not a horror fan if you do that. You're not a horror fan if you do this." And he's like, "But if you really want," he's like, "if you really want a movie that's gonna fuck with you," and then I remember I saw a woman's reaction. She was reacting to it, and so she was intercutting herself. She's like, "Oh, if you do this, you're not a horror fan." She's like, "Just shut up." And he's like, "Oh, but if you really want a movie," she's like, "Don't fucking say it." And he's like, "Cannibal Holocaust." She's like, "I knew you're gonna fucking say it." And he's like, "You can't even find it unless you go in the dark web." She's like, "It's literally on Amazon Prime." And she just keeps everything that he says. She just battles.
Someone, when I don't know, back a few years ago when the Fire Stick, you can buy one that's hacked and you can download this app
Still
to see
can.
any movie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I saw a not Cannibal Corpse. That's a heavy death metal band. Cannibal Holocaust. And it was okay. But the thing that really disturbed me more than anything was the animal scenes where they really kill animals.
They actually do get.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, like that. It pissed me off more than anything because it's real. And they did a turtle and a monkey. I'm like, what the hell's
Another
going on?
reason why that movie has infamy is because of the actual.
Yeah, didn't the director get like held up by the law because they thought that he actually made like that's the only reason why it has the legacy is because of what happened, not what's actually on screen. From what I understand.
But I will say this: the last thing with the people that get killed, they had it coming. They were dicks. Let's just say that.
Yeah,
they had it coming. But the way they shot it, it looked fucking real, dude.
Oh yeah, sure.
It looked great. I'm like, what the hell?
They did a fantastic job. You have to remember that this movie's 40 something years old.
Yeah.
And people, it looked like it was a regular old documentary crew and, pre-internet.
Yeah.
You watch this movie, you're like, holy shit, these people got killed. Like
it looks that good.
Yeah. And then Blair Witch Project said, hold my beer. And I'd rather watch Blair Witch Project for this similar
found footage.
Yeah. I mean, you remember, Rudy, when Blair Witch came out, people thought that they were actually dead too.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I went to the theater that night thinking it was real footage, and that's what made it terrifying to me.
Right. So it was, for my money, I'd rather if we're going for an explicit experience, I'd rather watch Blair Witch than Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
Of those two movies. Human Centipede 2 is fucking gnarly as fuck.
It's disgusting. It didn't really mess me up.
Gore.
It just like disgusted me.
Yeah.
I saw part one. Part one gave me a nightmare because it's kind of like a messed up situation to be in, dude.
Yeah.
Feed.
It's yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, yeah.
It's one of those party movies where you ask your friends like, oh, what part would be the worst part to be? And you just fucking ask around, and obviously the front is the best part to be because at least you have your mouth. You get to fucking talk.
If you had to choose, right?
Right.
I don't have to swallow shit every day.
Yeah.
Exactly.
God damn.
Yeah. Those are the type of movies like pretty much every movie that CP has reviewed at this point where I know this much about it and I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't need to watch it. Like there's a certain group of horror fans, particularly, they're like, what, you gotta experience it, like what the fuck, you're not man enough. And it's like, no, I don't. How do you know until you watch it? I don't need to.
Yeah.
I know enough about fucking Serbian film where I'm like, yeah, I don't need that image, thank you.
I don't need
even
to
if
hear
it
that
ends
or
up
see
being a better movie than I thought it could be, I don't need that.
I actually like it when I'm actually surprised. I'm like, oh, that was actually like a movie. That was a movie. It was
There's
just
the,
shock content.
Had something to say.
There's that side of me, like growing up, the video that you had to see was Faces of Death.
Oh, yep. I was just
That
gonna
was
bring
the
that up.
movie that you had to see, and somebody had a copy of it, and your neighbor's cousin's brother, and
Yep.
you all went to check it out because it was like they're really
Yeah.
getting killed in the. You got to check this out. Then you find out later, years later, it
Yeah.
was fake. But at the
Look
time,
at the monkey at the dinner table.
it had this urban legend that you had to see
Yeah.
it. So I think those films that CP's reviewing, that part of the brain, my brain, kind of wants to see that. But then again, I don't need that in my head anymore. But I'm at the point now that I'm so desensitized with horror. Nothing freaks me out anymore. And it's like a drug. Like I need to get more. Like I need to get that.
I've watched enough of these where the gore it doesn't matter. It's the sexual assault that I'm
Yeah, that's
enough. Like I know this is fiction. Like I can't. I mean, I've made movies. Like I can't imagine like being on set and being like, all right, guys, we're gonna do another take of the good old assault scenes. So places and
do it again.
No,
The lights weren't
harder.
set right.
Cry more.
Yeah, I'm not believing it. I'm not believing it. You gotta thrust harder and more crying, please. More crying.
Grab her throat. Be like, yeah. The last movie that actually affected me, talking about being desensitized, the last movie that really affected me was the first Hostel. Some people might laugh at that, but genuinely, when I saw that one, me and my dad went to go see it, and all I knew about it was like they were advertising Quentin Tarantino's name like a motherfucker, and
he produced it, right, or something.
Yeah, something. So I was just like, I don't know, it looks like it might be cool, some new horror movie. So we went to go see it, and that movie was just so uncomfortable with just the way that they just were so graphic with the torture scenes. Like we left the movie and just felt wrong. Like we felt like we watched people
saw
get
something
killed.
Yeah.
And to the point where before we went to the movie, we went to Best Buy, and I had picked up the Seven Dust greatest hits because I just started getting into them, and I was like, oh cool, just get this. And they're pretty heavy, at least for the time they were pretty heavy, some of the earlier stuff. So we watched the movie, and we're walking all quiet back to the fucking truck, not like saying a word to each other. And we get into the truck, and all of a sudden the music starts playing. And my dad was just like, nope, no ancient vibes. we just drove home, listened to the wind. We were just like, it wasn't scary, but it was just something about like how graphic it was and how brutal. It was just like, what the fuck did we just watch? Like we watched it, we're like, I would never buy that movie. I'll never watch it again. And then it came out on DVD, and we're like, let's go buy that movie and watch it again. But yeah, I'm with you. I remember like, even when I saw the Texas Chainsaw remake, I had never seen anything like that at that point. That to this day, that's still the scariest theater experience that I've ever had. Me and my dad, me and my dad, middle of a day on like Sunday with like 3 other people in this dark ass theater. Like it freaked us the fuck out, and I've never had that experience since.
Really,
kind of want it again.
Yeah,
I need
nothing scares me. Somebody fucking scare me.
The last
Hereditary was the one that everybody was hyping up, like this fucking movie, and then I watched it, and I was just like, yeah, it's creepy, but
goddamn, how many movies have been ruined for you, man, because they hyped it up?
A lot. Since being on the internet, a lot.
Because Hereditary was a good experience for me. Like I walked out, like I got to go to church tomorrow. That's how bad I felt, man. But it was great.
We used to be in a
street poll was like that was pretty good for me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say me and CP used to be in a Facebook group where every movie would get ruined for you if you logged on.
Goddamn social media. A question for you, Jonah from Canada again. Thank you so much for the super chat, Cody. I will never forget how hard you were hit after your Halloween 2018 review, and seemed discouraged after that. Were you tempted to be less honest in future reviews? That's a deep question.
No.
There you go.
If anything, I was tempted to be even harsher. Yeah, that was rough. I haven't really had that experience yet. I mean, I have movies where I know, like when I drop my Prey review, I'm like, I know a third of these comments are just going to be like woke trash, but I know to expect it at this point, and I just stay away from the comment section.
Was that your Robbie Harvey situation like I had?
I mean, I had death threats. I had people telling me I should have aborted my kids. I had for like a month. It was just constant. It was like I gave the worst opinion. I gave the movie a 3.5 out of 5. I might as well have said it's the worst fucking thing I've ever seen. But yeah, it was rough. But no, I was not tempted. to be
The
less honest.
stalwart of the community had your back, so everything was fine.
Yeah, exactly. And then as Halloween Kills came out, and everybody was like so split by that one. They're like, "Yeah, you're right," and I'm like, "Oh yeah,
Now you come around.
yeah, exactly." Well, actually, people were coming around on 2018 by like the end of a year after that. They were like, the fucking rose-colored glasses were starting to fade a little bit, and I was like, "Yeah, I was there day one, you fucks." But no, I was never tempted
This
to
video
be.
is a year old, you shitheads.
Yeah, I was never tempted to be less honest. To me, there's no point. If I ever get to a point where I feel like I can't be honest, then you just won't see me on YouTube anymore.
And that's you, a grown man. Imagine a young teenager, a 20-year-old, maybe a 14-year-old who started a YouTube channel. Imagine them, how they would react to that type of pressure.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that we were.
That's a horrible thing, man. Yeah,
that's the thing that we were talking about when we did that stream with Sean. We were talking
Yeah.
about influencers and stuff, and that's what I was saying. Like that's an example of things that you're just supposed to accept. That if it was in a real life situation, you would be involving police and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it wears on you sometimes.
Yeah, people are big and bad when they're hiding behind a keyboard and you can't see their face.
Oh yeah, always do little streams about you and shit, and it's just like okay.
Ain't like the old days. Say it to my face. Say it in front of me. They won't.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't.
Connor, thank you again for the $2 super chat. Are you excited for the next Ghostbusters sequel? I am. I Ghostbusters is near and dear to my heart. I got so many damn props over here. I really enjoyed Afterlife. Like I said, I cried in the theater. That's how hard it hit me. And I was really not looking forward to the CGI Harold Ramis because I knew they were going to blow it. And I knew it was going to look horribly bad and it was going to just look fake and stupid. But no, for whatever reason, that's probably the best CGI I've seen of a human who's no longer with us ever in any film.
Yeah.
And they executed it perfectly. And like I said, I teared up. So I'm curious what they're going to be, where they're going to go, especially with the Reitmans still involved. The son and his dad, I think, are still involved in the production.
Well,
So
Dad's dead.
Holy shit, that's right. Fuck. Well, his son's going to be directing it right now. So yeah. So anyway,
I'm very curious
Yeah.
because I really enjoyed Afterlife. I'm somebody that does not like Ghostbusters 2. Apparently, that's a hot take, which I would have never guessed.
I don't like it either.
2016 Ghostbusters
Sucked.
No thanks. So yeah, Ghostbusters Afterlife to me was a very pleasant surprise, and I'm really looking forward to what they're going to do next, because very obviously to the detriment of some people's experience, Ghostbusters Afterlife had to kind of stick to nostalgia and had to kind of recreate some of the events and some of the beats of the first film. Now that they've gotten that out of the way, I'm very curious what they're going to do with the next one, because I doubt they're going to do that again. I don't think there's going to be a painting and floating babies in this one. So we're going to have carte blanche. Take it where you want.
Statue of Liberty.
Yep.
Bring it on.
Joshua Nelson. My name was supposed to be Joshua. My mom wanted to name me Joshua. But my dad said, no, name him Rodolfo, like me. Rodolfo is my real name. That's Rudy in Spanish. But no one could ever say it. They call me Rudolph. And then get this, when I would hit puberty, I would always get a pimple on my nose. Not the whitehead one, but the red one. And my nose would turn red every fucking Christmas, man. It was torture. And
I used to
took advantage of that.
I used to get those pimples underneath the skin on the top of my nose, and you would get all red and sore, and you barely able to touch it. And my grandma called me Rudolph once. I was like, stop.
Yeah, well, imagine being named Rodolfo and then calling you Rudolph. So it's harder. But anyway, just call me Rudy. So anyway, I'm going by Rudy. Anyway, Joshua, thoughts on the Expendables? I love part 1. It was rated R, and it brought back that 80s action gore. I actually walked out of part 3. I was so disappointed with it. That's the last movie I've ever walked out of was Expendables 3. I was just was disgusted with it. But I love part 1.
I adore the first one, especially the director's cut, which I don't know if is still in print, but there was a quick little Blu-ray that came out once where Stallone did a recut of it. That's even better. But the first one's exactly what it was advertised as. It was a throwback, ultra violent, ultra bloody 80s, 90s action film with all of these fucking like the Avengers of the 80s. And I think that for what it was a damn good movie. If you were expecting it to be anything highbrow whatsoever, you walked in with completely the wrong expectations. I've never understood a lot of the criticisms that movie gets, where they're like, everything they say about it, I'm like, yeah, no shit. That's what they said it was going to be. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The second film I hated because it watered down everything that I loved about the first one, and supposedly it was because they had to appease Chuck Norris. They had to make sure that it was no profanity and things like that because he wouldn't be in the movie. I don't know if that's valid or not, but that's what I heard when the movie came out. Aside from having Jean-Claude Van Damme as the bad guy, I didn't like that movie at all. The third film, I thought that Mel Gibson was fucking awesome in that movie. This is back when we still didn't really see him very much. So when he came back, it was like, oh, cool, Mel's back. But the choice to sideline all of the Expendables and bring in Ronda Rousey and these like 20-somethings, I'm like, what the fuck do you think we're here to see?
Yeah. And plus, it was PG-13. It wasn't R.
Yeah. So yeah, they did the same thing, but it was like, what do you think the fucking concept is? Like, we're not here to see Sylvester Stallone and a couple of new bucks. Like, we're here to see all these old fuckers kill people. That's why we're here. And so I'm curious what this fourth one's going to be. The first one was the only one that got it right for me. And if it's going to be PG-13,
I'm out.
You're missing the point.
And I love Stallone. Anything he does, he's a fantastic writer. And I love what he does. And I love what he has done. Rocky's one of my favorite characters of all movies. He's one of the most relatable protagonists ever. And the fact that he not only wrote that, but brought it on screen, I love the guy. But again, if part 4 is anything like 3, then I'm not even going to be interested at all.
I'm looking forward to Samaritan.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah,
that looks really good. This is an interesting question. Tommy Benson says, Rudy, what are your subs? You're awesome and could work with B casting. I don't know what that means. Cody, does YouTube give your subs to that Sean dude? Okay. You should have way more. You rock. CP, why aren't you a serial killer in every movie? Ever.
A lot of different questions.
You're asking about my subs?
Let me talk about mine. Where are my subs? Well, like, again, I'm at, I think I'm approaching 5,000, and that's on me because I've only got maybe 180 videos up. And like we mentioned earlier in the live, I don't know if you were there, it takes me forever to make a video. I just can't hit record and just shoot from the hip. I'm a perfectionist, which sucks because it paralyzes me sometimes as far as my effort. And sometimes I'll have a video 90% done and I'll just scrap it, just like Warner Brothers did with Batgirl.
No,
I'm like that because I'm so particular with what I put out in public. So I only have another 189 videos up, and again, they'll come. I owe it to them to produce more. And I see Cody and Sean, everybody, they have like 2,000 videos up practically. Am I rounding up? And that's effort, man. I mean, that's a lot of videos. That's a lot of work. So they deserve all the accolades and the numbers they get. So that's hard fucking work, so all that credit goes to them. So they'll come. Cunt?
Content?
Why would you say that?
Quantity isn't quality.
True, but
you got to have a balance. I've seen
this
channels.
is years. This is what, 2016. This is what, 8 years of just work.
Yeah.
So 8 years, 2,000 videos. Hey, that's work, But you're right. I've seen some channels have 200 videos up and they have like 1 million subs. It all depends on what you deliver. But I'm just saying their hard work has put them where they're at and they deserve it. So that's what I'm saying. And as far as, go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, no, I know it's a joke. I mean, me and Sean just have very different paths on YouTube. I mean, Sean tapped into the MCU just as it was really hitting its peaks. Sean by default also appeals a lot more to children than I do, so he's got a much wider range of people that enjoy his channel. I mean, most of the people that I see that like even when we went to MegaCon, we're younger people. I made the very deliberate decision to focus my channel on horror and being able to talk more about older films. And it's because most of the newer films don't excite me as much. There's some, but I love the fact that I can do a review series on a 40-year-old franchise and hit what I would expect my views to be. Where I've even done some collabs with Sean doing like Terminator or Predator or something like that. And his viewers don't tend to like the older stuff. If he does a review on Terminator, it tends to perform lower than mine or close to mine, even though he's got, what 3 times the amount of subs at this point. So it's just very different markets. Sean's going for the newer stuff. He likes to talk about blockbusters and things that get a little bit more attention, where mine's a little more niche. So I'm playing more the long game. My subs have come in time, but I'm never going to be that channel that goes viral and skyrockets. That's not really the thing that I'm doing. Nor is it the thing that Sean's doing. You see the channels like Mr. Beast and all them that just try to kind of figure out what's going to go viral. And I don't think that's really what any of our channels are trying to do. So it just depends on the audience that's available. The horror and the throwback audience is significantly smaller than, the Disney and the Marvel and the animated films and everything that Sean typically covers.
Mm-hmm. And CP, why aren't you a serial killer in every movie?
Just, my agent hasn't really been able to work things out. So
I hear you, man.
Listen, to be a serial killer in every movie ever, like you know, the Disney movies,
yeah,
my subs are coming too. Thanks for the question.
How many subs do you have? You have like 10,000, right? 8,000? 7,000? 5?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Say something. Your silence is hurting me.
Uh-oh.
His screen froze. Oh, so it wasn't intentional. That's so fucking eerie.
It's that face. It's like, what did I do?
Oh, okay.
Did I just get kicked out?
No, you froze.
Are you back? You were that was so fucking weird.
That was creepy, dude.
You were froze like this for like a good 35 seconds, and then as soon as we started questioning you, it did like fast forward mode where you were like,
yeah,
no, and then you just, am I froze? What the fuck?
I thought I pissed him off. Like, shit, Cody. What did I do?
Under 7, just under 7.
Okay, there you go. Okay, cool.
Million.
Again, Connor, with the super chat. Thank you. Jason Blum claims he can bring back Robert Englund for one more nightmare movie. I'd be down for it. I wouldn't. I don't want anybody else playing that role. And again, for those who don't know, I was Robert Englund's assistant for a whole weekend here in San Antonio, and I have a photo of him.
Awesome.
And he is by far one of the most intelligent men I've ever met when it comes to film. He is a historian, talking about silent era films and inspirations. And this guy had a line the entire weekend. And the fact that he was so on, and everybody that came about, he gave them 100% energy. Like, he didn't rush you. You were the center of the universe when you talked to him.
And with my one experience at cons, that's very rare.
Yeah. This man was just fucking amazing.
Next.
Yeah, he was just the bomb. This one guy asked me, just a quick story. He's, hey, I want to propose to my girlfriend in front of Robert Englund. You think he'd let me do that? And I talked to his agent, and she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, he wants to propose to his girlfriend in front of Robert. And Robert, like, yeah, sure. And so he gave him the time. It's like, hey, Jesse wants to tell you something,
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man.
And then
my wife would hate me, and I would be like, that was so cool, wasn't it? She'd be like, no.
Yeah. And every woman that was pregnant, he's like, it's a boy. It was just, he's fucking awesome, man.
That's fucking cool, man.
So if they bring him back, they got my money. He's that great of a man. He totally won me over. What do y'all guys think?
I can completely take or leave it. I'm a massive Nightmare on Elm Street fan. I'm a massive Robert Englund fan, but I am of the opinion that he has done enough. He's been saying for well over a decade, almost 2 at this point, that he doesn't want to do anymore. He's done. He wants them to pass the torch to somebody else. Is there some appeal to them doing a legacy sequel for Robert Englund and getting one back? I mean, yeah, I'll be the first fucking one in line. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think we need that. I just don't think. I'm not of the opinion that there's nobody out there that can play Freddy Krueger but Robert Englund. I just think that the one guy that they got, they gave him a shit movie to prove himself in.
He's from San Antonio, by the way, that actor.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that if you get an actor that was in the position that Robert Englund was in back in 1984, to where he's this underknown actor that can literally disappear into the role. Don't get somebody we recognize. Don't get somebody that we all know, because we're just going to see that guy in Freddy makeup. Get somebody we don't know, like Bill Skarsgård when he played Pennywise. We're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Mm-hmm.
I really think that they could do that. The reason I don't really think that they need to do one of these movies with Robert Englund is because even if Jason Blum can convince him to do one more, you're only getting one. And so then after you do the one, you got to turn around and reboot it again. So you might as well just fucking do it now and leave Robert alone.
What if they did like a passing of the torch like Candyman? That was very clever.
There's an element of that I could get behind, but I don't think fans would tolerate it. I think that fans are already belligerent enough about the Robert Englund thing. I mean, to where I'm just telling you what I've seen online. To where when you talk about this, you have two very passionate sides. You have they could probably do it to somebody else, and then no, nobody but Robert, and all of those people that are that passionate. It doesn't matter if Robert Englund had an hour of screen time in the movie. That wasn't fucking enough. This new guy sucks. It just
like they wouldn't even give him a chance, right? Because it's Robert or nothing.
I mean, I'm right there. Like I'm with you. I think that the Candyman from last year was really good, but I was actually one of those people that also said like, yeah, this was cool, and I think there was a clever idea the way that they did the multiple Candymen, but that was not enough Tony Todd for me. And so even just that, even my very casual Candyman fandom, I'm like, no, I don't know. So you get Nightmare fans, that's going to be extrapolated.
Are they worse than Halloween fans?
No.
No, Halloween is
I'll say this. I'll be fair. I am fascinated to see what the fandom does whenever we finally do get a new Nightmare film and we finally do get a Friday the 13th film, because for as many hot takes as I have regarding somebody else can play Freddy, Jason Goes to Hell is actually really entertaining. I like Jason X. The Friday the 13th remake is the best in the franchise to me. Like, those fan bases should be having my fucking head on a pike, but I've never had that experience with either of them. It's just Halloween. So I'm fascinated if either of these franchises get back into the forefront again, if I'm going to be proven wrong, or if I'm going to be like, look how much everybody gets along, even though we got 3 new Nightmare on Elm Street fans. Fucking learn. Like,
yeah, the Halloween fan base is like the Star Wars fan base of horror. Like, why are you so toxic? Like, just take it easy.
Yeah.
Like, you have new stuff. Enjoy it. You fucking spoiled brats.
Yeah.
Why do you think they are toxic, by the way? Do you think they have a sense of ownership because they grew up with it? Or why do you think they are toxic the way they are? I'm just curious what you guys like.
I don't quite get it, to be honest with you. Maybe they're just spoiled because they have all the new movies right now and they're kind of the top of the slasher horror at the moment, so they feel like they're allowed to show their ass a bit. I really don't know, but I didn't really feel that the fan base was toxic until I did my Halloween 2018 review.
Oh, okay.
And then after that, it was just like after Halloween 2018 came out, that group of people have been the loudest portion of the Halloween fan base. So it's I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. I mean, it's to the point where if you even say anything negative or critical at all about certain movies in that franchise, it's like you're public enemy number one. And it's just like, what the fuck? You guys, you had Resurrection, you had Halloween 5, you had, it's weird. I don't get it.
For Rudy, sleep kills Freddy Krueger.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and he actually had, that's the real deal, like set piece, like the cling one, like the metal one. That's it there. So again, super cool dude. I had more hair and I was thinner there, but there you go. And that I wasn't paid, but I got free photo and free merch from him. So that's my
shit. I would work all fucking weekend if I got a free photo with Robert Englund, man. There's like a list of maybe 5 or 6 people that I would be like fanboying the fuck out if I got to just meet or talk with them or take a picture with them. And he's definitely on that list.
Yeah, super cool dude. Again, if he's anywhere near Savannah, go check him out, dude. He's that good. Awesome dude.
I'm sure it's a long fucking wait to be in his line too.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. We have another super chat here. Devon Lott, what movie have you walked out requesting your money back? I never asked for money back, but believe it or not, 2 movies for me. I just said Expendables 3, and believe it or not, Heat in the 90s. The De Niro and
you better have had to shit or something.
No, it was with I went with my sister and her husband. They were fighting, and the energy just ruined the whole experience. And we left after that scene. He goes, "I'm sorry, I'm late, and the chicken's overcooked." That one scene, they wanted to leave. I'm like, okay, I guess. We left, and then I saw it on VHS, and I'm like, fuck.
I'll never fucking forgive you. I've only walked out of 2 movies in my life. One of them was my choice. One of them was not my choice. When I was 12, my dad was dating this woman, and her daughter, one of her daughters, was about my age, but she was not a fan of horror movies. She was very squeamish. any kind of violence or blood whatsoever, she would act like she was going to pass out. I mean, it was so fucking annoying. It was like it totally raining on my parade. So all of us went to go see, I don't know if you guys remember that movie From Hell with Johnny Depp. It was like the Jack the Ripper movie.
I didn't see it.
It's not really worth seeing. But anyway, we watched it, and we were about 20 minutes in, and it's stylized, but it's pretty graphic with, it's showing shines on the blade and everything. And if you know the details of Jack the Ripper, you know what they suggest happens.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh my God. Oh my God. And so I'm sitting there. I'm like, shut up, bitch. Watch the movie. Like, I wanted to watch it. And so I'm sitting there, and they're like going in and out of the theater, and I'm just waiting. And then finally my dad comes in. He's like, hey, come on, we got to go. And so we left that one. I eventually watched the movie on DVD. It wasn't really that great, but nonetheless, I that was not my choice. The only movie that I walked out of by choice was the first Grown Ups, the Adam Sandler movie.
Oh God.
Me and my buddy that I worked with.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, when I worked, I was like 19 or something when that movie came out, and I worked at a skating rink. And me and my best friend at the time, we had gotten a little tipsy and went to go watch it. And the movie was even less funny drunk, which is weird because usually when you get inebriated, you laugh at more.
Yeah.
But we were watching it, and it was just like we sat there the whole movie, and we're just like this isn't funny. Like, this just really feels like they don't give a fuck and they're trying really hard. We made it all the way to the point where they went to the water park, and Steve Buscemi goes off his feet and does the little zip line thing, and then we left after that.
I can't stand those movies. Any Adam Sandler movie, I can't watch.
I was Adam Sandler was up there with like Arnold Schwarzenegger when I was growing up, where anything he did was like an event film to me. Up until about when I was a senior in high school or starting college, like right about the time in between Click and Zohan is where his movies stopped being funny for me.
Yeah.
To where it just felt like it's like he gets money and he takes his friends off to a vacation, and they just make a movie while they're out there fucking around, and then people buy it.
That's what they do.
Yeah. And so, it's disappointing because the guy's extremely talented. I mean, even when you see him do dramatic work, it's like, dude, what the fuck? But even his comedies, like I love Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, Wedding Singer is my favorite. Like all those classic 90s, early 2000s movies, I'm like, man, these are fucking classics. And then it's like a switch went off, and suddenly that
got lazy.
Switch.
Yeah, he got lazy, and that man-child shtick just stopped being funny because it's like, dude, you're 50 now. Yeah.
No, he does. Have you walked out of any films, CB?
Oh, I used to manage a movie theater, so yes, quite a bit.
Really?
Most recently, Emily, my wife, wanted to leave 2019's Black Christmas, and I had to hold her down. I had to hold her down. I'm like, we need to make content. Just sit down. It was like 10 minutes in, she's like, I can't with this fucking movie.
Opening crawl. She's like, fuck it, I'm out. Which is so funny because that movie is like super feminist, like super women are awesome and men suck. So you would think it would be the opposite. You think you'd be like, oh, fuck this shit. And she'd be like, let's see what they have to say. But like, it was that's so awesome that it was the opposite, where she's like, no.
Dude, it was like 10 minutes, whatever, like when they, the whatever period apparatus that they were talking about. She's like, I can't, I just can't. And I'm like, Emma, we need to make content.
For everybody watching Black Christmas 2019, that is a woke movie. Use that as your litmus test from now on.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
That bad, huh?
I mean, it's fucking horrible, dude. It's one of like I don't typically try to stick to hyperbole. Black Christmas 2019 is still, if I was to make like top 5 worst movies that I've seen since I've been on YouTube, it's easily in that list.
Yeah.
It's all message, all agenda, all like the whole movie is literally like somebody getting in your face. Like, have you seen that TikTok, or like, I guess whenever they did the Roe versus Wade, the chick's like, my choice, my choice. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
The movie is like that. It's like having somebody in your ear like, women are awesome, men fucking suck. Deal with it. And it's just 90 minutes of that using the Black Christmas name, which has already been sullied once.
Yeah. It's that movie that, like, when people cry woke, it like that movie is it. So when everybody says everything is woke, it's like it's white noise, and it's like well, here's an example of it, but because you call everything else woke, this just gets blended in with everything else. And this is the time to complain. And instead it's just kind of blended with the rest of the nonsense. But it deserves to be called that because it's so heavy-handed. So heavy-handed.
You know,
Ugh.
I recently started watching Star Trek again. Star Trek Strange New Worlds is amazing. It makes me feel like a kid again watching these films because they're episodic and they make me remember, oh, humanity, there's hope and we can be better. Anyway, in the 90s, I was a Trekkie, and 90s were one of the greatest times ever to be a Trekkie. You had, the last part of the Next Generation, and you had Deep Space Nine, and you had Voyager. Voyager had the first female captain, Captain Janeway. But prior to that, in Next Generation, there were all these female admirals that Picard reported to. And it was never a big deal. It was just matter of fact. This is the world. But they didn't make any, like, we have the first female captain of a starship. It was no big deal, but it was done right. And Captain Janeway was one of my favorite captains growing up in the 90s. So it could be done right. But I don't know what happened between that generation and this one where they just can't communicate that. Or they do it and it's so artificial to where the audience is like just automatically just removed from the film experience. Like, oh, it's a message. If we feel that, they did something wrong. And they can't do it anymore like they used to. Sarah Connor being all buff like a man. No one said, oh, look at her biceps. She all beefed up for part two.
Most favorite movies of all time, if they were released today, would be called woke in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at fucking Aliens. Yeah, exactly. The difference is, I think nowadays, the part of the criticism that I understand is that nowadays they seem to put that a bit more in the forefront, like they're waiting for somebody to high five them. Yeah. I mean, like you have... like, for example, when Lightyear came out and there was all that controversy because of they have the same-sex couple in it that they made sure everybody knew about beforehand. And they also had Chris Evans in an interview like, oh, anybody that doesn't watch this is a moron. Like, just amplifying it to the point where you turn people off. And then you watch the movie and it's literally like you could blink, you could look down and take a bite of popcorn and miss it.
Yeah.
So it's not worth the controversy and it's also not worth any fucking high fives to Disney.
Right.
And so
I don't feel represented.
Like
if I was,
So you have the past couple of years where studios have made it a deliberate point where they advertise that they're trying to do this. We're going to start doing this. We're going to have this, and they make it to where they give people the impression where that comes before the story.
Yeah.
And so people have taken that and they've gotten so callous to it that now their tolerance is about this big. So you have movies like Wrong Turn where a gay couple holds hands for 2 seconds. And they're like, fucking woke turn. And I'm like, dude, they fucking held hands and then died 5 minutes later. Like, that's it. You got Prey, which I already like. I mean, I try to say it clearly in my review. I'm like, this is like one of those classic stories like Mulan, where you've got a woman amongst warriors and she wants to prove her worth. You have that story back in the fucking 90s. Everybody gets it. They're like, okay, cool. You have that story in 2022 and they're like, fucking feminist agenda. And it's like,
dude, what about Alien versus Predator? Like, Final Girl was a final girl.
How about the horror fucking genre as a whole? Yeah. Where it's like, oh, always a woman at the end? Yeah, bitch, for fucking decades. You just now noticed?
It's been that way, yeah.
Welcome. Did you just wake up?
Speaking of Alien versus Predator, that's a perfect segue. Joshua, again, thanks for the super chat. Alien or Predator? I guess which one's your favorite? I'll go first. I'll go Alien.
Predator.
They're the perfect organism.
If you say Aliens or Predator, the conversation becomes much more difficult for me. But I'll take the movie Predator over the movie Alien, and I'll also take just the creature itself. I love the Predator more than I do the Xenomorph.
Yeah,
I'm Alien.
You're Alien. Yeah, I just like the whole egg, the whole metamorphosis of it. I just love that.
CP, Prometheus or Predator?
No, stop.
Predator.
Predator.
Alien Covenant or Predator?
Predator.
Okay.
Hey, and I actually...
Come on.
Brian's not here. You got to take that role. I'm sorry.
And I will be the guy that says, I love Predator 2 just as much as Predator 1.
Oh.
I won't say that.
I do. I liked it. I liked it.
I think
and that's all I'm going to say. Okay, great stream, guys. Got to head out, but I'll watch the rest later. Thank you so much. Film Trigger. I would you say, guys? I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I said, see you, Stevie.
Oh, see. Oh, sorry. We already did that one super chat. I don't want to miss any super chats, so just a second here. Are you looking forward to the new Exorcist movie?
No.
I am not. No.
I don't understand. I would not want that job. I would not want the job of write a legacy sequel to The Exorcist. I think that the Exorcist franchise that we already have proves you can't do that, because for amazing as Exorcist 3 is, for the most part, nobody knows what the fuck that movie is. Nobody knows about it. Nobody's ever heard of it. You know, us enlightened folks know about it, but Exorcist 3, for as amazing as that is not known whatsoever.
No.
What the fuck are you going to do with The Exorcist? Like, they're bringing back original characters and stuff. Like, what are you going to do 40, 50 years later? I don't know. They could surprise me, but they've already announced it as a trilogy, and David Gordon Green's going to direct all 3 of them again. And it's just like, oh, so Blumhouse is just like, this works. Let's just do it over here. That's one of the last horror franchises that I think needs to be revisited.
I agree.
That first film, not only is it something you're not going to be able to replicate, but it's already been replicated and done 1,000 times since then with other movies. So no, I have no interest.
I really don't like that Jason Blum thinks that like he's the Disney of horror, like that he can just go buy property and create.
You can thank the horror fans for that, because they do the fan film thing where they're like, "Oh, you made one awesome movie, give it all to him."
Yeah.
The guy's a genius.
A thing that I recognize.
Yeah, the guy is a genius as far as financials, as far as being able to make a profit, as far as creating this model where we spend this much on a movie and make this much, like, deserves all the credit in the world.
Sure.
Blumhouse has no fucking quality control.
No.
For every awesome movie that Blumhouse releases, they release 4 others of the worst movies that I've seen that year. Every single year since I've been on YouTube, just about. One of my favorite movies of the year, Blumhouse, and my number 1 worst movie of the year is Blumhouse. You'll get a movie like X, and then you'll get a movie like Slender Man in the same year. And it's just like, who the fuck greenlights this shit?
Well, he just dumps like $1 million into 10 properties, and just one of them's gonna hit. That's all I need.
Yeah. It's like the Netflix model. It's just like, we'll just do everything.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay.
See, JDev TV, thanks for the super chat again. $10, man. Wow, making a killing here. Thank you so much, guys. My kid's gonna have diapers. Yes, I'll be able to afford the rent this month.
I got 3 fucking kids. You son.
I can go impregnate mine.
Please do it on camera. We want to see it.
Come on, we got to get super chats. Let's go.
Exactly.
Wait, film it. Hold on, film it.
Love listening to you guys. Scream franchise is
so
much better than the Halloween franchise. Okay, that's debatable, but okay. Matthew Lillard is also a great celebrity to meet. I don't know who that is. Gives you Stu
from the first Scream, plays Shaggy. He's in 13
that guy.
Ghosts.
Yeah,
Matthew Lillard.
Yeah, he gives you 1,000%.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart at cons.
Again, they're both great. I said on Cody's last live that Scream was special to me because, again, it was a movie that spoke to us. It was a movie about us horror fans back in the 80s and 90s. Like, hey, that's the way we talk and see movies. Those are the rules. And so I like how it took our genre and film experience into the big screen, because it felt like we're watching ourselves. But 1, 2, and 4 are my favorites. After that, I'm hit or miss. So I would probably go. I don't know. That's a good question. What do I like better?
It's more consistent.
I think Halloween has higher highs, but Scream is certain, like CB just said, certainly is more consistent. Probably 4 or 5 years ago, I used to say that Scream and Child's Play were the most consistent quality in slashers. Child's Play has since kind of dipped out of that, but Scream still, I would say, is the most consistent. Because even 3, which I think most people would say is the worst, is still like, that's pretty fucking solid. Like, you take the worst of Scream against the worst of Jason, the worst of Michael, the worst of Freddy, and it's just like,
yeah, that's true.
I wish the worst Friday the 13th was Scream 3.
No shit.
Fuck.
As a F-13 fanatic, I can't tell you how many condescending Halloween fans I've encountered. They can't stand when somebody says they prefer Jason. Really? That's so odd.
That's what I don't get, because I used to think that horror fans were fans of all of them. You just had your preference. Like, I love Michael, I love Jason. My preference is Freddy. That's my boy.
Yeah.
But I'm not like, what the fuck, bro? You're not a Freddy guy? The fucking mask guy that doesn't talk, that's you? Okay. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not that. And so I don't understand that. I'm like, what is so
I don't get it.
unequivocally awesome about Michael Myers that you can't fathom that anybody could pick somebody over him? Like, I just don't get it.
Yeah. Again, like I think CP said earlier, I think they are the Star Wars toxicity fans, the equivalent in the horror space. 'Cause, again, I don't get it. I don't get it either. I mean, maybe because he's got no face, they can just impose their own personality. I don't know.
I don't know what it is. I really don't.
Yeah.
I like that a lot of them really aren't educated on the inspiration on that mask. They'll tell you up and down about fucking William Shatner.
Mhm.
Nobody knows when I say eyes without a face, people look at me like I have 6 heads, and it's like, well, John Carpenter said that movie inspired him because it's a blank slate, and well, all right, I guess I know more about your fucking precious franchise than you do. You fucking idiots.
Don't hold back, man. Keep going. Tell them.
They're just like, it's just so fucking annoying. Like gatekeeping
CP's
their fucking franchise. Like, dude, just fucking, they're horror movies. They're slashers. Stop it. Get over your fucking self. like, what the fuck?
He's experienced, like, he's got like secondhand anger because he's experienced it all alongside me. Like, even when the Halloween Ends trailer, I did my reaction, and I posted something on his Twitter, and some guys like, yeah, we already knew what you're a hater. We already knew what your reaction was going to be, yawn. And I'm like, I watched the trailer and I was like, okay, yeah, we'll see. Like, I wasn't like, oh my God,
yawn.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, I relish in it. I relish in it where it probably turns a couple people off. Where I'm like, okay, if you're gonna give me that role, I'm gonna fucking play it like a son of a bitch.
Oh my God, he's back. He's back. It's him with the mask. Thank you. I'm ready.
Maybe it's the nostalgia. They grew up with it. Like, like me and the Hulk, I'm pissed off what the MCU did, but I'm not going to go tear people a new one or tell them they wish they died. That's a whole other level of like insanity, but I don't know. I can't get to that level of hate to where I want to type out in words, I wish you would die. I don't think I could ever say that.
That's my point. Like, I have nostalgia for Friday the 13th. I love a lot of shitty horror movies. I know they're shit, but I can say, yeah, you're right. They're fucking garbage. But I like them.
Yeah.
Like what's the problem? It's just taste. It's not like, I always make this comparison. I always make this comparison to food. Like, it's taste. Like, if you were to be like, oh, steak or chicken. Chicken. What do you fucking mean, chicken? What the fuck? You can't get down with a steak, motherfucker. Like, all right.
God. Yeah, I don't know.
I love food analogies.
I digest.
I throw out a good one every once in a while. Like I had you'd love that. Did you see wherever I posted? I retweeted that thing that Soups was going off on Rudy.
I think I did.
Where he's like, I think I could just take over DC at this point.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
And I had people that were like, well, a fan would do better at this point, and I'm like, no, motherfucker. Just because you know what a cheeseburger is supposed to taste like doesn't mean you can go in the back and make me one. So shut the fuck up.
Soups is another discussion there. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Rudy and Co. Did you guys see Nope? Thoughts? Nope. And did you hear that Blumhouse is made a horror movie called They Them with Kevin Bacon?
We already this Friday.
Really? Oh my God.
On
okay.
Peacock.
Get ready.
Peacock. Oh God.
I don't think it's coming to theaters. I didn't see the tickets, but yeah, it's supposed to come out this. Yeah, I got it marked down for the 5th this Friday.
I'm pretty sure. No, I didn't know about it. I don't have Peacock. I have enough streaming services that I subscribe to, so I'm probably not going to see it. Nope, I enjoyed it. I thought it was, like I said, a great Twilight Zone episode.
We went a bit more in depth on Nope about an hour ago. But yeah, I to me, it fits very comfortably in the middle of his 3 films. I enjoyed it enough. I would look forward to watching it again. But just like with Us, to a much smaller degree in Nope, I think that he there's moments throughout the movie where he puts the metaphor and his intended message above the actual story, and that's disappointing. As far as They Them, I don't know. It could be good, it could be horrible. To me, I'm likening it to like The Hunt, where it seems like the concept is like, why the fuck would you do that? You're asking for so much trouble, and there's probably going to be more nuance to it. The fact that it's got Kevin Bacon in it interests me.
Because I know
At a camp.
I usually like most of everything he's in.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to check it out.
Yeah, he's a good bad guy.
Yeah, he really is. Hey, you guys good on time? You good? You don't have to go anywhere?
I'm good for whenever, dude.
Okay.
My whole night's free.
I gotta go piss. So I'm gonna be right back. So talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
I'm not gonna take my thing off screen. So go ahead. Talk.
All right.
No, take it out.
Oh, Cody, the way you feel for Freddy's Dead is the way I feel for Home Alone 4. It's my most hated film of all time. Yeah, it's the worst movie that the Home franchise has ever made. Well, I have never seen Home Alone 4 or Home Alone 5, but I watched that one that Disney Plus made, the Home Sweet Home Alone, and that was a fucking disaster. So if it's worse than that, I get it. Did you watch that one when it came out last December? The Home Sweet Home Alone? There's like the reboot.
No.
Dude, it's fucking bad. You've got this British kid and he's doing the Home Alone Macaulay Culkin thing, but they decide to do this plot twist to where the burglars that break into the house are doing it for a good reason. Like the kid has something of theirs that they need for financial reasons. So they make the bad guys of the movie the good guys. And so when they're getting their ass beat throughout the entire movie and they're getting fucking like darts shot into their face and stuff, you're like, I can't enjoy this. They're good people. Like, what the fuck? It was the most baffling thing I've ever seen where I'm like, you're making me hate the kid. That's not the point, you dumbass. Like, it was so ridiculous where I'm like, how did nobody like say, question? It was so bad.
Test audience loved it.
Dude, it was so fucking bad. Let's see here. Which is the word? No, I can't do that one.
Horror
he's
fandom
back.
didn't really become toxic until all the remakes started to come out. For every Dawn of the Dead and Friday the 13th remake, you have a Fog, House of Wax, and Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't think that's where it got toxic at all.
Like I said, I never experienced it until Halloween 2018.
Right.
Before and since, really. I mean, I've had some takes here and there, but just as a group that targets, that's it.
Yeah, and it was like notoriously a franchise that didn't do well at the box office, and then 2018 fucking exploded.
Yeah,
and then like it was like time to do a touchdown dance, and it was just like, all right, good. That's good for horror. Like, you know, why don't you stop being arrogant? Because like we could all, you know, have success from this. Like, you know,
I have a theory.
Studio.
Maybe they're just assholes. They're more assholes nowadays than ever, so maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, there are probably more assholes. Yeah.
The super chat. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I saw the thumbnail. Did Cody finally face his fears and watch the Christopher Reeve Superman film? Movies, no. I just wanted to come up with something quick. I know on Cody's channel, whenever he goes live with CP, they have these avatars. And I was going to go that route. Like, no, that's their thing. So let me do something else. So, of course, I'm old school Superman. And I wanted to go, let's go to the Kryptonian villains. And, of course, Cody's the tallest and has the most hair, motherfucker. So he's going to be Zod. And I'll be Zod. You know, we'll go from there. So that's what I went with. That was the inspiration. Like, on the dime, I just came up with it, too. Like, hey, let's go that. Route.
There you go.
I'm creepy looking as a motherfucker. So
Yeah.
You're gorgeous.
Yeah.
You're gorgeous.
My Pamela Voorhees hair.
Okay, A24 or Blumhouse? I'm gonna go A24 for me.
Yeah.
A24 is a more quality studio, but Blumhouse has made more movies that I enjoy, that I've seen. So that's a weird one for me because I think it's you're comparing a steakhouse to fast food at this point.
Yeah.
Another food analogy. Holy shit, that's two already.
Yeah. Ex Machina, Green Room, like
Green Room. I love that movie too.
I can't not have those.
Yeah.
I need those. As much as A24 makes a lot of snooty bullshit.
I still get comments on my Men review where they're like, surprise, surprise, Caucasian male doesn't like the
woke.
Yeah.
Oh, the comments, man, they do number us. Hey, check this out. Thanks for the super chat. Woolmeister. Hey, Rudy, I'm unfamiliar with your channel, but if you're as funny and outspoken as Cody, or as Cerebral SCP, you just gained a subscriber. New subscriber.
Cerebral.
Cerebral.
Both of us said it like, huh?
What?
What?
What? Okay.
I don't understand all these like sideways fucking backhanded compliments that I get. Well, fucking
The cerebral
serial killer?
assassin.
Cerebral? What the fuck? I can't just be good at something?
How often do you hear someone described as cerebral?
The cerebral is a comment, but or cerebral is a compliment. That wouldn't be my first word to describe Charles here.
I literally have dementia.
Well, I would beg to differ. I would say I'm kind of funny. I'm outspoken, but I know I'll probably get canceled if I say some of the things off air that I said on air. So yeah, give me a shot, man. Like I said, I don't put as much content out as these guys. I'm more one a month guy. I'm working on my Incredible Hulk video, so check that one out. Let me know what you think.
There you go.
Thank you. What else do we have? So that's all for the super chats right now. It's a cerebral assassin. Who was that in the wrestling world? That was
Maybe meant
Triple H.
Cereal, maybe.
No,
Cerebral
on
assassin. That was the guy who killed his wife and kid.
Oh, I thought it was Triple H.
Chris-
Oh, no, that was
Chris
the.
Benoit.
That's what it was. My bad. Holy shit, that's crazy. Did you guys like wrestling growing up?
Sure.
I played some of the video games. That's about as far as it went for me.
Yeah, I was a big. What?
I grew up in that era where it was like Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock were like the big ones, and a lot of people at school had talked about it. NWO was still a thing. WCW was still a thing, so it was popular, but I only had appeal to like actually playing it and doing it on the video games. Watching it was like, this is fake.
Yeah, I was a big fan. In the '80s, Hulk Hogan, Junkyard Dog, Roddy Piper, Macho Man.
Holy shit.
Those were like the ones I grew up with, and they used to come to San Antonio, and I was like 11 years old, and my parents would drop me off in front of the Freeman Coliseum. Well, we'll be here at 10. And that's what they did. They just left the kids, and we just found our own seats. And I remember seeing Hulk Hogan and everybody wrestle.
Cool.
So they were like, that was my thing back then. And I tuned out maybe about 93. So yeah, that was my thing. And then Hulk Hogan did No Holds Barred, and I never saw him the same way ever again. Did you ever see No Holds Barred? No.
Was that a movie that you did?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad one. Yeah, there you go. It was Zeus. Yeah.
I saw him in Three Ninjas 4 High Noon at Mega Mountain, where it's at like a theme park. Atrocious.
If we're doing urine breaks.
Yeah, go right ahead. Was it 4 a.m. in Sweden? I hope he's doing all right, man. God.
He's 6 hours, so yeah, I think so.
Is he okay? I feel bad for keeping him on.
No, dude, he has weird fucking hours. The times that you think he should be asleep, he's awake. The time that you think he's awake, he won't answer you. So it's
okay.
He's backwards with his sun up and sun down. He might be a vampire.
Nice. Cerebral assassin in wrestling was Triple H. I was right, and later Chris Jericho. Okay. Thank you so much. And thoughts on bodies. Do you know what that is?
It's some horror movie coming out with Pete Davidson. It's not releasing to theaters anywhere near me, so I haven't watched a trailer or anything. That seems like a movie I'd like to go into cold, but I can't find it anywhere, so I don't know what the fuck. It doesn't look like it's coming to VOD. And yeah, I searched for it on Fandango because it's supposed to come out tomorrow, and nowhere around me.
Rosa, thank you so much for being a subscriber. Awesome. I love that, man. That's awesome. Yeah, man. This is pretty fun, dude. I'm enjoying this. Just hanging out and talking and bullshitting. BSing, man. I wish I had a pint. I don't want to drink on camera. I think that's bad and all that. So
Nah.
I never asked you this. So let me ask you this. Why did you start a YouTube channel?
I was working construction at the time or doing construction materials testing. So I would go off to the woods, to a field, to a unfinished house lot that they were eventually going to put something there. And I would do the soil testing and compaction testing and environmental testing and everything that they do. It's like phase 1 before you can even break ground and start doing anything there. So I used to travel a lot for work. I mean, there was some days where I would travel 3 hours, 4 hours to a job and then back home. So I was always listening to music, quickly got tired of music because after you drive so much, you start to hear the same shit. So I started listening to podcasts, and I found myself like yelling at the radio, like where they were talking about certain things, where I'm like, no, it's this. Like I wanted to be in the conversation. So summer 2016, I bought a little bullshit USB microphone, and I started doing a podcast in my walk-in closet in the apartment that we lived in.
Yeah.
And that lasted like 2.5 months. I didn't want to do video because I was intimidated by it. I was like, I'd have to buy a camera. I'd have to buy lights. I'd have to figure out how to edit video. Like, it just seems like so much work instead of just I can record my voice and then just cut out the dead space and I'm done.
Yeah.
And it quickly felt like I was outgrowing it, where I'm like, this isn't going to go anywhere. Like, nobody fucking listens to podcasts unless you know who the person is, pretty much. So then one day I bought a camera. I bought some lights. Me and the wife saw Sausage Party that weekend, so I was like, fuck it, I guess this is the first one. And so I just did a quick little 4-minute review, went in the bedroom, and basically locked myself in the bedroom all Saturday to figure out Adobe. And I made like 7 different versions of the video. I'm like, fuck, the aspect ratio is wrong. Fuck, it's like in 480p. What did I do? And
480.
the rest is history.
Damn, dude. So construction, you like doing core samples in the soil and all that just to see the.
Yeah, I would do. We had drill rigs, so you would drill. Typically for house lots, you would go at least 30 feet. You'd go 30 feet into the ground, and every 5 feet, you would punch the spoon into the ground to get a soil sample, and also the amount of hits it would take would tell you like the compaction level. So we would do that, where you would go, you do like 30-foot holes, 50-foot holes, sometimes even 80 foots, which were a motherfucker.
Shit.
But you would go out into the fields or wherever they're going to build something, and that would tell them what soil is underneath the ground, what the compaction level is, so that they can know how they need to prep the site. You know, they don't want the house to settle or to sink or anything like that. So that would like be phase 1 of what you would do before you built anything.
Interesting. I never knew that. That's one thing I've always wanted to ask you. Like, how'd you get started in YouTube? UCP, how'd you get started on YouTube? What was the driving force to get you to watch these horrible movies?
The horrible movies came far afterwards. I fell into depression, and I had a history of stand-up comedy, professional stand-up comedy that I had stopped doing, and a film school education that I wasn't using properly. So I decided, this is back when Stuckman and those were like the popular thing to
guys,
check in on. Yeah. So it's like, I think I can do something like this. And certain people around me said, yeah, get your mind off of, your current situation and whatever. Because I had all the gear. Like
Oh, really?
From film school, I had all this fucking gear. I just needed to just set it up and start filming, which I did. And I didn't know what I wanted to do for the longest. I know I wanted to talk about movies, and there was just so much that I didn't know if I wanted to involve the comedy aspect, or like what I knew about film itself, or like what I knew about fucking, because like I knew like business end from working at a movie theater, from managing movie theater, dealing with marketing. And so I was like just throwing everything at the wall, and I'm still doing that today.
Hey, cool. Are any comedy bits on YouTube that I can look up?
Oh, sure.
I gotta look them up now, dude.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Keep in mind,
He's pretty good.
They're old.
I don't say that lightly. I'm a hard audience when it comes.
I don't
to comedy.
care, Cody. They paid me. It's all right.
No, genuinely, I thought the clips that you have available, the very few of them are genuinely funny.
I appreciate that. I do.
And
what happened? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Damn.
One of my bits I actually sold to, well, I can't tell you what. One of my bits I sold to Everybody Loves Raymond.
No
and I was never
way.
allowed to use it again.
That is so cool, man. I hope they paid you handsomely or enough.
It was a nice. Well, to never use a bit again, it was worth it. Yeah.
Wow. So your reason is similar to mine because for those, there's 100 people watching. I'm sure they've never heard it, but I got divorced in 2016.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was going
Same
through
year.
depression. Yeah. Hey,
High five.
hey, my brother. Virtual hug. So, and all the friends sided with the ex-wife. And for the record, the ex-wife and I get along great. We were super great.
I wish I could say
co-parents.
the same thing.
I know it's not like that
can't.
for everybody. But anyway, I was by myself. I had no one to talk to, and I love going to movies. And usually I would always meet up with my friends and talk movies after we saw one. And I had nobody. So I'm like, well, what the hell did I do? And literally I'm by myself in my house. And I'm like, well, maybe I should do a YouTube channel. I'm like, well, I don't know how to record. I don't have auto software or anything like that. So I just went online on YouTube and started watching all these Adobe tutorials on how to edit.
Same.
So I spent, whenever I got
You can pretty much
depressed or
teach
sad,
yourself anything nowadays.
Yeah.
I would spend an hour or two just learning how to edit or, you know, how to cut and all these things. So before you know it, I'm in Premiere Pro and I did a video like Rocky was my first video. And I treated the camera like I was talking to a friend because I didn't know any other way. Like, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to my channel. I didn't know how to do all that. Why did I do like the Mick Jagger thing? I don't know. But exactly. But I just talked to the camera like a friend. And before you know it, all the videos sucked the first year. I was just figuring it out as I went.
Oh, yeah.
But then somebody at my job saw one of my horrible Indiana Jones reviews and like, hey, can you do that here for training? I'm like, yeah. So that gave me a new job with higher pay in my job.
Nice.
And again, I had maybe 400 subscribers, but somebody at a Comic-Con saw my video and said, hey, would you like to interview celebrities? And that's how I got in touch with Robert Englund and everybody else. So it's funny, with only 400 subs, I got a new career and I started meeting people outside the city, and that allowed me to make new friends. So, you know, for anybody watching, if you're starting a channel and you're maybe self-conscious and you maybe only got 400 subs, don't worry about it. Those 400 people can be, you never know who's watching.
Yeah.
And it's led to so many opportunities. I even ended up on TV here locally reviewing a few movies for a month. And it's been a wonderful ride.
A buddy of mine, Chris Durbin, who started his channel right about the same time that I started mine. We did a lot of collabs on DC stuff. He eventually started covering this Christian TV show that came out called The Chosen.
Yeah.
And he, along with another content creator, actually got hired to be like the behind the scenes documentary type crew. I don't know specifically what he does. I might be misrepresenting it, but he got hired by the show that he was covering.
Yep.
So now you don't see him on YouTube very much anymore. He moved to Texas and is working on the show that he was covering.
That's
so
awesome.
it's awesome.
And he moved to Texas.
Yeah.
All my exes are from there.
Yeah.
Did you live in Amarillo by morning? Any by chance?
Right by the Alamo.
From San Antonio. Hey, Terrence, this is an old friend of mine. He took my first photos for my channel.
That's awesome.
So he's a photographer. I call it. Hey, you'll appreciate this, Cody.
It's a good thing that he took photos then.
Yeah. My nickname for him is Otacon because we're big Metal Gear Solid fans. So
there you go.
But we're doing well, Terrence. Yeah. So that's how I started, man. But it's been a wonderful ride. Like I said, it's been you learn as you go, and you know, if I wasn't stubborn, like I didn't know about niches, I'm gonna put whatever I want, and
everybody does that.
It'll grow.
Everybody
I
does
didn't
that at
study
first.
the algorithm.
I was the same way. I had a movie news. I'm like, I'm gonna do what Collider does, and I'm gonna do a top 5 thing, and I'm gonna do reviews. I'm gonna review every fucking movie that comes out. Because Movie Pass had just become a thing, and I'm like, shit, I'm gonna go review that new Screen Gems movie that 8 people are gonna watch. Like, I was doing everything. And then my channel never really started to take off until 1, I stopped doing so many fucking trailer reactions, and then 2, when I actually started to focus and just do kind of one thing. And I just put out, for anybody that's watching, if you're curious, I just put out a video either 2 days ago about, it's like an hour long of just me answering questions about YouTube and how I started and how I grow and things. And so
I actually watched it myself because I'm still learning. You're learning every day something new. So
yeah, I mean, I had channels that are 100K that, you know, retweeted and commented like, dude, this is great. I wish I had this 4 years ago. And so it makes me feel better that I'm not just talking out my ass. That people are like, holy shit, I'm enlightened.
Yeah, exactly. But again, it's So I remember you said you weren't nervous about getting in front of the camera, Cody, right? So because you didn't have them, but you weren't nervous about it. For me, I remember
I wasn't nervous, but it was just I didn't know how to be.
Yeah,
I
how to
wasn't.
move your hands or what to do.
Yeah, I was like, I was trying to think about what other people do, and I'm like, this is how I'm supposed to talk and how I'm supposed to look, and then my personality on camera is my biggest asset. That's my biggest weapon in my tool belt. So as soon as I realized that and just went with myself, then it all came together. Before I was just like, and the cinematography is fantastic, and I'm saying these things where I'm like, I would never fucking say that. Like I watch those old videos and I'm like, you fake. You would never say it like that.
Mm-hmm. I've actually deleted a bunch of my old videos. I watched them. I'm like, oh, I can't fucking believe I did that. Because I unlisted them private. Like, take that down, please.
The biggest thing that I had a lot of self-consciousness with was when I would keep fucking up the same sentence.
Yeah.
Because in the way that I started my channel, we were me and Holly and the kids before Riley was born. Or no, actually it was the same year Riley was born. So very quickly before Riley was born, and then suddenly she was there. It was our dining room in the apartment, and I had the green screen. I had this massive green screen, like a professional photographer one that was like, you could go the whole length of the room if you really wanted it to, behind the dining room table. And it was a motherfucker to put up and put down. So I'd always tell him, like, I'll put it down this weekend, I promise. And then I wouldn't. But I would have to record in the dining room that was attached to the living room. And so my wife would have to go in the bedroom because I can't record. I might be able to now, but back in the day, I can't record if you're sitting in the room. I'm just going to feel like eyes are on me.
I'm the same way. Like,
yeah,
go upstairs.
So yeah, she would be in the room, and I know she could still hear me in the back of my head. So if I kept fucking up, I would get nervous and I would psych myself out and be like, I'd say the same sentence 8 times. Like, oh yeah, this movie's coming out in 19. I'm like, fuck. Stop listening to me. I hear you.
I get conscious myself because I've never had an office. Like right now, this is a dining room. Like I just converted it into my office. But there's my living room's that way, the kitchen's that way. So I get self-conscious when my kids or somebody's in the room, like go upstairs.
No, I just had it. It was just like maybe 4 months ago. My wife sat in my beanbag chair over there, and I was getting ready to record. She's like, "Can I just sit in here?" And I was like,
"No."
Yeah, I was like, "I'm probably comfortable." I was like, "I'm probably comfortable enough to do it now." And all I did was say my intro, where I had like an opening quip or something. I said one sentence. I was like, "Hey, God, blah 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 blah," and I looked at her. I said, "I don't like it. Get out."
Yeah, it's weird. It's like our comfort zone. Like you called it like I was telling earlier in the video, in the live, like I don't know what it is, but me putting on my headset and talking to the mic, I recorded my Incredible Hulk video within 10 minutes versus an hour and a half. So it's weird what makes us comfortable. And again, for me, no one can be in my space when I'm recording. Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh man,
100%.
Yeah. But it's funny how, again, it's led to a lot. Again, for me, in your career, I've met a lot of people. I've never would have met you guys or Sean. It's funny how, and another thing, I know the fans in the comments can be rude, but it's funny. What surprised me was the community of other guys and women that you met that were just there to help you and wanted to collab. There was like a camaraderie, a brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever we're gonna call it.
The good far outweighs the bad.
Oh yeah,
it's hard not to focus on the bad sometimes. It stands out a little bit more.
Hey, Devon, thanks for the super chat. Your favorite top 5 all-time 80s comedies, go. Oh, God.
Uncle Buck, Midnight Run,
That's
Planes,
not a comedy,
Trains, and Automobiles. Midnight Run? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is, yeah.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
You're thinking of Midnight Express.
Yeah. Maybe Fast Times. At least 2 or 3 of them are going to be John Hughes movies. I mean, we can just get that out of the way now.
Ooh, mine won't be. Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, did you name your 5?
I got to 4 and I'm blanking.
Okay, for me, it's Top Secret, Airplane, Spaceballs, Three Amigos, and I'm going blank too. Fuck! Shit, I thought I had it.
I disagree with all 4.
Shut up. Oh, my God. But Airplane and Top Secret are my favorite. I just love that type of comedy. Spaceballs, of course, I mentioned that.
Midnight Run's my favorite comedy of all time.
That's a good one. You say that, and I just remember De Niro just cursing every scene,
I love it so much, man. He tricks Marvin the whole fucking movie, and he just gets pissed at Charles Grodin. I love it. He's like, "You guys are the worst bounty hunter." Well, yeah, shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna Google 80s.
Marvin,
comedy
watch out!
quick. I have
Uncle
the Lost
Buck,
Boys.
Midnight Run, and Planes, Trains are absolutely my top 3. Anything I say after that, you could probably interchange them, but those are hard top 3.
Horror comedies. Would Ghostbusters be a comedy? I guess it would be,
Sure.
right?
Yeah. The
Sure.
first one.
Yeah.
The first one was more like SNL style comedy than any of the others.
I'll throw that in there, but I'll tie it with Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. That's one of my guilty pleasures. So there you go. Not one John Hughes movie.
I'll cheat and say The Ref is number 5.
That's 94.
I know. That's why I said I was cheating, bitch.
I've never seen Caddyshack.
Neither have I.
Neither have I.
There's some movies that people have talked about so much that I feel like I don't have to see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where I'm like, okay, I get it. I've seen the funny part with the gopher. I feel like I've seen the whole movie now.
True. National Lampoon's Vacation. I love that. That's a great 80s comedy.
Yeah, that's
I
a
love
good
that.
one. Christmas
Yep.
Vacation's a good one too.
Yeah.
CP looks concerned. I think I have a letterboxed with my top because I did a top 50. So let me go ahead and see what I said my top 5 was, because otherwise somebody will tell me, "What about that one?"
Actually, Cody, the other day, you remember?
I
CP
hate that so much where somebody tries to like correct me on my own shit.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
What?
Did you name your top 5, CP?
I have not. My number, Clue,
That's a good one. Yes.
Ah, yeah.
Yes.
Major League,
Yeah.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. That's 3. Oh boy. Coming to America.
Good one.
Very happy to be here.
Fuck you too.
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck you too.
That'd be too shit.
Give me Christmas Vacation. Shit.
Yeah. You said Clue, and I'll confess to all 105 people watching in YouTube here, one of my dream women that I would marry in a heartbeat is Madeline Kahn.
I dedicated my comedy career to her when she died.
Did you really?
I did.
CP, we're like bonding here, man. Come on, like
Mrs.
I
White.
gotta hug you, man. Fly Scotland, hug you.
On the side of her face.
Here's one out of left field. If I'm following the top 50 that I have on video, that's a record. On record.
Yeah.
If after Midnight Run, Planes, Trains, and Uncle Buck, when I go down the list, the next 80s comedy that I have is The Golden Child.
Wow.
Yeah. So either The Golden Child or Great Outdoors, if I'm following my own list.
Viva Napoli. Viva Napoli.
Golden Child is
It's hilarious.
probably my favorite Eddie Murphy, which I know is a hot take. Everybody always says Beverly Hills Cop or Coming to America usually, but I've grown up watching The Golden Child. I quote it, "Dear brother Numsy." Like it's
I
one of
call my
those
friend
movies.
Michael here down here. Like,
Yeah.
My brother Noomsy, yeah.
Yeah, I always talk about my dad a lot, about his influence on me, and he introduced me to a lot of the things that I hold dear, movies and music wise. So that's just one of those movies where we can quote it to each other and crack up for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
Want the knife? Like we say shit like that all the time. It's always from that movie.
Yeah. And just for the hell of it, when I was single and I'd be at bars and you can hook up your phone to the jukebox, and I'd always press a date. You want to hear a song? I'd play Body Talk by Rat.
Yeah.
Just to see if they got the reference, because that was a deal breaker, man. I'm not lying. But
you also have one other. We'll keep talking, but just so you know, there's one other super chat from Doug above that's probably about to disappear because it's been
my bad
20 minutes. But
my bad, Doug. I'm sorry.
No,
but did you name all your 5 yet? CP, you did, right?
I did.
Okay, cool. Real quick, let's go. Sorry, Doug. I'm just got my head up my ass right now, so I'm sorry.
It's hard to keep up with the super chat sometimes because you get on the one.
That's a good thing.
More come. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, Doug. Just like Batgirl, All American Massacre, starring Chop Top, was a film that was finished, but never released back in 1999.
There's been a couple movies throughout history that have been shelved after completion, but none that cost $90 million.
Yeah.
There was a Fantastic Four movie that got shelved back in like the
I remember
90s.
that. Yeah. I used to read about that in my Wizard. There was the actual Solo film. They completed 90% of it, and they shelved that and just reshot it. I guess I don't know if that counts or not.
What
They
is it?
still released it. Remember Solo? They had it completed 90% of
Oh
it.
yeah.
The two directors.
Oh, damn,
Different
dude.
directors,
We
Lord
were talking
Miller.
about 80s shit. You said Solo. I'm thinking about that 90s Mario Van Peebles movie. I'm like,
no. That one was not shelved, but they totally scrapped 90% of the film. So
Yeah.
there's that.
because they hired comedy directors and then said, "Why are you making a comedy?"
Yeah.
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 We don't want that.
They were like, "What the fuck? What?"
We need
Yeah.
this darker. Just make it darker. I don't care. Just make it look darker.
I gotta check that out, Doug. All American Massacre. No, I can't check it out because it's not released, but I've never heard of it. I'll read up on it is what I meant to say.
Probably somewhere.
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 And Robert says you guys are awesome.
Hey.
Woo!
Lying bitch.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Gotta put more.
Here's
drops
one
in
that
this
I'll
thing.
be curious on CP's insight on. Jacob above says, "What stand-up is better, Eddie Murphy Delirious or Raw?"
Ooh.
I quote Raw more than I do Delirious. He's at his prime in Raw.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on Eddie Murphy's stand-up career? Like the fact that he like came and was like on top and then he just stopped and never did it again and has continuously talked for decades about, I'm thinking maybe I'll come, I don't know.
It hurts. It hurts because he was very, 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 very good.
Mhm.
Very good.
I wonder if he doesn't do it because his style of comedy that he was known for, you
I
couldn't
don't
do
know
today.
what the fuck he would do today.
Yeah.
I mean, if you watch Raw today, you'd be like, "Yep, can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do
Yeah.
that."
Mr.
can't
T
do
fucking
that."
me in the ass. Yep, can't do that one.
I mean, some of his jokes about like Michael Jackson, it's just like, well, funny story.
Bill Cosby, where he's like,
That's a good one.
he even referenced that like a
Yeah.
couple of years ago where he had to give an award after Cosby had already been locked up, and he's like, he said, "This motherfucker called me, trying to tell me what to do."
I saw that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a funny one. He's a weird one to me, where like I don't know many people that are educated in comedy that would not put him in like their top 5.
Oh.
And he was
Oh.
just there for a sneeze.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and he did it all before he was like 25. Like
Yeah.
the fucking guy was very, very good, very sharp. The fucking guy had charisma. He was well beyond his years in like what he was with stage presence and his delivery and the material and everything. Like he was so far beyond his years, and just to stop, just completely stop, and it would, like, we had a taste of it with Chappelle when he went bye-bye after
Yeah.
the Comedy Central thing. Like, it was kind of similar, but Chappelle's back now, and it's just so strange that, like, dude, when I was 23, I was stepping over lines and shit. This guy was commanding the fucking garden, and it's just like,
Yeah. And on SNL.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, brilliant comedian. Like, even with the small sample size, you have to put him up there. He's top 10, top 5. I would argue.
He'd be in my top 5 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he would have been like Kevin Hart of that era, where he's just like the top guy for like a straight decade.
Absolutely.
You know, Kevin Hart's never made me laugh. Not once in a movie or in a comedy special. I remember I was dating somebody a few years back. Oh, he's funny. We're watching it. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
He's not.
I didn't smile or laugh once.
He's not the top guy for me. He's made me laugh. Like I've seen
Yeah.
him live twice. I've enjoyed him very much both times. Some of his specials, I've enjoyed quite a bit. My top 2 are Bill Burr and Joe Rogan. Those are the two that kill me, and it's because they go for the jugular and they don't care, and that's what I love. Like, that's the part of comedy that I feel like needs to be protected amongst all of this extra sensitive bullshit that we're going through in this generation. It's like, no,
Jim
you
Jeffries
need to be
is
able,
pretty good at that too.
yeah, like you need to be able to say whatever the fuck you want. You know, somebody else, I haven't watched very much of his stuff, but I'm intrigued to buy his new special because I see clips of it that kill me, is Andrew Schultz. He seems like he's kind of in that conversation too of like
I'm familiar.
just don't
Yeah, I
give a
don't know him.
fuck. But yeah, Joe Rogan used to be my number one for a long time. Bill Burr has taken that spot, but Joe Rogan's
Bill
still number
Burr
two.
is
Joe Rogan's
just-
got a
he's
little bit
hilarious.
more philosophical with his stuff, where I feel like the podcast kind of bleeds into his comedy a little bit, where Bill Burr is just somebody that came out of nowhere for me. I was like, that dude from Breaking Bad does comedy? And then I started watching him, and me and my wife saw him this spring. By far the best comedy show I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
his bits were amazing, but was even more impressive was that his whole show, I know that we were the only ones that got that show, because at least 30% of his material was just reacting to the crowd and reacting to the area that he was in, the South, and customizing his comedy with that. And I've never...
He's a legend amongst comedians because there's one show in particular,
Philadelphia.
Outdoor show in Philadelphia, where he took his entire set to just destroy the fucking city.
It's so
And they
fucking great too.
They were booing him for about 75%, and he won them over. Like that's it. As a comedian, like you first of all, to have the fucking balls to say fuck it, I'm gone. They're booing me. I'm just gonna go balls in, and to just keep going and make
13 fucking minutes left.
Yeah.
We're still going.
He's still counting them down.
Your fucking hero. Your fucking hero is a statue of Rocky. Is a guy who doesn't even fucking
You
exist.
have a fictional character.
Yeah.
You have a fucking statue.
You bald-headed cheesesteak eating fucks. Like
your baseball team is named after a girl horse.
You're never gonna win the Super Bowl again. I hope you get AIDS on the way home. It's that for 15 minutes
This
straight.
doesn't change the way I feel about you.
Yeah.
And they have booed the comedian before, right? Is what happened.
Oh,
and
yeah, it
then
was
they
a
pissed him
terrible
off,
show.
and that's he went
Yeah,
out.
he went out there.
terrible
I think
show.
he said he went out there and he something he messed up a line or something, and they started booing, and he was just like, "Fuck it."
For me, growing up, Richard Pryor, and he's not a comedian. He's just a great speaker. George Carlin. I wouldn't call him a comedian because he doesn't really. Carlin, he's more like a well-written speaker. He just
George Carlin is comedy.
is a comedy. Like it's not jokes. It's just like how he just, as a matter of fact, and he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't have like punchline style.
Yeah,
he takes you on this journey, and you're like, oh, I think I learned something too.
Yeah, those were my favorite growing up. Those two guys.
Carlin was no joke.
Cody, for you, from Border Hoppers 619, is your 50
Patreon worth it? If the perks that are on there appeal to you, I mean, that's I have the different tiers. Honestly, I don't.
Nudes?
Yeah, exactly.
Stars.
I honestly don't remember what the additional perk is at the 50 mark. I know I try to do. I haven't done very many of them because Patreon is terrible with notifications. So there's been 2 or 3 times.
Man.
There's been 2 or 3 times where I've tried to do a hangout with my 50 tier and above, and just nobody answers. And so I haven't really done very many of them. But it just
The
whatever.
messaging is shit.
I appreciate any support, no matter what tier. But whatever tier appeals to you, I try my best to deliver. More times nowadays than not, I just am giving early access to my content. That's kind of the biggest thing that I do. And whenever I do top 10s and stuff, I'll do like a companion video where I do like 10 more, and it's only on Patreon. That's the only like Patreon exclusive videos that I make. So.
You should throw in a happy birthday message on their birthdays. You send a video singing happy birthday.
Oh, like
Well, that's what I got Cameo for.
Oh, there you go. The man's ahead of the game. There you go. All right.
People get so mad whenever I try to promote that. They're like, "Oh, this fucking guy over here trying to charge money for." I'm like, "Yes,
Business is
Yeah,
business, baby."
Yeah.
My favorite
pay
line
it.
from
You don't like it, don't pay it.
exactly."
Devil's Rejects. Favorite feet scene in a Tarantino movie. I can't think
I'm
of
not
one right
Quentin
now.
Tarantino. Like, seriously?
Well, there's CP's answer. I can't think of a feet scene.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Inglourious Bastards, where Hans is putting the high heel on. Yeah, I think that's my favorite scene, though. because it's not the foot, it's the actual tension in that damn
What is
scene.
the saying? If the shoe
Shoe
fits, then
fits?
you must wear it.
Yeah. Hey, that was really good. He even sounded like him.
That opening chapter to Inglorious Bastards, that was like the most tense thing that I had felt in years, to where I was like, he's fucking back. Like, I don't know
Yeah.
why I felt like Tarantino went away. I think it's because I didn't like Kill Bill when I was the age I was when they came out. It just, the anime thing turned me off. And so I was like, whatever, he's done. He's doing that weird shit now.
It's
And then
over.
so Inglorious Bastards comes out, and it's just like, I'm going to switch back to English now. And I was just like, this is fucking insane.
I think that the bar scene is far more tense than the beginning.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's the
Oh,
most,
yeah.
but I just remember watching that scene. I was like, I'll give this fucking weird subtitle movie. Thanks, Quentin.
I fucking loved
Watching it, and I was just like, this is fucking crazy and intense. And but yeah, this is the German 3. I was like, is that true? That's kind of clever,
right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I think
Oh
it
yeah,
is in
this,
Denmark,
which
too.
looks really fucking weird to Americans. You're like, what the fuck? Why are you doing that shit? It's this, bitch.
Hey, and that kid, they're celebrating that guy. He had a son, Maximilian. That's my son's name. Hey,
Hey.
that's right. Yeah,
Yeah, just don't go to a bar and
Nice.
celebrate.
German
Put
bar.
cards
Right?
on your head.
I do like the what does that guy say right before he you speak the King's English, because there's a special place in hell for wasting whiskey. Whatever that quote is, I love that line, dude. Just taking a sip of whiskey before you go
I
out.
must say, damn good stuff, sir.
Yeah, damn good movie, dude.
I don't remember if there's
Oh,
any
fuck.
feet in the scene. I'd be surprised if there isn't, but I love the lap dance scene in
Oh
Death
yeah,
Proof. The one that apparently, if you watched it in theaters, you didn't get to see. They did
What?
that real missing thing. Like,
Oh,
the-
that's right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah.
I never
that's
watched
definitely-
either of those movies in theaters, so I just heard about that later on. I was like, well, that fucking, why would you delete that scene of anything else, you fuck?
Oh yeah, that's a cool scene down in Mexico. I'll never forget that song
Mhm.
too. He's got a way of just like a song you've never heard tied to a
Hear Me
scene. Now you
Butterfly.
never forget both.
Yeah.
I think that Death Proof is wildly underrated. I mean,
I love
that's
it
like
too.
the
I
Scream
agree.
3 thing where I'm like, okay, yes, that's Tarantino's worst film. That's a
Mhm.
fucking amazing worst film to have. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's a little long in the tooth in the first act with all the dialogue, but I think it's a fucking awesome movie.
Anything with Kurt Russell,
Yes.
I'll give it a shot. I love the
Dude,
dude.
that
man.
one scene, I remember just describing this scene to my dad and getting him fucking pumped to watch this movie, wherever he's got Rose McGowan and he's like, you want to go left or are we going right? He's like, going left. And he's like, son of a bitch. Yeah. She's like, what's wrong? Well, we're going right.
Yeah.
That whole scene was just like, dude, that's fucking cool.
Mhm. Last year, the girlfriend and I went to Austin because it was filmed in Austin. We went to the both restaurants and bars
Mm.
that were filmed
Oh,
in the
that's
movie.
neat.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool, man. I
Fucking
love it.
Texans, man. You got all the damn movie locations. I ain't got shit. I got the fucking Forrest Gump bench that's not even there anymore. It's a bush. Sean
you had
came
The
down. I'm
Walking
like, you want to
Dead?
go see where the bench is? And we look at there's a picture of us pointing at a bush. Like, here it was.
3 hours later, right? Here's the
Yeah.
bush. I named mine already. Richard Pryor has got to be my favorite. You guys, did you name yours already?
It's
Bill
Carl.
Burr, Joe Rogan, Eddie Murphy. Those are really the only three that I've like really been dedicated to.
Oh,
Like
Charles
Chappelle.
Patterson. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Chappelle, I like, but also now there's like I wasn't on the Chappelle train when he was first really popular. I liked him afterwards, and now a lot of his comedy seems more like public speaking with a little comedy sprinkled in. Kevin Hart I liked a lot, but he's also really overexposed. Nothing but love for the
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
He's a genius as far as making his career, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just like Kevin Hart's the only name you heard there for like 7 years.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of some. I mean, those are really the only three that are like everything I've seen by them. I love.
I've had
Yeah.
sex with my favorite comedian,
There you go.
Madeline Kahn.
Charles Patterson.
I don't want to ask any more details.
It's me. It's me, Rudy. That's my name.
Oh! I didn't know what CP stood for. So now we know.
Comedy prick.
Or cunt penis or something. I don't
Ken
know.
Tankerous
Yeah.
piece of shit.
Rudy, you've killed CP. I don't know how I did that. We've bonded, so I don't know what you mean there.
Yeah, no, we're sharing Madeline Kahn
Yeah.
stories.
You know how there were many events that I knew my girlfriend was the one, dude, but I knew she was the one where she goes, "Hey, have you seen Clue?" I'm like, "Are you kidding?" She goes, "I love that movie," and she's just like like Mrs. White in there when she started quoting, flames on the side of my face burning. Like she's the one.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
My wife and I could not have more opposite upbringings as far as movies. Like
Really?
almost every movie that I've watched since we've been together is a first time watch with her.
Really?
Very, very, very few exceptions. She grew up with like Disney movies and the Disney princess stuff. Like that's her bread and butter. So when I watched Back to the Future and she's like, "What's this?" I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like I had those conversations with her for like the first 3 years, and then she started getting mad anytime I pointed it out. So I'm just like, I just let it go now. I'm like, "Have you seen this?" No. Okay.
It is funny because, like I said, when I started dating my girlfriend, she's 36. She's like, I'm 10 years older, and the fact that she's like, I brought up Young Einstein and Young Frankenstein. And I thought she wouldn't get it. She goes, "Oh, I love that movie," and she started quoting it to me. I'm like, "What?
That's
This
awesome.
girl quote Young Frankenstein? What the hell?"
I'm gonna put a baby in you.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my seed. That's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, the fact that she loved. I mean, when you're dating out there, it's tough when you throw a movie reference and they're like younger than you. More than likely, they're not gonna know. And when she started quoting, Young Frankenstein and Blazing Saddles, I'm like, "Oh shit, this is." And she loves 70s music versus hip hop today. Any woman that I dated who liked Drake I immediately dropped them. I'm like, forget it.
You're not
Ain't gonna
getting a
happen.
second date.
Yeah, you're not getting no. Like Drake, what? Who the fuck's baby? Like a Bad Bunny? I don't know who the hell that is. Anyway, yeah, but not. I didn't mean George Carlin wasn't a comedian, but it's just like his delivery is not comedian like.
style.
It's like Chappelle. It's like modern Chappelle, where it's
There you go. Yeah,
I'm giving my views on the world, and I'm going to be funny throughout it at times.
Yeah. So I'll back up, Rudy. So what we're taught as comedians is you get there in 3. You're supposed to, if you're not telling punchline style jokes, it's supposed to be sentence, laugh line sentence. Bump. Bump. But George Carlin is like fucking
yeah.
Get it in 25.
Yeah. He has more like applause breaks than he does like laugh lines, and he's very smart. And,
Yes.
and it's different. I know what you meant.
Yeah, I just I have a profound respect for men who can speak that way. And I remember in an interview they asked him, "Where did you get this talent?" He goes, "Oh, my dad was a public speaker." And he was renowned in his community. He got that talent from his dad. So I'm like, man, I envy that shit. That's awesome. The gift of the silver tongue. I love that shit, man.
If you look up his stuff, like on the way we speak, like he has all these euphemisms, and he just goes through it, and it's just like, fuck. It's how much work did this guy put into putting this fucking bit together? Because it's fucking long and chunky. As somebody who has written stuff and put stuff together, it's just like, you're doing this for 12 minutes? Christ. That's
I admire that, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see. Have you been to the RGV Valley here in South Texas? Yeah, I've been to McAllen. I don't know if there's like any haunted area down there, but I have been down there. I dated a girl and I visited her family one time. I drove down there. South Padre Island's great, all that stuff. It's 5 hours from here. It's funny. Like I'm San Antonio. I'm 5 hours from Dallas and 5 hours from McAllen. So it's pretty weird. Texas is so damn big.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
Buy me a drink.
Let's see. Anthony Mack says better practical effects. I don't know what that means.
Nightmare on Elm Street 2
or Hellraiser 2. Oh,
Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
Nightmare on Elm Street 2 gave me childhood trauma seeing Freddy come out of a guy's stomach. That gave me nightmares for at least 6 months.
That's the biggest thing that I praise the second film for, because I'm not nearly as there's like a lot of retroactive fans of that movie nowadays. I'm not really quite on that train, but the practical effects in that movie are fucking awesome. The finger knives coming through, the like you said, coming out of Jesse's body, it looks very convincing.
Mess me up, man.
My daughter quotes this because she started getting into horror movies, so we started watching Freddy movies, and for whatever reason the second one is the only one that she's quoted. She's like, "You got the body, but I've got the brain." And so that scene looks good.
Yeah. CP, I don't know if I told you this, but I had a beef with Cody. He didn't do anything wrong. he just puts out quality
usual.
content
Always
and
does
informs
something wrong.
people. My son's been watching horror movies all summer, right? And he woke up one day, he goes, "Dad, I just saw Nightmare on Elm Street 2. It's crazy, and I didn't know about the gay narrative and the undertone." Because I had a lot of questions for it, so I looked up Cody, and he taught me a lot about it. I'm like, "You went to Cody, not me." Like, I'm your father, damn it. You come to me next time when it comes to horror. I got all took it first.
Especially gay horror.
Especially
Wait, I
gay
mean-
horror. Oh God. I thought that was pretty funny. Like,
Yeah.
you watch Cody's videos, like, yeah, he's good. I'm like, you don't watch any of mine. He was like, eh. I'm like, fine.
Oh, I had the same thing with my son, where he's
Yeah.
just like, my favorite YouTubers, and I'm like, you just named like 6, and none of those were my name.
Where am I at? Where am I at? Yeah.
You're grounded.
Mr. Beast
no
is not
food.
a YouTuber. Get
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, but part 2, I definitely, as a kid, did not see any of the gay narrative. Totally went over my head because I didn't know what gay was when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
But it wasn't until like the college years, I'm like, why is Freddie spanking that coach with a towel? Like, that's when everything started forming. Like,
Why did the scene before it?
okay.
He's getting balls thrown in his face for 5 minutes. Like, there's so many things that are like so on the nose. It's hilarious to watch the documentaries about it, because we're like,
Yeah.
you got the screenwriter where he's like,
Yeah.
it was so subtext when I wrote it, and they
Yeah.
amplified everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh no, we did that on purpose.
Yeah.
It was, everybody. It's just like, oh no, yeah, we knew what we were doing.
we went to a horror con a couple months ago where we met, Joe Bob's drive-in show and his mail girl. Anyway, Robert Russell was there, the guy who was opposite of Jesse. He was the other guy who got killed in that scene where Freddy comes out of his stomach.
The
Anyway,
dude
he
from
was
Weird Science.
Yeah, him. He actually went up to my son because my son has a battle jacket with all this punk rock and metal. Hey, that's a cool jacket, man. He's had a conversation with my son. You know who that is?
That's cool.
He's like, I don't know who that was. I'm like, God damn it. That's when he saw Nightmare on Elm Street 2, and
That's
then
Jesse's lover in 2.
yes, yes, exactly. Cool dude. Yeah, talk punk with him and all that. But yeah, I will say, if we're on the Nightmare conversation, I'm gonna film another review for Dream Warriors. That's my favorite of all time.
Me too.
Soundtrack. It was a perfect close to a trilogy, is what it felt like.
Mhm.
Bringing in
Careful
Nancy
covering
and
stuff you really enjoy.
yeah, I'm gonna have to do that one again. But yeah, that was
If it wasn't for the last 3 minutes of the first film, I would say that's easily my favorite. But 3 is the one that I watch the most. It's the one that I have the most fun with. Like you said, the style, the soundtrack, like it's got all of the horror still there, but it's so much fun. The
Yeah.
one-liners are all great. The tone of it, the character. I think like the Dream Warriors characters are like the best
yeah.
cast
'Cause
of
you
the
care
whole
about them.
franchise. Yeah,
Yeah. Most times you don't give a damn who dies, but
that
you
whole
actually
Amanda Kruger angle that they bring in, where it's like it's this nun that was raped by 1,000 maniacs. It's like that's really fucked up and awesome.
son of 1,000 maniacs.
Hmm.
And I've said this before in other lives, but I was actually terrified because of part 2. Coming out of Jesse's stomach, I was terrified of the character Freddy Krueger. I was scared to go to bed because I thought I was going to have nightmares and he was going to kill me. And then I'm watching MTV one day, and Dawkins is killing Freddy with power cords at the end of the video. It ruined Freddy for me. I'm like,
I recreated that and I killed him with with metal as well in my
did?
review. Back when I used to like go real in depth with the skits, I had it to where I was having Freddy nightmares and I pulled out the guitar and played Dream Warriors and vanished him.
yeah, as cool as that video was, it ruined Freddy for me. I never saw him as the monster again. Oh, it's just a guy in an outfit.
Mhm.
Okay, CBMF Productions. Thank you for the super chat. Sup, y'all? Just started collecting vinyl and wanted to know if you have any soundtracks on vinyl or if there's any wishlist items you maybe want to get.
Oh,
I'll hold on.
I do.
yeah, I'll be back too.
I have Friday the 13th. 146.
To answer your question, I do have one vinyl. My son has a bunch of vinyls, Ramones and Misfits, and I think I want to buy it. I don't have a record player, but this is the only soundtrack vinyl I have. Superman,
Oh,
the movie. This is
Nice.
a genuine record I found at a thrift store, not thrift store, at a flea market. And I checked the records. It's two albums. So this is the only one I have. Superman the movie?
I have the soundtrack for Trick or Treat 1986 that's been packed away somewhere. That's like that's my favorite soundtrack of all time. But I bought this because I loved the score, and I thought that the collector's edition of it was pretty sweet.
Nice.
I have that too.
Mm-hmm.
I have that.
Nice. Is that the one that just came out with
The remake?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's a good one.
It has its problems, but the score, the Bear McCreary score, is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I have
Do you have a record player? Because I don't.
The only one that I had was one of those weird gimmicky like suitcase, like briefcase ones that I had just so I could be able to play them. I'm not really big into vinyl. I thought I was for like 5 minutes, and so I bought like 8 of them. But I have such a huge Blu-ray collection. I'm like, I don't have room for any more fucking collections in this house, or I'll get divorced. My dad though has maybe that many fucking vinyls. Like he's a vinyl nut.
Nice. We go to a record shop every Sunday, me and my son, and it's pretty cool. They still print out, current movies and past movies on vinyl. Like I saw like the Bloodsport soundtrack, all the Halloween soundtrack. As much as I don't like, Kills, I love the soundtrack. That's probably one of my favorite top 3 soundtracks of Halloween from the newest film. That's just me. But they sell a lot of like old soundtracks. Like, hey, I should buy a record player and start playing this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The sound is different. It feels like alive and all that.
My dad's got a Dream Warriors, or not Dream Warriors, a Dokken vinyl that when you turn it over on the back, it's a picture of the band with Freddy.
That's cool.
That's funny.
I used to always look at it when I was a kid. I'd pull it out and look at it and put it back.
My cousin had the Iron Maiden, and I wasn't a big fan of Iron Maiden, but the cover art is fucking amazing.
Oh yeah.
And I'd always try to draw Eddie, that character, and I could never get it down, man. It's just so detailed. I love it. I think Somewhere Out of Time is my favorite record cover. Yeah. You guys good on time? I mean, we're going on 3.5 hours.
I'm fine.
Okay. Let's call it at 4 hours, because I do have children I got to attend to.
Last week.
Yeah, I was gonna say I call it at 1 hour, at 2 hours, and at 3 hours.
Let's see what happens. Let's go from there. 24-hour stream. Shit.
There you go.
That'd be. I didn't have to work tomorrow. I'll do that in a heartbeat.
I'd have to do that when my wife was on vacation, or she'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing in here?"
You think you can do that?
With my friends, leave me alone.
I don't know. I'd have to do a lot of Red Bulls and things to keep up with the 24-hour stream. I don't know if I can do that.
Didn't Ryan do that 24-hour stream where he wasn't allowed to talk or some shit for like fundraising?
Oh yeah, to raise money. Yeah.
Who did that?
Best 24 hours ever.
Crazy. Let me ask you. I didn't ask you guys
Love
this.
you, Brian.
How did you two meet?
Through a mutual friend.
Okay. Who shall remain nameless? Is that when was this? 2015, 2016, or
2017. So I had met this guy through YouTube, and we started chatting here and there, and he would regularly stream and collab with CP and Brian.
Oh,
and eventually I was kind of brought in as the 4th man, and then and then we got really close from then on. My introduction to CP was watching streams with them and talking back and forth and always making them laugh in the chat. And then our buddy Brian, I don't know if you've ever seen his videos or not, but my introduction to him was we had a discussion about Alien Covenant on CP's channel, and it was Brian is a very mild mannered, very like he's religious, like he's a very stand-up guy, but he also can blow whenever you like push certain buttons. And that was my introduction. If you want to
debate, Brian is there for that.
Yes. So somebody was debating him about Alien Covenant. Every time Brian tried to speak, he would like correct him, and he's like, "Will you just let me finish my bloody point?" And I was just like, "This guy's nuts."
What did I get into?
No, it was Peter, I think. It was like, that was me. Peter. Yeah. I was just like, wow, this guy's passionate. I remember my introduction to him. The first thing he found out about me was that Alien 3 was the bottom of my Alien ranking, even over AVP Requiem. And he was like, What? Wait, what? And I was just like, oh yeah, this guy is not gonna get along with me.
Cody's like, I'm
5
in the
years
Fight
later.
Club of movie YouTube.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's funny because don't bring that up. Apparently, okay, I was just curious. That's all, because they get along great.
You met through Drum Dums.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's what it was. Okay,
Yeah.
So now that
Yeah.
awkward silence. Now,
There's,
so.
there-
Just kidding. We all hit it off, and that's great.
I said
man.
it and broke CP's camera.
Real quick, don't worry about the money. It's cool, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, and it's getting you through these hard times. M Manow 27. So no problem.
Cool.
We all go through hard times. I get it. I
Mhm.
get it, man. Hopefully CP can come back on.
It'll probably do the same thing. He'll fast forward here in 6 seconds.
Yeah. But so that's pretty cool, man. Like I said, how did we meet, Cody? I think I messaged you a couple times, but like I said, I was just starting out, and I was not going to reach out to you guys to do a collab, because I thought that was like, what the hell do I have to offer? So I never reached out to you that way. I think it was do you remember? I don't remember.
I think you had reached out to me once or twice about something. I think you reached out to me about something, like, because you knew me through Sean, or you saw me through Sean or something, and then you reached out to me after you saw me talk about Metal Gear, and you were like, dude, me.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
I think whenever Resident Evil came around, we were talking Resident Evil, and then that's kind of what.
Yeah, you invited me to do a collab with you, and I'm like, holy shit, that's cool. I never done a ranking before. How do you do that? Like, yeah, but that was fun, dude. Like I said, that's probably, there's a few videos I remember. Do you ever feel like you're doing videos and sometimes it feels like a chore?
Oh yeah, all the time.
And I kind of was in that rut, and then you asked me to do that rankings, and I was like, hey, this is fun, because I'm actually talking about something that I really love, and I'm going back to the old school 96 days, and
yeah,
it felt good.
That's why I stopped. Whenever I went full time, I started doing this thing that, quite honestly, I kind of stole the idea from Sean, because he started doing it where he would advertise at the beginning of a week what the next week or so of content was going to look like. And I was so gung ho about like scheduling myself out and holding myself account, like trying to go ultra like boss with it. That I started doing that. And then what I found is after a few months, I started getting really frustrated, where I would commit to 6 or 7 videos, and 2 or 3 out of the 7, I'd get to that day and I'm like,
yeah,
I really don't want to fucking do that. Like, I'm not in the mood to talk about that.
Yeah.
And so I started like a couple of weeks there where I wasn't fully delivering what I was promising. And so I just stopped doing that, because I work better. I thrive on chaos. And so I kind of
agent of chaos.
Exactly. So I thrive on chaos a bit, and I also like kind of spontaneity. So I'll put my little calendar up here of what my ideas for the month are. Very rarely does my month end up looking like that.
Okay.
And so like, for example, I was supposed to do sleepaway camp last week, and it got to the day where I was going to record it, and I was just like, I'm just not in the mood. And I know if I'm not in the mood, the video is not going to be as good as it should be. And so I'm like, I'll do it next week maybe. And so I like being able to make those little executive decisions where some people might not understand that, but if like I watch a movie and I'm just like, I'm not in a cheesy 80s slasher mood today. I'm not. I think I want to talk about this. And that's yeah.
Hey, you're back. Everything all right?
I said drum dums, and you were like, it just went away. I said the word and broke them.
Boston Kennedy, that's such a cool name. I've been subbed to Cody when he only had 1,000 subs.
Oh wow.
I'm so proud to see how far he's come.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah, that was like 8 or 9 months in. I think I had 1,500 subscribers at the end of my first year.
Badass.
So that was a long time ago. It's amazing when you start a channel, because you value every single. You're like, I got 4 subscribers. Refresh. I got 6 views. I got 7 views.
I'm still like that. Like, but on TikTok, it's funny because like I'll put up a video. I'm like, not that I don't appreciate it, but it's like I don't go into the comments and dive in like I first did. And then maybe that's me not being appreciative of it, and maybe taking.
No, it's just the TikTok comment section fucking sucks.
Oh,
it's everybody trying to dunk on each other and condescend each other and stuff. So I dipped my toe into those waters for like a month, and I was like, this sucks. Never mind.
Yeah. But
I scroll past TikTok. I'm like, oh yeah, that exists. Let me check.
Yeah, but that's where I'm thriving, dude. That's where that's picking up, and trying to get them to come over to the YouTube space. But again, I need to make more content over there as well. So it's tough to get. I think it's a detriment because TikTok I said TikTok. I think it's really hurting attention spans because people are just so used to this roulette type of style feed.
Oh, for sure. That's why I made a conscious decision a couple months ago to start making my intros faster and have more video, more shit flashing, and get to the point quicker, because I had to take a hard look at, like, yes, I've done very well with this style for so long that it feels weird. It's one of the points I made in that YouTube tutorial thing that I did, where you got to know when to change and evolve things, even if they aren't broke. Like the whole thing about if it ain't broke, don't fix it doesn't work on YouTube. If it don't work, or if it ain't broke, fuck with it a little bit. And so I started to realize, like, we're in that TikTok generation to where everybody, you'd have like a minute to get somebody's attention. Now you've got like 3 seconds
minimum.
Yeah. Otherwise, whoop, next.
See, Cody doesn't care much for found footage films. How about you, Rudy and CP? I think they're cool. I mean, it became too saturated for a while. It's somewhere in the mid 2000s and 2015. So I think Blair Witch did it perfectly right for me. Outside of that, I really can't think of another one. Maybe Record, the Spanish one. That was really done well.
Wreck,
yeah, but I can't think of another one. So it's a hit or miss for me. But I was a fan when it first came out, but not anymore. I choose to avoid them.
After Blair Witch Project blew it up, it was just oversaturated. Every single January and February was like 3 or 4 found footage horror films that were made for like $500,000. The only ones that I love Chronicle.
That's a good one. Oh, fuck yeah, I forgot about that one. Yes.
I love Chronicle. The first Cloverfield's okay. I'm not as high on it as most people, but I like that one okay. I feel like I'm forgetting one. End of Watch, if that counts, is kind of found footage-ish.
That's a good one as well, yeah.
And I really like, as far as like the horror ones that came out, I really like The Last Exorcism. Did you ever see that one?
Of Emily Rose?
No, just The Last Exorcism,
no.
where it's got the chick on the cover where she's like bent backwards.
No.
It's got the guy who plays. Do either of you watch Better Call Saul? Oh, I know you don't yet, CP. But have you?
I saw the first season.
Okay. Well, one of the guys that I know more from Better Call Saul now is playing this priest, and he's a priest that has lost his faith, and he's taken a documentary crew out to prove that exorcisms are bullshit. And so he takes this crew out to this woman, and the shit's legit. And so it's I really like that one. I don't know if it would age well for me. I haven't watched it in years, but when that one came out, I was like, nah. Did I like that? What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen.
Matthew, thank you for reminding me. A good friend of mine, VHS. Yes, I love the VHS series. 1, 2, and the last one that just came out are really good. And I know I recommended you to see that, Cody. I know you're not.
I saw the first one.
VHS 94, I think, is the latest one. That one was really done well. I love that.
I really liked the first segment of VHS with the chick who was the succubus that they picked up from the bar. That one was cool. The other ones I didn't like at all.
CP, any found footage films?
Nothing that you guys haven't already fucking steamrolled over. It's a niche market. Like, I don't know. I used to. Film school ruined my taste, if that makes any sense, because like when you learn things about like what things are supposed to be and whatever the fuck. Like I went to film school thinking that horror and comedy were the best things ever, and then I left film school like, man, those things don't even know what the fuck they're doing. Like, this is all stupid.
Whatever you see behind the curtain and you understand all the ins and outs. Yeah, it was the same thing on YouTube, where I watched like I used to love Jeremy Johns, and then I learned how to do YouTube, and I'm like, that dude's lazy as fuck. Like it's just one actor. I still like him. Like I'm not hating on him. I still like his channel a lot. But you look at that and you're like, you lazy bitch. Like you got a million subscribers. You just turn the camera on with one background, and that's all you do. Like
jump cut.
Yep. So you see it differently. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. You sit on a throne of lies.
There you go.
Let's see here. Paranormal Activity movies are so boring. It's like an hour into the movie, and
those are
cabinets
so
opening
rough for me. That's the hardest part about these horror franchise tier lists that I've been doing, because I had only seen the first 3 Paranormal Activity movies, and so every time I want to do a new one now after 3, I have to watch another paranormal. I watched the 4th one, and I'm sitting there for like an hour. I'm like, nothing's happening.
Yep.
No, oh, a cabinet opened, so scary. Oh, it's getting intense, and the movie's over.
Yeah. And it usually is a character running to the camera with a big mouth face, like and
Something, man. That was one of those movies where it came out and everybody's freaking out about it, and I'm like, what the fuck? No.
yeah.
There's 3 different endings. I don't give a fuck. They all suck.
It's coming out of the Blu-ray. Oh, DVD.
Matthew Ortiz, One Cut of the Dead is not a found footage movie. It is.
I enjoyed that
good
movie.
That
I
is
enjoyed
a very good movie.
Yeah.
It is not found footage.
I actually did a review on it. I was so impressed with it. I actually
It's a
filmed a
very
review on
good
that.
movie.
Yeah, I loved it. So totally took me by surprise. Like, what are we doing? It's ending already? Like, what?
Yeah, yeah. Like you're like a half an hour and you're like, what the fuck? Oh.
Yeah, then I'm cracking up at the end, dude. I'm laughing so hard at the end, man. Crazy. I want to see CP as Riddler.
I have the hat to match. I can get a green shirt and hat.
There you go.
I can.
You just gotta wash out the glasses so they're all white in the shadows.
I need to see Batman again. I saw it 4 times when it first came out. Not in the theater, 3 times in the theater, and then 1 time on HBO Max. I got to check that out again.
I saw it twice in theaters, and I was waiting for the 3rd time to watch it with my dad, but we just haven't been able to do it. So every time I get ready to play it, I'm like, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to watch this fucking thing, and then he's going to be like, hey, you want to watch? Fuck, I just watched it. Like, I just know it's going to happen.
It is one. Cody and I talked about this already, but the sound of the Batmobile starting up, I think I jizzed in my pants when I first heard that thing start up. And it's if you think about it in movies, when's the last time we heard a sound that was like ooh, like the T-Rex roaring or the assault rifles and aliens shooting? There's iconic sounds of the DeLorean gassing up, revving up. There's sounds, but prior to that engine starting up, man, I can't think of the last sound that got me like, oh, like, damn, like I was excited about that.
You got one super chat at 11:37 p.m. Anthony Mack.
Return of the Mac. Sorry, thank you, Anthony.
Cheetos.
Better synthesized score the thing or why'd you have to ask that question? Damn it. That's hard, man. I'm gonna go Halloween 3 there. I said it.
Jesus.
Yeah, because the thing's an awesome score, but it's
Boom, boom.
pretty much one thing kind of repeated. Like Halloween 3 is you'd be shocked to find out that it wasn't Carpenter that did it.
Yeah. Yeah. I know it's August 1st. Don't do that. I know it's August, but for me, it's officially Halloween. That's when I bring up all the decorations and start playing nothing but Halloween soundtracks during my workday. 3 is my favorite. 1's iconic. 3 is one of my favorites. But again, I love kills.
That. What? 3, because
yeah.
Again, another reason why I'll never make friends in the Halloween community. 3 is like my second favorite Halloween movie.
Yeah, it is my second favorite.
I really enjoy that movie.
Yeah. It's just so wacky and different. And
Michael. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? It's funny how like retroactively people start to go back on their opinions and change whenever the something becomes popular in hindsight. Because like Halloween 3 for as long as I have been alive has always been shit on as like this weird like what don't even fucking bother with that thing. Like there's people out there, even with Halloween Resurrection, even with Halloween 5, even with the amount of people that hate Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, there's a lot of people out there that just default that one at the bottom of the ranking because Michael's not in it at any point.
Yeah.
And that's been the kind of the conversation. Like if you liked Halloween 3, you were part of like this weird other group of people.
Yeah.
And nowadays you've got all like since Halloween Kills where they start showing these little Easter eggs and stuff, you got all these people doing fan theories like I wonder if they're going to put something with Silver Shamrock and Halloween Ends and it's going to tie in and like there's all these people getting onto these things and I'm like, where the fuck have you people been for the past 4 decades?
I think people hated Empire when it came out. They said it was too dark and it wasn't fun. So it just, as time moves on, people look back and appreciate things. So just like when people will look back and appreciate Batman versus Superman.
Oh, where's Brian when you need him? Jeez.
Oh God. So much for
got-
going at so much for stopping at 4, Rudy. Thanks. You want to get somebody going? Just mention anything DC that's a hot topic around Brian.
Really?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh yeah, that and open up the next 45 minutes of your time.
Oh God, no. I'm a fan, but not like no.
DC and Nolan are his hot buttons. Where if you touch that, it's like okay, get comfortable.
Yeah.
He's gonna go on his rant.
Yep.
Yeah, you just hang the headphones up and just all right.
Let him go.
Go get a beer or something.
He always does this thing. I wish I could do a super cut. This is what CP used to do like years ago. He would always get these little things and make super cuts of them, and you would like, holy shit, I do that a lot. So like Brian does this thing where he knows that he'll start eating up a lot of time on the stream, so he'll start stopping, and somebody will bring up something, and he'll give like a quick like deliberate like 1 or 2 sentence answer, and then we'll all wait. We'll pause. And then we'll get ready to say something. He'll be like, I just think, and we're like, fuck. We were doing when we did the 31 on 31 creature features, we usually do this debrief afterwards. So we all release our rankings, and then within a week or so, we'll all get together and do a live stream, and we'll average out the scores and talk about what the group 31 on 31 is, and kind of go over, like, have a live discussion on each movie.
Yeah.
And that one was the first time that we had Sean on for a live stream. So there was 4 of us. It ended up going 4 hours.
Damn.
And they typically were like 2 and change. And so we were like at the 3.5 hour mark, and we were only like in the 10s. And so there was a point where we were talking about It Chapter 1. And then Brian was trying to relate something he was saying to like 7 movies ago. And so he started going for like 4 minutes on another movie. And CP just goes, It Chapter 1. There's so many moments that are like these classic, like, especially between CP and Brian, where like they'll get into it over something, or they'll call each other out at something that's just like the highlight of the whole 4 hours.
Now I have to. That's somewhere on YouTube, right? I got to go find that now and see that.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate that the platinum trophy isn't, our possession.
Yeah. We gave him hell that year too, because he added Critters to the list because he's a big Critters fan, and all of us hated them. And so the whole time we were just advertising. We're like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, if this is our opinion, if we don't mean to insult anybody, if we don't like these movies, except you, Brian, like, just going for him for the whole month.
Kill Kreitz, man. Come on, Critters is awesome. It's a fun, like, them, the Munchies, and Gremlins, man. Those are my tier right there. That's my rankings.
Yeah. In my video, you thought that I front loaded my roasting Brian bit in that video, but it wasn't that. I think I had 3 Brian roast breaks.
I did too. That was the year of fucking with Lomax. We were just like, okay, motherfucker, make me watch those 4 movies, 5 movies.
Got it. Brian, huh? You don't talk to him anymore? Or you still do?
Oh no, we're all great friends.
Good.
No, yeah, we're good. We're just he's on CP's time,
now.
but he's on CP's time, but he actually goes to bed. So
nice. CP, it must be like 6 a.m. now or 4 a.m. Are you good? Or can you function without sleep? Oh
5.
Shit, man! Wow. You're good. You're fine. I guess we're all fine then.
Good fuck with.
He's fine.
So
what's he gonna do tomorrow? Watch Solo 2?
Did somebody request it? Shit.
Let's see what we have here. Thank you for introducing Rudy and CP channels. Hey, there you go.
Hey, you're welcome.
We appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, Critters Forward Angeles.
Yep.
Really, Ed? Brad Dorff's in that one. Wow.
Yep. Leo DiCaprio's in the 3rd one.
That's right. You know what movie actually gave me nightmares? Troll. Not Troll 2. Troll. Remember that one?
No.
Sonny Bono was in it.
I saw 5 minutes of it on the TV back in the 90s. That's about my whole experience with the Troll franchise.
Yeah, this troll had a little ring with a little prick, not prick, a little needle, and he'd prick you, and you would transform and morph into a troll and join that community. That gave me nightmares. Just the idea of just turning into something.
Oh, that's how the anti-woke YouTube community works.
One of us.
They have to they're raising from troll to troll. It makes sense. Okay, fine. Oh God.
Dice,
I appreciate the strong female character. What?
Oh my God.
What is the title of that stream where Brian says that Friday the 13th Part 5 led to something new? That was the original 31 on 31 live stream. It's on Drum Dum's channel. But yes, that's an iconic moment between those two.
Gotta check that out. Rudy, your Return of the Living Dead video was awesome. Thank you. I had a lot of fun with that one because, again, at the time of me filming that, I hadn't seen it in like 10 years. So I was doing these videos where, these horror movies really freaked me out as a kid, and I was revisiting them as an adult. So I'm watching Return of the Living Dead, and I forgot, it never really hit me, but how funny it is. Mm-hmm. It fucking cracked me up. So I made the video. I'm just laughing the entire time. So thank you for that. It's one of my personal favorites. I know the quality is not all that great from the production standpoint, but I had an amazing time with that. Thank you. Anthony, again, thanks for the super chat. Better Hopkins film, Predator 2 or Judgment Night? Oh, God.
Is that the director?
I believe it is.
Okay. You said Hopkins. I'm thinking Anthony Hopkins. I'm like, he wasn't in either of those.
Yeah, I was like,
Judgment Night is one of my favorites of all time. So that's an
no
easy
way,
pick.
really?
Right,
I love Judgment Night.
I agree.
Don't
that was
move.
one of those.
Don't whisper.
Yeah.
Don't even breathe.
What was that comedian's name?
Leary.
Dennis Leary. Yeah, he played a good villain. I think that was the first time I ever saw him as a villain, because before that, he was on MTV doing these shorts.
I think he's so underrated as an actor. Unfortunately, whenever you mention him, everybody always just brings up the Bill Hicks shit. And it's like, dude, he's done fucking decades of shit in movies and TV. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
Get over it.
Rescue Me and shit. Yeah.
Rescue Me. I mean, The Ref. Me and CP always talk praises of that one. I mean, yeah.
Thomas
Spider-Man.
Brown
The Amazing Spider-Man. He was a chief. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember him from MTV. He would just do these shorts, like these commercials, where he just ramble and just say something about whatever. And then he was on this movie. Emilio Estevez, Cuba Gooding Jr. Yeah, that's right. Guys
Steven
going to
Dorff.
a boxing match. Yeah, that's right. It is a good movie.
Yeah,
I like
that's a
that
classic.
Dice, do a Halloween ranking. It's like free candy. Like, genuinely, just you're asking for like free views if you do it.
Just do a Halloween ranking.
Yeah, Dice before said that they hadn't done a Halloween ranking, and I was like, do it. Just fucking do it.
Yeah, do it. You got
me.
2 months. Just prepare it, and then just have a slot for one to go.
Yeah.
Or you can get really bold and just know where it's going to be and record it ahead of time.
Oh, that's very Florida.
I had to do one just to purposely piss people off and say 2018 sucked.
I did that on my original
but
31.
Really grind it in there, man.
Yeah, on my original 31 on 31, where I had all the Nightmares, Halloweens, and Friday the 13th together. I opened with that as a joke, where I was like, "All right, number 31, the worst of the entire bunch. Like, I know this is gonna piss you guys off, but I'm sorry. Halloween 2018." And I talked for like a second, and I'm like, "Just kidding." And I still get comments where they're like, "I was so fucking triggered for 3 seconds."
Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate that. That's so cool. Marcy? Yeah, Marcy. Yeah. We are awesome. All right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely.
It's about time I'm not a serial killer.
You're so cerebral.
Just awesome. I'll take it.
There you go. Be bold. Do it.
What, Halloween ranking?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Do it. Fuck it.
Yeah, there you go.
I could not argue with that. I can understand that completely.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy the SEO too, because you're gonna get some comments.
Movies you guys can only watch one time. Oh God, I can't think of any.
I mean, if we're taking the movies, we're taking.
Why did I laugh at that? I don't know.
Racist.
Yeah.
Exactly, you bigots.
If we're taking out movies that are just bad that we don't want to watch again, it's usually any movie that's not. I mean, yeah, something like Schindler's List, where there's not really a rewatch factor to it, where it's like, okay, I experienced that.
That was a good film.
Yes.
I have nothing else to add, and nor do I ever have to see this again.
Most
movie
of
did you say, Cody?
A24.
What movie did you say?
I didn't say what I'm just saying. Movies like Schindler's List is probably what I would say. Like movies where you're like, oh,
Yeah.
that was a good film, but I never need to rewatch that again. Like Everything Everywhere All at Once is the big one this year that everybody's freaking out about. Like I watched that and I didn't quite appreciate it on the level that it seems a lot of people did, but I still really appreciated it. But I'm like, I will never watch this again, but I would give it a thumbs up.
For me,
The
Passion of the
Northman.
Christ.
There's another one. And I'm like, cool. Huh?
Passion of the Christ.
Never seen it.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
Mel
yeah.
Gibson film, but it's pretty graphic. And I remember
That could probably fit in my series. Actually, it's just Jesus gore. Like, it's
yeah.
just-
I remember I took the day off and took my parents. This is back in whenever it came out, 2001. And I go, I'll be right back. So they go get their seats, and I go buy a popcorn and a soda, and I walk in there. Everyone gives me like a look, like, "How dare you?" I'm like, "It's a fucking movie." Like, well, I'm like, it's not church. And I'm over here just pounding down the popcorn, and people are just looking at me like,
Do the fucking
blasphemous.
do the fucking De Niro thing from Cape Fear, like, like
I love that lighter he's got with
Jesus
the glowing tits.
getting his shit pushed in. He's just fucking loving it.
can you give me a refill?
People are crying like
Crunching out
during the
loud.
torture scenes, and I'm just like, yeah, it's pretty graphic. Yeah, it's just eating popcorn. Mel Gibson needs to direct more movies. I love his movies, man.
I haven't seen Passion of the Christ, but like Hacksaw Ridge, man, I fucking adored that movie when it came out. That
Is
was like the movie
where that one guy doesn't want to pick up a weapon or something
yes.
like that. Yeah, okay,
Andrew
yeah.
Garfield.
It
That
had
was the
that
movie
wall,
where
that
everybody
big
on
wall.
it was so fucking good that everybody in Hollywood was like, fine, you can come to the Oscars. Like,
Yeah.
I loved that, and he didn't direct it, but like the thing that he followed that up with was that Craig Zoller movie. What the fuck was it called with Vince Vaughn, where they're dirty cops?
Vince
Oh,
Vaughn.
shit.
99, Cell Block
Cell Block
99.
No,
Yeah.
it's the one that he did after that. Fuck, I can't think of the name. I'm gonna have to look it up now because it's gonna drive me nuts.
Yeah, right. The something to something. 3 words.
Yes, I know. It's
Fuck.
it's like right there on the tip of my tongue. Dragged Across Concrete.
Fuck.
Well, Matthew on top of it, man.
Hey, boom! I beat you.
I had the poster right in my face. I just couldn't read the words.
I did the same thing. I'm like, I'm picturing the masks. I know who's in it.
I gotta check that out then. I don't know. Dragged across concrete, huh? Is it?
Have you
okay?
ever seen Brawl in Cell Block 99?
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, it's that same director.
It's same style. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? A movie that reminds me of that, but not really, is Bronson with Bane,
Tom
who plays him. Yeah, I thought that was really enjoyable. I really enjoyed that one. That was a really good one.
He got voted hardest foreigner to understand or hardest actor to understand by the Americans or something. I'm like, you fuckers just said that because of Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah. This is a great one, Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah.
I bought that
director.
one. Yeah.
Same director.
Great
Yeah.
writer too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His movies, especially Dragged Across Concrete, they kind of unfold like chapter books.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know how I found out about Bone Tomahawk, but I just saw it on a whim. Hey, Kurt Russell, I think that's what it was. And like Cannibal Indians, what the hell? And then of course there's that one Destiny where they split that guy in half. That just like, what?
The one that they stole from Terrifier.
No, they did this better because it
I
looked
know.
too fucking real,
I
man.
know. That's why I was being a smartass because apparently everything was stolen from Terrifier from now on.
Yeah. I remember watching Dragged Across Concrete and being like, "Oh, Deb's in this." Oh, never mind. It doesn't really.
But yeah, we answered the question. Movies we can only see once. That one and The Hills Have Eyes, the remake. I just don't enjoy seeing a family getting slaughtered and just raped and
It
everything
took me
like
a
that.
long time to warm up to that movie. I had to watch the originals and then watch the remake and be like, oh, this actually is pretty fucking good.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
Hills Have Eyes Part 2 it's shocking that Wes Craven directed that movie. It's so fucking bad.
Worse than Deadly Friend. Just-
I'll watch Deadly Friend every day for a month before I'll
Maybe.
watch Hills Have Eyes again. the second one.
Crazy. See,
Will
what
Smith's apology. Thoughts? Well, that took a turn.
Whoa, where is that at?
right underneath the 18 bone tomahawks and dragged across concrete.
I didn't know he apologized. I didn't even see it.
He made a YouTube video.
Okay.
Oh.
Neither of you saw it?
No, I've been.
Oh, that's fucking boring.
I want to make
Yeah,
my own drama.
he did a
No.
YouTube video where he addressed it, and he basically said that he's been taking the time to reflect, and he's reached out to Chris a few times, but Chris says that he's not ready to talk, and when he is, he'll reach out. He flat out said he answered somebody's question about the little eye roll that Jada gave. He's like, no, she didn't tell me to do anything. I did this all on my own.
He did it live?
No, it was an edited thing that he released a couple days ago. On one end, I don't think the guy needs to be like crucified for this. Like it's not something that should end his career. I think that there's people out there that are taking it way too seriously. Like they want to see him like burned at the fucking stake for doing this. At the same time, I don't know what he can really say aside from what he said. There is something that's still a little disingenuous about it because of the way that it comes across. Like he waited this long to say that, and it didn't really feel like it was really that heartfelt. Like it's not like he really had to break down. It was just like you could have said this the same day probably. And the fact that he absolutely dismissed Jada, like, no, she had nothing to do with it. I think everybody's gonna call bullshit on that. Where they're like, dude, everybody knows you're under her fucking thumb. Just either don't mention it or just say what it is, which you never will.
I need to check that out.
Yeah,
because like you said, no matter what he says or does, I mean, he's still banished, and his career is forever. He will always be remembered for that one mistake. Isn't it funny how life works? You can be doing 50 years, 40 years of just wonderful deeds. You do one fucked up thing. And that's all you'll be remembered by.
Defines you. Yep.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Mouth.
I love the edits that people have done with that clip. Like they got one where his son as a kid is up there talking about his dad. He's like, keep my name out your fucking mouth. And then there's another one where somebody changed it and they're like, what? They were making a joke about their open relationship. And so Chris was up there and he goes, keep fucking my wife's mouth.
I hear the rumor is that he actually was he hooked up with Margot Robbie. So if he did that, man, like
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, apparently they're a little open.
Yeah.
Things.
I couldn't do that. I'm not wired
more
that
open
way.
than he is. He probably tried it once and was like, I can't do it. I love you. And she's like, oh, well, I'm 12 dudes deep. So
Dude,
get used to it.
I'm way down the road already.
Yeah.
Oh, let's real quick get to super chat. Manzana Roja. What's WDY mean?
What do you guys think?
You guys?
Oh, we touched on it earlier. I wasn't a big fan. I am not really looking forward to it. I'll check it out, but you know,
it's funny how
the names attached to it intrigue me a little bit because Jake Gyllenhaal doesn't typically do like he's one of those guys that tends to be a little bit more selective with what he does. And Doug Liman is a pretty awesome director, so I'm like, oh, he's gonna do it. Okay, maybe. That's one of those movies like the original Top Gun, where I'm like, that wouldn't be that hard to improve upon.
Yeah. Let's see. 1 second here. I just want to check on something real quick. Yeah. So thank you for the super chat. Anything Jake Gyllenhaal does, I'm a fan of. He's one of those actors ever since Nightcrawler.
Yep.
Like I'm vested.
That was the turning point for me too. I always liked him, but as soon as he did that, I was like, oh, okay. Okay.
Psychopath really well. Where's that one question here? Just to kind of end the evening on an insightful yet maybe fun question. Thoughts on the meaning of life and why we are here.
Clickbait. No. Why we're here.
To fuck shit up.
Yeah. Oh.
Have fun. Make an impact. Make life leave it better than what it was with. I'm rephrasing that wrong.
We're doing a terrible job.
Here we go. Put on the life coach hat.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Shit, I can't do that right now. Let's see. We touched on Batman already. I think it's the best film of the year so far. I can't think of another film.
It's still my number one. X is very close second, but
It is not my number one.
What is your number one?
I believe it's X.
Oh, well, I can't argue with that. I'm either way, but
Is it
I
your
love
number
both.
2?
Those are my favorites.
Well, fuck off then. What's your number 2?
Black Phone.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Okay.
Of course you
Worst-
can't. It's your opinions.
You don't know shit.
Do I really want to open up this can of worms here for me? Worst MCU movie.
It's for me, it's either going to be Eternals, Thor: Love and Thunder, or Captain Marvel. The popular answer is Thor: Dark World, but
Yeah.
I can at least enjoy pieces of that movie. Where Captain Marvel, I was lukewarm on and have disliked it more as it has gone on. Probably because they have waited so fucking long to follow it up with anything, so they haven't really won me back over with that character yet. And it's not any hate towards Brie Larson. I know that was the popular fucking thing. I just didn't think the character was very enjoyable.
She was quite
boring.
acting too.
Yeah,
she wasn't
exactly.
that fantastic.
Yeah.
So one of those 3 for me.
Yeah. Eternals is the only MCU film I've ever fell asleep on. So I guess that would qualify as the worst, but Marvel and I want to say, without even saying it, probably Love and Thunder. Just from what I've heard. I mean,
I have yet to see that movie.
I know I haven't seen it yet, so maybe I shouldn't say that, but just from what I've heard,
It's a safe bet, Rudy. It's a safe bet.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
It's a safe bet. I mean, if I'm that hard on it, you're only going to be harder.
I'll probably have like an aneurysm watching that damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see
Eternals
here.
is bad.
Rudy, love your channel. Thank you. You generally seem like an awesome human being. I'd like to think so. Thanks. So
Ever seen a Serbian film?
No, I don't
Seem
plan
like
on
a
it.
very put together person. Have
No,
you ever watched this movie where kids get fucked?
Yeah, I want to stay that way. So I want to stay a genuine good person. I don't want to see that and come out
Oh,
changed.
they're not kids. It's just a baby.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm gonna leave that movie with 1,000-yard stare, just like you know.
Oh no,
just
wait,
like-
there is a kid. No, I stand corrected. It's more than one youngster.
That's okay. What did I need to know? Oh wow! Last super chat of the night here, Brandon Alexander. Hey, that's a commanding name. Bring me Brandon Alexander. Bring me the head of Brandon
to the
Alexander.
principal's office.
Yeah. From the MCU, I've only seen so far since I'm trying to catch up. Captain Mary Sue. I mean, Captain Marvel is my personal worst so far. It could change over time. Yeah, she's a very wooden character. I think she was miscast. I think they could have done something better. She just wasn't likable as a hero.
She wasn't likable. She was cocky and arrogant. And then they add her into Endgame and she's like condescending all of the Avengers, like she's going to go handle it for all of them. And it was just like, this is not the path.
Yeah.
And then you have Nick Fury, where they answer the age-old question of how did he lose his eye? Was it this awesome? No.
Oh God, you reminded me of
fucking
that.
cat scratched him in his face. Those are the moments where I look at the MCU and I'm like, everything doesn't have to be a fucking joke, guys. Can you not do this?
And that's
Like
what
that.
I bring up in the Incredible Hulk video. We're watching it, and there's no jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Not one fucking joke, just raw human moments. And I go, like, oh, this is what a film's supposed to feel like before they throw in the fart jokes and penis jokes.
Mhm.
I gotta take a whiz or whatever the fuck they say. That's one thing I hate. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, their brand of humor is extreme hit or miss for me. That when it's really on, it's really on. But more times than not, it's like, especially when they do the recurring jokes, where it's just like, isn't this funny? No, it wasn't. Well, we got 18 more. Thor: Love and Thunder does that with those fucking screaming goats. Like, ah! And I'm like, that's weird. And then they do it like 7 more times in the movie.
Yeah. I think for me, like Infinity War was I was laughing my ass off and enjoying the time. So I love Infinity War. Endgame, too many plot holes. I just couldn't enjoy myself. But after Endgame, like I said, I felt like a finale. Like, okay, I'm done. This was nice. This
I think
10-year journey
most
was
people
great.
feel that way, where they're like,
Can
what?
we take a break? How about a break?
I'm moving on.
No, you
That's
get
true.
7 shows and 6 movies next year. Better watch them all or you're going to be fucked.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Brandon Alexander, for that super chat. Such a commanding name. Like you should be a general of like the armies of the North or something like that.
Wow.
Just sounds so formal and commanding. Well, guys, we're going on 4.5 hours. I do have to go to bed already because I'm an old man, and we do require 8 hours of sleep. I am a wuss.
Quitter.
I am. I
Quitter.
I am quitting. I'm throwing in the towel, man.
Hurry, everybody! Super chats, super chats. He can't say no. Just 99 cents. Hey, what's up?
All right, we'll say to 4:30, guys. 4 hours and 30 minutes. We'll say.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I just my mind's gone already, so like I can't.
That's how I was when I was trying to play guitar. I was like, you know this one.
I used to play guitar.
I used to too.
Yeah, but I bite my nails, so I have fat fingers. So
I used to bite my nails until I had braces, and then I never bit my nails again.
Really?
Yeah, something about I
No,
couldn't with braces, and so that broke me, and I've never bit my nails again. I used to bite them all the time. I would bite them like not like to a point where it was sick, but like I would bite them, and I would used to like peel my nails, and it would always like bleed.
Well, it's totally off the left field here. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how gorgeous are these women? Gal Gadot.
Oh God, you're setting us up for some serious cancel clips, buddy.
Gal Gadot is the only one I find attractive. How's that? I don't want to give him a number, but she's incredibly beautiful.
I think all three of those women are very attractive for different reasons. If you
agree.
forced me to pick one, I would pick Gal Gadot.
I have a thing for brunettes. That's just me.
Oh, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I've actually never been with a blonde.
They're no fun.
Are we going on what?
They're no fun. Just the way they look. We're just being shallow, surface level.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Is that what we're doing here?
I guess.
Yes. Well, I feel bad now. I'm gonna take it off.
Yeah. Gal Gadot, Brie Larson, and Julianne Moore in that order,
There you go.
based on my.
Oh, yeah, she was in Scott
physical
Pilgrim.
attraction.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a good movie there.
She's a pretty girl. She's kind of ugly on the inside, though. So that's just my humble.
There you go. I've always had a thing for Wonder Woman, going back to Super Friends when I was a kid. So that's my thing. So yeah.
The character.
My wife swears that my number one pick of all time is Scarlett Johansson. And I allow her to think that just so I can fuck with her. Because anytime Scarlett Johansson, she's like, there's your girlfriend, like always brings it up. And I was like, it's going to really break your heart when you realize that she's not even top 5. What? Nothing.
The girlfriend loves this guy. He plays Lucifer in the CW show. And I go, let me check out this guy. I'm like, oh, yeah, he is handsome and charismatic. I got to get it. Yeah.
By far, the most gorgeous female I've ever seen in my life to this day is Salma Hayek in From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yes.
That's always my number one, no matter what.
That is a pretty fantastic. I mean, the scene.
I think I went through puberty at 6 years old when I saw that in theaters. I was like, oh my God. What? Ooh.
And she's aged beautifully. I mean, she looks amazing, man. God.
Oh, go back to that previous question. Even though he didn't direct it, that's my favorite Tarantino feat scene. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go. Yeah.
There you go.
That's technically Robert Rodriguez, though.
Another woman that I have always thought was just ungodly gorgeous that I never hear anybody bring up. God rest her soul, is Kelly Preston. John Travolta's wife.
Yeah.
I've always thought she was one of the most gorgeous women I've ever seen in my life.
She's dead?
Always. She died like a year or two ago from
Cancer, right? Or something?
cancer or something. Yeah, out of nowhere.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've always like Twins, Spellbinder. I mean, she used to get naked a lot back in the 80s, but I never really saw those movies until way later. But her and Twins, especially, Jerry Maguire, even like Jack Frost. Like I've just always thought she was the most gorgeous woman ever.
Emily says we can share Mary Elizabeth Winstead, so I got that going for me.
Oh, well, there you go.
I mean, I'll take it. Fuck.
For me right now, it's still Alma de Armas, and I can't wait for that Marilyn movie to come out.
Did you ever watch?
Have either of you watched The Gray Man yet?
No, not yet. I just found out she's in
All
it.
right.
So, but that scene, I saw the last Bond movie that came out, and she had like a brief part in it. I'm like, oh God! Like,
did you ever watch Deep Water with Affleck?
No. I heard it was horrible, but
man.
It's not.
Doesn't matter.
It's not horrible. It's not
Doesn't
horrible.
matter.
It's not when you advertise it as the guy that has made the greatest erotic thrillers of all time.
Yeah,
It's from the director
it's not
of
Fatal Attraction.
It's not Fatal Attraction. It's not Unfaithful, but it's still a pretty good thriller. Like it's at least 3 out of 5. It's worth checking out. But I asked
Okay.
because the whole story of the movie is they're a open relationship couple where she basically fucks dudes the entire movie,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
he gets jealous
Yeah.
and kills some of them.
It's a must see. I
Yeah.
must see this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dice, good point.
Whoa.
If we're gonna be
Get the fuck out of
shallow,
me.
top 5 most attractive guys.
Say
I
it
say
again.
cheers. Let's do it.
What are we doing?
5 most attractive guys.
Oh, sure. You want to go first?
I think Ryan Gosling's an attractive man. I'll take some of that.
I would agree with that. I'll throw one at you. A young Paul Newman.
Ooh.
That is a handsome man. Cool
that
Hand
he
Luke, the
is.
Hustler. Come on, dude.
Sure,
That's
sure.
a handsome man.
Idris Elba. I'll take
He's
all of
charismatic.
that.
I'll throw you a young Alec Baldwin.
Why do you keep going young? What's
I don't know.
wrong with age?
There's nothing wrong with age. Nothing wrong. Your turn.
Shit, it'd be a privilege just to share a bed with him. Leonardo DiCaprio.
You're too old.
By like quadruple.
I think you said it already. Did you say Ryan Gosling?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a handsome dude. Yep.
Yeah. Definitely not ugly.
So those I got 3. So you're 4th.
You know what? I Ewan McGregor. There's something about it. Yeah, fuck it.
You McGregor. Okay. For me, I'm gonna go with. This is a toss-up. I'm gonna go James Bond, Sean Connery. I'm gonna go old James Bond. I was gonna say it's him or Timothy Dalton.
Rudy is doing this questionnaire from 1962.
I'm just saying. I mean, I like classic beauty, man.
You like classic Hollywood, fucking.
Yeah, I do.
leading
Even
man.
classic Hollywood women, they're gorgeous, man. I just love the makeup, the lighting, and everything. So, I think it's your turn. Your last one.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a count here. Somebody that fucking, you know. Yeah.
You know what? I'll say this one. He's current. Henry Cavill.
You took it right out of my mouth. Right out of my mouth.
He is so handsome. I don't want to be near him because I know I will be invisible and non-existent to the world if I'm next to that man because he's just perfect, a perfect specimen, dude.
That dude, yeah. When you see him as Superman, you're like, Jesus, is there any fat on that person?
No,
Fucking
he's got
guys,
that blue
just
eyes,
muscles.
Yeah, and he's handsome and cares. He's got the accent. Like, come on,
Yeah.
like I don't want to be near that guy. He's just too damn good looking.
Yeah.
So there's my 5.
You know, if I were gay, and we're talking sexuality, and you know, I had to go to bed with the person, Michael Fassbender's got quite a snake on him. So
Is that?
listen.
I don't know how you know that, but I'll take your word for it.
Shane, in the film Shane, he's nude quite a bit in that movie, and the fucking guy, he's got every reason to be proud of himself.
Yeah, he's hung like a
Just-
snake.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But it's
Guys,
not
Yeah.
I'm
What
here.
happened?
I just come back. He's like, yeah, he's hung like a snake. He's proud of himself.
we're talking about our top 5 most attractive guys.
Tom Hardy? That's a good call.
Yeah,
I might throw Tom Hardy. Another muscular man.
Yeah. We already named our
Fuck a
5.
guy. I'd fuck Elvis.
See? You see?
Yeah.
Equal opportunity. How hard was that?
Yeah.
There you go.
Now,
I think we're all comfortable with our sexuality to say, hey, that's a good looking dude. He's
Yeah.
yeah.
that's all. Not like any of us are getting laid tonight, so let's just
Speak for yourself, pal. No, I'm just kidding.
Why do you think I was late logging on? No.
Hey. Daniel Skinner. My top 3 favorite women crushes in Hollywood now are Angelina Jolie, Ezra Gonzalez, Isra, Karen
who that
Gillian.
middle name
What are your
is.
thoughts on their work? I don't know. I know Angelina Jolie. I don't know the other ones.
Angelina Jolie's looking her age.
Oh, okay. Isaac Gonzalez. Okay, yeah, I recognize
Who's
her.
Isaac Gonzalez? What's she from?
Google her right now.
Fuck, what is she from?
Let's see. Oh fuck yes,
Baby Driver.
yes, yes. She was
Oh,
also in the From Dusk Till
her.
Dawn TV show. She played Salma
Oh.
Hayek's part.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, she's
Right.
gorgeous.
Right, John Hamm's
Yeah.
beau.
Yep, that is her.
Let's see, Karen. Who's the
Yeah,
other
right. Yeah,
Karen
that's
Gillan
pretty-
is the chick from Oculus,
Oh.
and she plays the
Meet No
Gamora's
Big
sister.
fucking-
Yeah.
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 Whatever the shit. The,
You know what's
the
funny?
Female John Wick.
It's people don't. The girlfriend and I are rewatching the X-Files. We started from season 1. Now we're in season 5, and the show is fucking aged beautifully. It holds up to this day. And in the 90s, I still do. I had the biggest crush on Scully. I had a poster
A
of
lot
Gillian
of people
Anderson
did.
in my bedroom, and while most guys wanted Pamela Anderson from Baywatch, I wanted Scully. That was my dream woman, a smart, brilliant, beautiful woman. That's my type. And
Yeah.
it's such a great show, man. So well written.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of people that don't believe surface level that guys would be into a smart female.
Yeah.
It's like it's really odd that
There's some guys that get intimidated with that. It's like some guys that get like pissed off if the woman makes more money than him. I'm like, fuck
Yeah.
it,
yeah.
spoil me. Like I tell
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like, please let me retire.
That just stems from insecurities, and that's a lot of the conversation I get on TikTok. Is like, well, what if she made more money? Then I'm like, fine, and like, fuck it.
Yeah.
It's gonna bother
how
me?
to do the
You
bank
make that money,
account
baby.
thing
Bye.
again.
Have a good day.
Yeah. But yeah, Scully was my type, man, and she still is. I just love that type of woman. So to each their own. I mean, I'm not saying Pamela Anderson was not pretty. She was an icon. She still is, man. But it's like, no, I'm gonna marry one.
Ooh, Mateo with the fucking guys. You're forgetting Cameron Diaz from The Mask. Yes.
Yeah, she was very young in that one, like
Yeah.
20, I think, or something. But she was. Is it me or she doesn't look like that
She
in
was
the following movies?
smoking. What?
Wolf.
Yeah, like
Um,
she just even Charlie's Angels. She didn't look the same after that. I don't know.
Yeah,
If it's,
no, she had like a very small window. It seemed. And
No,
Yeah.
she was always a very attractive woman, but for whatever reason, The Mask was always like, oh my god, like I don't
Yeah,
know,
she
something
was
about
just
her in
like-
that movie was just fucking unreal. I remember as a kid, I was like, even as a a very young chap, I would always watch the Mask and just like, that is a beautiful woman.
I knew I liked women when I was watching TV, and Linda Carter twirled in a circle, and she just went from like this suit to Wonder Woman. Like, oh, I like that. I like that. Her and Daisy Duke and the blonde girl from The Fall Guy were the 3 women that I liked as a kid. So I know that's beyond everybody here and me just talking like an old man, but those are the ones that did it for me.
Dice, I'm close to this person if you want me to try to set things up.
Who?
Dice just sent me a picture of one of their choices, and they happen to be in London.
Oh, nice.
So I'll go put in a good word. But
All right. Now, this is definitely the last super chat of the night. Daniel Skinner. Movies that I rewatched recently are The Untouchables. That's a great one. La La Land, I turned it off after 20 minutes.
Not for me.
Mega Man and License to Kill. Fuck yes. I love that
I
movie.
haven't seen that.
I've seen 2 out of the 4. I think. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think the Timothy Dalton era of Bond is totally overlooked and underrated. That's the kind of the one I grew up with. When I was a kid, I remember seeing Octopussy and like, hey, that's James Bond. It was Roger Moore. But then Dalton started releasing movies, and that was my Bond before Pierce Brosnan. So I like the Timothy Dalton movies.
Yeah, I adore The Untouchables. La La Land was not for me. Everybody
Not for
kept
me
saying
either.
this is the musical for people that don't like musicals, and I was like,
Bullshit.
that's me. And then I watched it, and I'm like,
Yeah. I'll stick with the
what are you
Blues
talking
Brothers.
about?
Yeah.
Omega Man I've never seen. That's the I Am Legend precursor, right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's like the same novel that they're both made off of or something. I tried my best. I gave it my damnedest effort to try to watch all of the James Bond movies for the first time before No Time to Die came out, because I grew up with Pierce Brosnan and I've only seen the Brosnan and the Daniel Craig era.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so I went back and I bought the box set and I was going to watch them all and do a big ranking when it came out. And I got to Thunderball and tapped out. I couldn't do it. I watched. They're so old and they're so dated, and it's not for me. And I knew if I couldn't survive Connery, there is no fucking way I'm going to get through Roger Moore. And there's like 9 of those bitches. So I'm really curious about the Timothy Dalton, because I've heard that him and Craig are the most alike as far as their style. So I think I probably would have a good chance at liking those. But yeah, I made it to halfway through Thunderball, as soon, or maybe even 20 minutes. As soon as he got the little jetpack and it was like,
yeah,
he went off, I was like, I'm out. I got like 15 more of these fucking things. I can't do it.
The Dalton movies, from what I hear, again, I grew up with them and I didn't have any reference, but they're taken a lot more seriously and they're more violent. He's like more of a deadlier Bond instead of like, just a promiscuous, STD ridden bastard. He's more violent. So
like Craig.
Exactly. But all right, guys, I got to end it now. I definitely have to end it now. It's already going to be midnight here. So, and I know this is the old man talking, but to every single one of you, thank you for watching. Thank you for the super chats. We got to do this like every month or something like that. If you have it on your channel, invite me. We'll shoot the shit. And I will hang as long as you are on. How's that? I'm putting myself
careful.
Careful.
As long as it's on the weekend.
I don't sleep.
But again, guys, thank you so much for doing this. Everybody there's a lot of people who've been on here since the beginning. I thank you so much for subscribing and chiming in. Cody, CP, thank you. This was fun.
Willis Screedia, WILISCREDIA.
What's that? I'm just gonna end it like that. All right, good night, everybody. And we're done.